Orange tea.
Hey guys, I'm Tim.
And I'm James.
Yes, and we're getting rundown. And tonight I have James Staley from 10 Robot Games. And I'm so excited because he has a badass game coming to Kickstarter right now. We've already got a video. It's got a ton of views. You might know it because of the Bob Gecko picture.
Gecko Bob.
Yeah. Gecko Bob picture. It's Garden Geckos, in case you didn't know. And no, I'm not just pandering to James because he's here, because we played that game and I messaged him right before we filmed. And I'm like, dude, this game's really good. We're really excited about it. And I wouldn't bother if we didn't love it. I'd just be like, hey man, this game didn't land with us. Can we do something with it? But no, Garden Geckos, man, really good, really fun. And you've also got like a whole other catalog of games to talk about. So I'll throw to you and I'll let you run with it.
Yeah, absolutely. So we got two companies. One is 10 Robot Games. So I'm a designer, developer, and a publisher. And then also a Board Game Binge podcast, right? So those who podcasts that they can binge in a short amount of time. You can get through an episode in 30 minutes, available anywhere you download your favorite podcast, Apple, Spotify, Stitcher, wherever you download your podcast, you can find it, Board Game Binge. And we interview different personalities from the industry, much like this format here, but shorter, and in your car or while you're brushing your teeth. And then, we've got 10 Robot Games, where we've been in business now for, I'd like to say 5 years. I've really been designing games for about 20. So our first game was parked for literally over a decade.
Oh, wow.
I launched it on Kickstarter. And then, we've just been going nonstop now for the past 5 years, designing, developing, and seeing what we can push out. So it's been a lot of fun.
You guys came on my radar with Cities of Venus. Did I say that right? I got it right, didn't I?
Cities of Venus, right behind me. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to seeing the finished version of that game. Spencer, I think, missed the boat on that one. But
Shredder.
I really liked the mechanics of what you were doing with that, because I hadn't seen stuff like that in other games before.
Yeah.
And then there was a gentleman that came to our booth at Origins that had a prototype of a game that he was kind of pitching, and he ended up signing with you, and it's changing from Mars to Venus. I won't spoil any trade
Kevin Levy.
secrets.
Yeah, no, we'll talk about that too. So first of all, let me just get my drink going here. Are you having a drink? This is
I've got me some Evan Williams going
so I'm not
tonight.
a whiskey guy anymore. I used to drink whiskey, but now I found I just drank it too fast. So I need something I can drink slower. And so tonight I decided to go with some microbrews, and I found this one at my local beer store. And I thought,
Wonder Crush.
We got a little robot there just to celebrate 10 robots. So never had before.
Perfect.
IPA, which I don't usually like, but
always be branding, right?
Yeah, always be clear. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Cities of Venus was that was a great campaign. That was our biggest launch we had yet. I think we hit about 200,000 once Pledge Manager and everything was done. A lot of learnings with that campaign. What I've tried to do over the past 5 years was kind of go step by step and kind of launch small, get a little bit bigger, learn from that. And with every campaign we've done, just keep trying to learn, figure out what that magic formula is for Kickstarter. And from that in the podcast, and part of the podcast is just trying to learn the industry, is there is a formula. And once you can kind of nail down what that formula is, it's not going to guarantee success, but it certainly helps you better predict where you're going to land and set yourself up for success way easier than you would in those first few campaigns where you're just like, I just put this game out there and I'm sure people are going to love it. And you're trying different things. And then, through trial and error, you realize what works and what doesn't work. And that was really a culmination of really wait until we had the formula down before we launched that one. We had that one in the wings, but it wasn't something that was ready until, quite frankly, till it was ready at last year when you did the campaign. And even there, great learning. So what you would have received was what we call the reviewer copies. And I keep running into this every time I'm doing a launch is Chinese New Year. And I don't know if anyone else you've had on here talks with Chinese New Year with publishing, but it's in February, and it's always kind of slides. It's a week or two earlier or later, but it's all based around the Lunar New Year in China. where they literally shut down the country. And a lot of factories, the workers, stay within the vicinity of the factory, and they live in maybe another province. And so when the Lunar New Year comes, the factory shuts down and they leave the city and they go home to whatever province they're from, and they spend time with their families, and and it's a massive celebration there. And it's kind of like Christmas and New Year's all together, right? It's just huge. But literally nothing happens in that country during that 3-week period of time. And going into that campaign, which was a spring campaign, as you remember, I had to get copies, physical copies. And this is one of the things I've learned in this whole process, is making sure that you get an actual copy of a game in the hands of as many reviewers as you can. Not all reviews are going to be great, right? Some they're going to have, some people have bad days, right?
Right.
And, they might crap all over it, or it just might not be their style, and that's fine. But on mass, you should get a lot of great content that you can use. That one there, we were running up on Chinese New Year, where we knew we were about 2 weeks before everything was shut down, and we hadn't completed all the artwork and so forth for the cards. So we made the decision to put together these reviewer copies. Hey, Jeff! Good to see Jeff joined us.
Jeff's the man. Yeah, I love Jeff.
He's awesome. The man. Oh, Road. Dude, can't wait.
Dude, Road, I'm so excited. But please continue.
Yeah, Jeff's a good dude. So we're bumping up against that, and I was like, so we just made a decision and said we got to cut it. We're not going to have the mechs in time. We're not going to have, they play a role in the game, but you can play the game without them. The card variety, we're at like 60%. Look at that.
Thank you, Bob.
Shout out to Gecko Bob. We're going to be saying Gecko Bob's going to stick. You realize this, right? We're going to keep saying Gecko Bob until
it's not going to stop. It's
I predict within a few weeks he'll be introducing himself as Gecko Bob. All right.
I hope so, man.
So we're like, we had to move forth what we had. And so we had about 60% of the variety and so forth. So when you got your copy, you would have seen there would have been a lot of cards that kind of duplicated. And my belief at the time was that there was enough there to understand what the game was about, that people could make, do a fair review of it.
Extrapolate like where this is going, right?
Yeah, and we could see how it's going. Obviously the production copy, as you guys had, was very good still. I mean, it was an actual production copy.
Yeah.
It didn't have like everything, right?
Right.
And that was a regret, because that did burn us in a couple of cases where we had some reviewers say, hey, there's not enough variety. I want to see more. And, although we had kind of tried to cover that in the brief, the industry's simple, right? It's like, put something in front of somebody. I'm going to look at this. Half the time people aren't even reading briefs. They're just opening up the boxes. They're excited. They see something new come to the door and they want to get into it. So I think the learning there was, we'll probably never do that again. We will
just wait. And
I would wait. Yeah. That one there, I should have waited another probably few months after the Chinese New Year, finished that up. But I mean, the campaign still did very well, right? So I can't complain about 200K. I'll put Canadian dollars.
Sure.
Canadian dollars, but still way huger than anything else that we'd ever done, and really set us on this path to really figure out how we're going to do our campaigns going forward. Which you're going to see a lot of that now in Garden Geckos, and I think you're kind of seeing that with what you've received. And we'll talk about that.
Oh yeah.
But even talking about kind of where we go as a franchise with the Cities of Venus franchise.
Right.
And
that's what I was excited coming out of Origins, learning that you were building more in that universe. I was like, whoa, like here we go. And we had seen Kevin's game because he showed it to us. And I was just like, this is going to be awesome. Because he actually came back around to us later to tell us he was so excited. And I was like, really, with James? He was here yesterday, like at my table playing games with us. And so it's kind of a cool small world sort of thing too.
It is a tiny industry, and it's so cool to, run into people that you wouldn't think you would run into, right? Like, and even Kevin, like that one's a kind of a funny story. So just in terms of the chronology, we have Cities of Venus. We have Time Splicers, which is a card game offshoot, which explains what happened that caused us to lose contact with Earth in the first place. That we're doing kind of a straight to retail release this summer. We have Survivors of Venus is our next, or Cities of Venus Survivors is our next campaign that's coming this fall. All these games are standalone, so you don't have to play the other ones. They all fall within the same lore. And then his game is going to come out in 2025, and his is then Civil War. And it's basically a skirmish where everyone's fighting each other. and you're in control of your city. And instead of trying to, maximize your population and all these kind of fun things you're doing in the Cities of Venus, what we called Lost Contact game, you're actually arming thrusters, and the International Innovation Station now is declared independence, and they're selling weapons to everybody. So you're buying weapons, and you're buying thrusters. You're trying to grab the last, V-Knight that's still on the planet, but at the same time, you're attacking other people like pirates and trying to steal their weapons and steal their minerals. And it's just a blast. But this game almost didn't happen, at least as part of the Cities of Venus franchise. And it was his persistence. And I would say to any designer out there, be persistent, right? So Kevin had sent me an email, and I had received it like, I think 8 months before we met at Origins. And he said, "Hey, we've got this game. What do you think?" And based on what I saw, I said, "Well, this is kind of similar to what we already have, right? We already have Cities of Venus." And as a publisher, often that's what you're doing. You're looking at the pitch sheet, quick skim. You're like, is it there? Is it in line with what we're looking for or not? And if it's not, I'm out, and you move on, right? You have to. And, we're very blunt, because what I don't want is I never want people to feel like we're going to lead them on or give them false hope. I want to be able to cut it quick. So if it's not a fit, say, hey, not a fit for us. It's probably going to be a fit for someone else. It's not a fit for what we're trying to do, because we've established tenets for our company, and try to cut them loose so they can, focus their energy on getting other people. So we did that with Kevin, and it was a square board at the time. It wasn't this cool round board that he has now.
Oh, right.
And then he reached out to me again, like 2 months after that, and said, "Hey, we got this game." And I'm like, "I'm so sorry, but you've already emailed me on this game, and we already took a pass." And he's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize." He goes, I'm just blasting this to everyone. I didn't mean to." I go, "It's no offense. It's all good, but just to let you know, FYI." So then I see him at Origins, and we're in the unpub room, and I'm talking to different people at different tables, and I see this guy Kevin. He goes, "Hey," he goes, I'm Kevin. He goes, "I've actually emailed you." And I said, "You did?" He goes, "Yeah, I'm the guy that see the game about the cities that are kind of mining the water on Mars." I'm like, "Oh my God." I'm so sorry. And then I look down at what he had on the table. I go, "Is this you've changed it?" He goes, "Yeah, I've made some tweaks and so forth." I go, "You know what? I owe you at least a play. The fact that we've talked twice on email, now in person, I will play this game." I said, "But I can't play right now because I'm like actually working at our booth, because we were in the bridge for the day."
Yeah.
So we come back the next, it's either later that night or the next day. And I sat down to play, and we started playing this game. And after we started, we're about halfway in, and I turned to him, I said, "I got to apologize to you." I said, "I should have given this more of a chance." I go, that's on me, man." He goes, No. He goes, I go, "That's on me." I should have looked deeper, because now that I've played it, I can't think of any game that somebody's approached us with that fits so well into our universe than this game. But you got to be willing to allow us to do our stuff to it, right? Like, so as a publisher, you're going to sign the rights over. If you get the right publisher, they're going to involve you, right? So, and usually when you're smaller publishers like we are, we need, quite frankly, the involvement.
Yeah, you don't have a dev house, right, to work on.
Yeah, I don't have the dev, and I don't have time, right? Like, I got so many other things. Like, it's literally a company of 1.5, because my design partner, who's my brother, I think you might have met him. Actually, no, he didn't go to Origins. He helps with a lot of the design. He helped with Cities of Venus as well, but he's just on the design. He's like the ideas guy, right? But all the business stuff and everything is literally just me, and kind of the network that I kind of bolt off as need be. And so, I'm constantly looking for people that have games where they want to be involved. They don't want to just like hand over to me. They know that it's going to change. And like, once they sign on the line, I'm the captain of the ship, so to speak. But, I'm going to make sure I involve you, because I really need that help and really the extra legwork to help develop that game further and get to where we need. So I could not ask for a better partner than Kevin. This guy is
awesome.
Amazing. So I know he's got a ton of games. If there's anybody else there that finds one of his games in their portfolio, snatch this dude up. He is fan-friggin-tastic. He had a house fire recently, so he's actually living in
it wasn't
his family. Yeah, they're like,
it wasn't that long after the conventions.
Yeah, this happened. I think it was about 2 months ago. He was a lamp got knocked over in his house when no one was home, or got knocked over as everyone was leaving. Hole right through the center of the house, right? And with the firefighters coming in and soaking everything down, the poor guy. So his family's in an Airbnb, and we still have biweekly calls. I'm like, dude, like we got time. Like this is until 2025. If you need to take some time, and he's like, no, we're good. I've got everything good. I've got my 3D printer and everything in the new digs, and oh yeah, he's fantastic. I couldn't speak his praises anymore. We got full 42. Welcome.
Yeah, that's Mike Giuliano, probably from Third World Studios. He's also a designer and a developer himself.
Sweet.
Friend of the show. But yeah, Kevin, he was so impressive. He came by and we saw he was carrying, because he had like his laminated pitch sheet, and he had like the prototype with him. And he stopped by our booth for whatever reason at Origins and was kind of just chatting us up. And we're like, well, what's this all about, man? You're carrying this thing around. Like, tell us about it. And so we hung out with him for a little bit and got to know him. And it's like, this dude's driven. You know what I mean? Like, I wish I had like 1/10 of his motivation. Cause man, he is really like, and what was really cool was the level of development, like his game where it was, like looked pretty table ready. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you could get this, you could tweak a few things, but like really just put this out. And then when he said that, he came back and said something about, he was like, oh yeah, I think I've got to get my game in it. And then he's like, yeah, it's with them. I'm like, oh, I know them. And he's like, yeah, it's going to go in the Cities of Venus. I was like, oh, that's going to be badass, dude. I could see, like, I could already, even just from, playing 3/4 of a game that you sent us, you know what I mean? Like how his, with just changing the planets and, changing some of the terminology and everything, like you could really morph it. And the other thing about designers is, if you're trying to get your game signed and you're not going to self-publish, don't be too precious, right? You got to be able to take some criticism, some feedback, and, accept some changes,
Yeah. And I think it's on the publisher to be very open about that out of the gate. Right. So, I've had conversations with, a number of people, right? And I'm going to Breakout Con this weekend here in Toronto, and I'm going to hang out on Saturday in the pub area there.
Mm-hmm.
And, there might be some games that we find, fit our portfolio, but, the first conversation is always that conversation of saying, here's how the process works from our end. And it's totally cool. And I'm not offended if it doesn't work for you.
Right.
But it's got to work for you for it to work for us. Right. And if it's not a fit, it's like anything, right? You want to make sure you get along with somebody before you marry them, so to speak. Right. So
100%. And that whole, like, don't be offended works both ways, right? I'm going to be blunt with you and say, this doesn't fit our portfolio. And you've got to go, hey, I'm not comfortable with everything you want me to sign over to you. Right. It's 100% a two-way street. And just because you say no to game X doesn't mean that game Y comes around and you're like, you know what, actually that one works, so you never know, right?
Thing is, it's very astute, because there is a lot of people out there like that, unfortunately. And, I ran into this at, again, at BreakoutCon. I was talking to a person that had a game that, we're talking, they're like, I've such and such a company. I'm not going to mention the company, but such and such a company said they're interested, but they want to be 5-6 player. My game is only 4 player. I'm like, dude, high five. He's like, yeah, I spent so much time getting to this point, 4 player. He goes, I just can't see myself putting that much more time into try to get this. Like, I'm like, are you insane? You literally have somebody saying, we're in, get it up to 6 player and bring it back. And it's like all the work you put into that point, it's like that extra little bit of work is going to be too much. Like it didn't make sense to me. What's Reed? Oh, there's Reed.
Oh, Reed. Yeah. Reed's hanging out.
I don't get to see the comment. What did Reed say?
Oh yeah. Reed just said, if you want complete control, you got to self-publish, but that's hard.
Oh, that's how it's going to be, son.
Yeah. Reed, we just had Reed on last week.
Is the guy that designed this game.
Yeah, Reed's our boy. Reed is also one of those guys that when his game Vigilante came out, we were still a pretty small channel. Yeah. And he sent us a copy to preview. And so Reed will always have a special place in our hearts just for that. But we became friends after that, like you start having some correspondence and chatting them up, and then you play games with them in real life, and you're like, oh, these people are awesome. Like, let's go.
Yeah, he's it's another good example of I'm gonna switch over to my earpiece just in case there's some feedback. If anybody's hearing feedback, give us a thumbs up. Let us know in the comments. The Reed, that's a great example of not being too precious about your game, right? So, if we look at Catnip Auction House. Yeah, I can't switch the speakers over. Yikers. Is there a setting somewhere in the stream right here? Oh, down here. So he was saying his was about shoes. So he had this super cool idea where he had, as part of our produce spiel here in Toronto, there's always this table full of like meeples and just game parts that anybody can help themselves to, right?
Yeah.
And so he had picked up, there, it's come over to my earphones. He had picked up a bunch of these little feet the one year and decided he wanted to make a game out of it, right? And so he made this auction game with these feet. And it was quite clever. And so we were playtesting this, and I remember it was myself, and there was another publisher at the table as well. And at the time, I know Regis changed his tune on this one, but at the time, he's like, I'm only going to launch social deduction games under Paranoia Rising.
Oh, okay.
So the game was a good game, but it didn't fit his current kind of brand, right, that he had set for himself. And so I turned to the other publisher. I said, are you going to take this game? Because it fit totally mine, right? He goes, it doesn't. And Reed's like, well, it doesn't fit my portfolio, but I think it might fit your portfolio. And so I turned to my buddy Rich, and I'm like, this fits both of us. Like, is this something that you'd be interested in? And he's like, yeah, I think I would. And so Reed and I had that chat afterwards. I said, Reed, I love the game, but I really think it needs to be cats. I'm wearing my representing the cats here.
Yeah.
I think it's got to be cats, right? For me, I don't have any cats in my portfolio. People love cats. I can see this. My vision of this is a cat game. And thankfully that worked for him, right? And it could have just easily, he could have said, no, I'm sticking with this current design I have. And quite frankly, the other publisher was willing to take it with this kind of footprint theme, right? So, and that would have been fine. And, if it had been footprint themed, then it would have been, under Rich's as a publisher, he would have published it, and I would have moved on. And Reed and I would still be buds, but I wouldn't have the pleasure of being able to sell. Once again, Catnip Auction House.
Love that game too. We love that game. We were talking about Mubaka, and some of the other cat names, but those kind of games, and we'll talk about it when we actually get to our lists. Those kind of games I love because, like Catnip specifically, it's like a game that I can take to Thanksgiving or Christmas, and I can play with my family members that aren't near as hardcore gamers, as I am. They don't want like a big rules teach, they want to play something that they can drink some wine or have a beer and be done in 20 minutes, and so those kind of games get a lot of mileage for me around the holidays and around meetups and stuff, and so that's like worth price of admission right there. It's like, well, if I get that game played 30 times this year and I only get to play Concordia or Galactic Cruise twice a year because I only get those kind of people for that amount of time, at these very specific scheduled things, like, okay, there's a lunar eclipse and, the Saturn's in retrograde. So we might be able to get this one played, or I could just play this game that I get played all the time. We're waiting for other people to show up. And, so,
it's
like a $20 investment on a game that you can play 100 times. I mean, your price per play is pennies.
Yeah, it definitely has a lot of replayability in it. And I was going to say that was the Mubaka is a perfect example of still the influence, right? So Reed's like, cats, I'm in, but can he goes, I want to name some of the cats.
There you go. That's a trade.
We have to have a Mubaka. And I'm like, done. As long as I get Chuckles, because I want to have Chuckles in there.
Oh, yeah.
We'll do Mubaka. Yeah, I love Catnip. It's very excited. We've got a promo video coming up on this soon with Board Game TikTok, which is a huge content creator, is doing a feature on that as well. And we've already been kind of toying around what second edition is going to look like with that game and some of the things we're going to do. And that was a fast launch. So him and I agreed to work together like in October of that year, and we had it in time for Origins in
Yeah, I was
June.
going to say that was a quick turnaround because he had barely started. I had seen like little names and mentions of it. And I'm like, Reed, when are we going to get to see Catnip? And he's like, maybe at Origins. And I'm like, okay. And then we roll into Origins and I was almost offended because there's all of these production like already all made. I'm like, wait a minute, you didn't even tell us. Like, we would have been talking about this.
I think that's 6 weeks just in shipping was 6 weeks. But we actually flew 2 cases. We ended up flying to Origins, have it there in time. But yeah, I couldn't be happier with it. It fits our portfolio so well. And I think that's a good actually segue into, I know we were talking about like our topic for this week, which is top games for Meetup. So I've come up, I don't know if you've got a list. I've got a list I'm going to go through. I got some show and tell here. And you might see Catnip Auction House come out on this list at some point.
You might see it on my list as well. That's all I'm gonna say.
So for those who are watching either live or on the replay, so do they have like meetup.com in the States? Do you guys use that for meetups or no?
Not that I'm aware of. I guess, hold on. There's a group. I'm so bad sometimes because I'm lazy and I use Facebook all the time. I just create a Facebook event and I just blast everybody because I'm old and I just go with the tech. You know, I think you hit like an age where you peak with technology and then you're like, you know, but I think there is a meetup.com where we use Facebook and Discord to plan and schedule events. We used to pre-COVID, we used to have a really, really, really good, like 50 people once a month show up to a hotel and play in their ballroom. Like they would rent it to us for like $100 for the whole day.
Wow, that's huge.
And we would have 50 plus people. And there you go, Bob's. Yeah, so there is a Meetup app here in the States.
Yeah, so that's what we use here in Canada. Is I use the Meetup app, and one of the benefits of using this app, which is it's free, unless there's a small fee if you're the host, but for the public, it's free. But you go on this app and you can type in your interests, so you can literally type in anything, right? I like to walk, or I like hiking, meeting new people, I like board games, chess club, seniors that like to walk through malls, whatever it is, right? You pick whatever the topic is, and it will show you all the meetups in your area that are within you can set how far you're willing to drive. So I live in Barrie, which is just north of Toronto in Canada. And so I'll put in, in the meetup, I can put in board games and I can put Barrie, right? And it'll give me all the meetups that are set up where people host events. They're usually in a public place, but they're open to the public. So literally any stranger can sign up and say, I want to come to this meetup and meet
I'll be
people,
there.
right? I want to go and socialize and make friends. And, at the one we just started in Barrie, we're on an average night, we get, anywhere from 12 to 20 people that'll show up. And we do it once.
That's great. Consistently. Yeah.
It's fantastic. And the one we have in Newmarket, which is between here and Toronto, I go to that one once a week as well. That one's been going for about 8 years. That one averages between 20 and 30 a night.
Nice.
So it's packed, but it's one of these things where there's always people that are coming out saying, hey, I just moved to the area, or maybe I've just broken up in a relationship and I lost all my friends because I went with my spouse, so I need to make new friends, whatever, right? So it's a great way to meet people, but part of that is you kind of get a mixed bag, right? And you don't know. The one I had this week, we had 2 new people come. The one person I said, what kinds of games have you played? And the one person said, well, I've played Code Names, and we're going to talk about that a bit too. I've played like Monopoly. They'll say that they might say Catan. And then the other new person said Monopoly when I was a kid.
Right.
I don't really play games. I've played cards, but I'm just hoping to kind of learn. So you always have a mix, right? And so the list that I've created, for tonight to go through are what are kind of the top 10 that I would have in my game bag for Meetup. So it's not necessarily my top 10 favorite games, but it's probably at least 6 of these games I go through rotation will be in my bag every single week, because I never know if that's a night where we have somebody coming in that's only played Monopoly when they're a kid, and you got to ease them into the hobby, right?
Yes.
And we had one that we had a few weeks back. It's probably about 3 months ago now. As an older lady that came out. And she's like, well, I've played Monopoly with my kids when they were younger. And we were trying to teach her It might have been Splendor. And she was like shell shocked, and she hasn't been back.
So, right. Yeah, like Splendor was too much. Like, okay,
it was too much,
sorry.
right? And people know Splendor's not is a pretty simple engine builder, but it was too much. So, what I should have done with her is had some of these other ones in the bag and got her kind of climatized with those first, right? Kind of like you boil the frog, but put them in cold water and turn up the heat slowly, right? So
right. Yeah, no. So my list is kind of similar. It's because I used to host before I had my second child. I used to host a lot more game nights and stuff, especially down at like a local game store that's like 5 minutes from my house. And so I always like to have something in my bag that I could break the ice, and like you were just saying, there's people that will roll in there and they're like, maybe it's a girlfriend or a boyfriend that was sort of drug along, and it's like, well, I don't play a ton of games. And it's like, well, I'd rather you have a good time than you sit here and feel uncomfortable while your significant other has like a great time playing games. And, the games on my list, I've got even like the snobbiest of Euro gamers still have to smile and kind of laugh and play, like these games and still kind of have a good time. And I've got a few levels of complexity just depending, but yeah, most of mine are relatively light, but I feel like it's like we describe garden geckos, where we're like low rules overhead.
Yeah.
Lots of interesting decisions. So it's very easy to teach, like games that are really easy to teach, really straightforward, but then there's still kind of enough there for like, okay, like the more into the hobby gamers can really go, okay, yeah. Like, and they can kind of, salivate a little as they play. So
what was your number one? What'd you have as your number one?
Well, we're going to start at 10 and we'll go to...
We're going backwards.
We'll go to 1.
Ah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we're going to rock it backwards because we saved the best for last.
We're just going to go in reverse. All right.
Yeah, we're going to save the best for last.
All right. Well, I'm going to use... So my number 10, and I mean, Reed will probably disagree, is I have actually Catnip Auction House.
We have a crossover because Catnip Auction House, no joke, is my number 10 as well. I got it written down right there.
No kidding. There we are. Yeah. Nice.
Yep. Catnip Auction House, my number 10.
Yeah, I've made it my number 10. Like, and again, I'm sure a bit of nepotism here, obviously, because I'm the publisher of this game. But it truly is always in my bag. And the reason being is it can play with a large group.
Mm-hmm.
We ran into this exact thing, although we didn't play this week, but we ran into, we had different, we split up in different groups. And we had 3 groups. One was 4 players, another one was 5, and then we had a table of 7.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got that kind of awkward moment where you're trying to wait until, somebody comes in late, and now you got to wait till that game finishes and line it up so you can kind of redeploy people and kind of even the groups out.
Right.
Well, this is a game that you can set up very, very fast. It is insanely easy to teach. It doesn't take an immense amount of skill.
The bidding is so straightforward.
Yeah.
Put one in. Are you staying in? No. Okay. Take everything out.
Yeah. You in or out.
It's that easy. And it's just one tink every time. Tink, tink, tink. You just.
But it still puts people in that spot where they're having to make a decision, right? And I always love when it gets to the person and they're looking at the catnip in the bowl, and they've got nothing behind that screen, and they're like, do I wait? Do I let it go one more time?
Right.
And they're like, no, I'll take the catnip, and they go out, right? And then just the fun of seeing them with the cat characters and being able to interact with the cat stories and the cat items. And of course, because I'm the publisher, I always pull out the item and I present the item to the audience that we're bidding on before
it's all about the experience, man. You got to make a meal out of it. When it's an auction, you really
absolutely do. And there's no real sour grapes per se on this one. Like, there is a bit of take that in there, so you can steal catnip from other people, you can steal items from other people, you can nerf their items, but it's not something where you walk away from the table if you've got pummeled, where you're incredibly upset, right?
No.
Yeah,
not at all.
So got the shirt to represent. Reed, buddy, that one's for you.
Well, it's my number 10 also. I mean, all those same reasons, right? Like, I think for us in the people that I play with, even when I'm playing with my family, like I remember teaching this game at Thanksgiving specifically, and the amount of shit talk like from my family members. Oh, are you gonna bid? Are you sure? You sure?
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna bid. If you go, I'm gonna go, and it's gonna come back around. So you might as well, like, unless you're willing to pay too, you might as well get out now. You know what I mean? Like just the trash talking, and everything. And then of course, they don't bid, and then, and everybody's bluffing and, all that stuff. And it's all in a game that like, it's so simple, and it's just with it. And it also can bring people out of their shells a little bit, cause you start talking about it, people are laughing at the cute art, and the joke items that you're trying to get, what I mean? Cause the items that you're trying to get are funny,
stick, toilet paper, cardboard box.
Yeah. I mean, it's all like, and I have cats, like my wife and I have had cats like the whole time we've been together. I've had cats all my life. My in-laws have cats, so like all the jokes are there. They all land. And again, you could put, like, I've been at a meetup and had this out on the table with the player screens, and people are like, oh my God, what is this? Like just from the cats on the screens. And then it's like, well, sit down and let's play like 15 minutes and we're done. I'll teach you, you'll play. And almost every time people are like, re-rack, let's go when we're done. Like, I got to go. Now I understand it. Let's go again. And it's really awesome when you've got a game you can reset.
Too, right?
Yeah.
Like, how many games you know of that you can get through in 30 minutes with 10 people?
No.
10.
Not. Yeah.
Right. So you need a filler game in between while you're waiting for groups to finish.
It's great.
I can't think of another game out there. And we did it that way on purpose, right? That was one of the things that, like, just the high player count was what really, really attracted me, other than obviously it plays and it's a lot of fun.
Oh, sure.
But just to have something in our portfolio that played at that high of a player count, that had a bidding mechanism, but not a bidding mechanism that was like, you're not having to outbid people, right? It's simple. As you said, I'm in or I'm out, right? So it's a very simple decision. Anybody can play it. A kid can literally, I've had this at an event where there was even kids at the table and they're saying they're in or out. Like it's very, very simple. Mm-hmm. So yeah, for me, that was, I thought that was a fair number 10.
I agree clearly.
And high five, we had the same number 10. That's awesome.
I have my same number 10. I was not pandering. It was one of the first games I thought of when I was going to make this list. I was like, oh, this can't not be on my list because I played it too many times. I take it around to basically anytime we go anywhere where people are playing games, I bring it. So it's like, well, duh, it has to be on my list. So yeah. Catnip Auction House. Great freaking game. Go get it. Low price point.
It's available on Amazon if anybody wants to get it. Get on Amazon.com or .ca or the 10robotgames.com website.
All of the above.
All right.
All of the above.
9.
All right. Yeah. What's your 9?
There's no way we're going to be aligned on this, but I'm sure this is on your list, but I put it at 9.
You know what? I didn't put Splendor on my list.
You didn't put Splendor on your list?
No, that's how good my list is. The Splendor could have been on my list. I can see it right over there. It's like right on the shelf, right over there. Freaking fantastic game. Apparently, though, it's on your list despite alienating at least one poor lady who came to a meetup, who is now somewhere with a melted brain.
Yeah, no, it's I put it on my list because it make more sense to have Pokemon Splendor. Come on now. Reed, you know me better on that. No, but like for me, I thought that if we had gone in the other order, it would make more sense. But the reason I still have it on top 10, but near the bottom of the top 10, is there's other games that I think are more gateway-ish to get people in, to get them to like, so if I'm playing 2 or 3 games, I'd probably pull this one out like after a few of the other ones have been played, then introduce them to an engine builder.
Yeah.
What I do like about this one, though, is there's enough meat on the bone there for people that are gamers that they can still enjoy themselves. If they're playing with gamers and non-gamers alike, they can play together. Is something where it's a great filler game. So, 20 minutes, you can pound through a game very, very quickly. And you're able to still kind of enjoy yourself. So, it never comes out of my game bag. It is always in there. I'll have it there if there's, my niece often comes to game night with us. Her and I will get there early sometimes. We'll pull us out and play until people arrive, right?
Splendor's great. Yeah.
Go through real quick. And likewise, if you have somebody that's new, that's coming in, you can still teach it to them. Hopefully, if they're not super new like that one lady, but
Right.
newish. You can still get them in and learn to play.
This is a go-to for my wife and I all the time because it's easy. She knows the rules already. You know what I mean? Like, and it's almost like a comfort game, you know. And Reed, I don't think that. I mean, the available actions are you either take a card or you take some chips. I mean, that's it. That's it.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree, Reed. Exactly. Like it's like, what was the game where someone's like, can there be a play rate for this? And I'm like, really? Really? I just told you what the options are. Like,
I don't think you need a play rate for 3 options.
Here's where I'd want to play rate. It would be great if there was a one card that had the setup. So like you pull the card and it just quickly says 3 players this, because I always find because
you got to build the decks the right way, right?
Open up the book. Okay, how many things come out? You know, how many chips are we playing with again? Those are the ones that Dave Rossi is saying he likes it. Always ends too early. I agree. I was able to get this one off of a colleague, which has got all 4. Is it 4 upgrades? 4 expansions? Yeah, all 4 expansions I have in mind. So if it's a new player, we'll play the just the initial, and then as soon as we've gone through one, if we play again, then we'll pull out the one where you've got like the little shields that go on it, where you're unlocking different abilities.
Right.
I like the I forget the expansion is where you can change the end game win conditions. So I think there's enough kind of variety there that you can keep it interesting. Who knows? A year from now, I might say I got to get this out of my collection. I'm sick of it, but I still love it every time I play.
Hey,
he's saying reserve or take 2 of the same chips
if there are 4 in the stack.
Yeah, I hear you on that. It shocks me that people get confused by that, but people always get confused by that. So he's right.
Yeah, I guess like when and maybe this is just me, when I'm playing with newer players, I will go like, okay, now these are your options, right? Like just before the turn. Like I'm not going to tell you how to take your turn, but just remember, you can go 1, 2, 3. You can, you can do 2 out of 1 stack, if there's enough there, or you can reserve 1 or buy a card. Like that'd be great too.
It'd be cool. But I get it. Map that actually had that information on it, where you had the stacks of the chips.
Yeah. It almost needs a player board or something where you can, or a neoprene mat you could do it with.
The other one people get confused with, I find in that one is they'll get like the golden chip, right? So they'll get the wild.
Yes.
And then they'll assume they have to use it on the card they reserved, not realizing they can use it on any card.
You can use it on anything. That reserve card can just sit there. But right.
Yeah. All right. I withdraw my statement, Reed. I agree. We should probably have a play rate on Splendor.
Fine. If they don't get Reed to leave us alone.
Somebody's got to do one. I'm sure one exists on like Etsy or something like that.
Yeah. BGG files. You get on the Geek. You could probably find a PDF file you could download and print out.
I think Reed's going to put a link to his store soon on that.
No doubt. No doubt. Hey, at least we're in agreement. A neoprene mat, good option, right? With the rules on it. I love a game board that's just got like a little turn summary or a breakdown on it. Like if it makes sense on the game board, like those are great.
We had that on Cities of Venus, actually, if you remember, on those little mini
yes.
We ended up taking that off.
Oh, really? Just too busy, or
no? Because we turned them into a dual layer board. So that was one of the reveals of the campaign. Is that little mini board actually has like spots for the little V knots to fit into. So you can't put text on top of that. But what we did is we did create a play rate card you can have off to the side. Say, okay, now here's the steps you go through, so that you never get lost and so forth. What'd you have as your number 9?
No, you're good. So my number 9 is one of my favorite games, but it's my number 9, kind of like Splendor, because it's a little more complicated than some of the other games on my list. But this game, I feel like it's got a ton of modules you can add and take out if you want to raise lower complexity, and that's Taverns of Tiefenthal from Wolfgang Warsch.
Never played it.
Oh my God. It's a deck builder, engine builder, dice drafting, dice placement game. This game's incredible, and it's very straightforward. Your player board is modular, and as you upgrade your tavern, you just flip it over, and so you've got a deck of cards, and they're either workers or customers, and so you're going to draw cards, and you're going to fill the seats in your tavern. Okay, but the workers don't go in the seats of your tavern; they go to the worker spots. So they increase the benefits of those worker actions that you can take. So you might only have 4 tables in your tavern, but you might be able to draw 7 or 8 cards because of where they go on your board. And you can buy cards that are tables, which then add to, so you play that card and now that's another seat that guests can sit at. And then the guests all have like a die value at the top, right? Like maybe a 3 or a 5. And so as you go, you roll these dice and you're going to pick one and it's a draft and the dice all will get passed around. Take one, pass, take one, pass. And so you're going to use some dice to make beer. You're going to put some dice on the customers and then you're going to get money for that. And then you take your beer and your money and you score some points, or you move around this track based on the lowest value. So if you make 3 beer and 4 money, well, you're going to move 3 spaces on this track. And then moving on that track, you pass little things and you get extra things to add to your engine. Like maybe you get a card or maybe you get something over here. And then you can add modules to it to make it more interesting. So there's a schnapps module, and the schnapps give you little, these entertainers. You can come to your tavern and you can spend schnapps to use their action, right? So it might be like cull some cards from your deck. It might be like, gain something, gain X amount of dollars, and then you're using the money to upgrade your tableau. So you start, your tavern starts with 3 tables where you pay X amount of gold. And now that you flip it over, and now you've got 4 tables in addition to any table cards you buy. You can make your beer basically produce double, and things like that. And it's a very straightforward and pretty easy game once it's like in front of you and you're looking at it and you just go, this is what we do. You've got these dice and you're going to assign them to the cards that you just laid out in front of you or to somewhere on your board. And it tells you what the die value it can take is, you know what I mean? And there's some that are just whatever die, so you've got a couple of throwaways.
Or is it just straight up, you're just drafting based on what the roll is?
With the schnapps, you can.
Interesting.
And there's I think it plays 5. It plays at least 4. But I played this at 2 and having an awesome time. There's also a dishwasher, which will let you move up or down a pip. So your dice. So there are ways to mitigate the dice as well. And but yeah, it's a badass game. I got a lot of miles out of this game. I just played the hell out of it.
How long does it play for?
Under an hour, especially if you know how to play. I mean, it goes fast. It goes fast because you are literally, once you have drafted all your dice, there's a lineup of guests that you can pay to have, or you can recruit with beer. You spend beer to get the guests to come, and every card you buy goes to the top of your deck. And then you use the money to buy the extra workers or the improvements or the things like that you'll add to your tavern. There's a barmaid, which will give you extra dice, which only you keep and you don't draft. So you'll have dice in your own player color, so they don't get passed around. So if you have the barmaid, you get to roll the extra dice. And but yeah, especially once, like if I play this with 4 players with like my regular guys, we're done in an hour, under an hour. I mean, people just know. And when you're buying your own stuff, short of buying guests out of the lineup, you can do all this stuff on your board simultaneously. I got this much beer, this much beer. I'm moving around. Give me 2 points. I pass this. You know what I mean? And there's a board with the score on it. And
is it too chunky for like something new coming out? Like, where would you put it in terms of, say, compared to something like Splendor? Would you say it's more complicated than Splendor, less complicated?
Maybe slightly more complicated than Splendor. And I only say that because it has a bunch of different mechanics.
A lot going on, yeah.
But the way the player boards are laid out, it's so straightforward that I feel like you look at the board and it answers a lot of your questions. Like if you take a minute and walk somebody through that board, and it's like, because I know like there's a 6 or a 1 on this spot here. So I know I can only put a 6 or a 1. You know what I mean? Like, so it's most of that is pretty straightforward. And then as you start adding the extra modules and stuff to it, I think the base game comes with like 5 modules. I play with everything. Like throw it all in, we go, and
now, was
it's the
this
same designer.
When did this launch? Was this a Kickstarter, or how did you get this game?
No, this game came out a few years ago in Germany and then came over to the United States via North Star Games. This is the same designer as the game and Quacks of Quedlinburg. If you played either of those, Wolfgang Warsch he's done some other games too. Yeah, Dave, I think it can be intimidating for non-gamers, but I think if you get, that's why it's lower on my list. Like if I got somebody to play Catnip, if I got somebody to play, or if they've played any deck builder or any game where you draft dice, I'm like, okay, you already understand one of these mechanics. Like I can get you in, I get you in the door, because it doesn't. I think the newer players are a little slower as they start to kind of get their feet under themselves, but because the cards they buy go right to the top of the deck and they see that instant, it's almost like an instant gratification because the next turn, like, hey, that card's coming out. You're going to get to use it right away. I think that makes people feel better than some other deck builders where it's like, oh, I just bought this awesome card, but now I've got to go through my whole deck before I get it again, If you haven't played Quacks, I strongly recommend you try Quacks of Quedlinburg. Same designer, fantastic game. That game is probably more popular than Taverns. I like Taverns more, but Quacks is also awesome. It's a bag building, push your luck.
It's come up so many times at game night, and I just happen to be at a different table every time.
Sure.
So it's not an if, it's a when. I end up playing it.
By the time I got to Quacks, I was like, everybody likes this game. I don't, what's so great about it? I don't think I'm gonna like it. And then I played it. I'm like, ah, damn it. This game's pretty good. Like, I kind of want to buy this game right now. Quacks won me over, but I was already kind of 1 foot in because I love Taverns so much.
Yeah.
I got lucky. My sister is very involved in the hobby and in the industry side. And she had actually gotten Quacks, or not Quacks, but Taverns of Tiefenthal from Essen, and before it was in the States. And so we played her copy at her house, and it was, we had printed out English instructions because, the rule book's all in German. Yeah. But the cards are all language independent. There's no verbiage on the cards or anything. So, you're good there. And then Gecko Bob, pre-ordered he ordered a copy shipped from Germany. That's how much he loved it. And by the time it arrived in the States, and I had called our game store, I'm like, hey, if you can get your hands on a copy of this, I think it's coming to the United States. Like, get your hands on a copy. Like, I will buy one immediately. This game's gonna be awesome. Trust me. So Gecko Bob texts me, goes, hey, I just got my copy of Quacks from Germany. And I'm like, oh, dude, I just bought mine at the store that we film at. Like, and I didn't pay as much because I didn't have to have it shipped from overseas. But, that was a lesson learned for Bob. He had to wait. You got to learn to just wait a minute. It'll come to the States. But Taverns of Tiefenthal is one of my all-time favorites. It's great. And yeah, Quacks, you can get on, what is it? You can get on Board Game Geek, like the Geek Up bits. You can buy acrylic tokens that you draw out of the bag, and there's just that nice clacky sound, as you're rustling through your little bag, drawing out your chips.
I'm sure there's 3D print files for these. Pretty much every game now has this, right?
100%. I would do that, but I've got
our game night to have 3D printers, and their games are coming every week. There's a new game, they just pimp the whole thing out, right?
Pimped out. Yeah. I had a friend, actually it was Bob's friend. He 3D printed all these nice little containers for the different kinds of tokens. But now if I upgrade to the Geek Up bits, they won't fit. So I'm like, I'll just live with my raggedy old cardboard bits while Bob has his nice acrylics. But
jeez,
what are you going to do?
Number 8. This has got to be on your list. I'll be shocked if it's not.
You know what? Own it, never played it.
What?
Yeah, I played Point City, which is like a
great. I like
spiritual
Point City
successor. Point City is awesome, but I've not played Point Salad, but I got it. I can right over there.
Oh my god. Yeah, I enjoy Point City more. So Point City is a better game. But point salad is almost idiot proof in terms of teaching people how to play.
Nice.
It is so simple. You're just literally, you got your grid of 6 cards. I hear a cat somewhere.
Yeah, that's my cat down here. He's probably hungry.
Available at or Amazon. So point salad is you got your grid of 6 cards. On one side, you've got the objectives. So if I get 3 peppers, it's worth 6 points, or for every 3 peppers, I get 6 points. If I have a carrot, a pepper, and a radish, it's worth X. So on one side, you're either taking a card that has an objective, or you take 2 of the actual vegetables for the salad that are in that grid of 6. As soon as you take those 2, they're replenished from the piles that you just were pulling the objectives from. So on the other side of the objective cards are the actual vegetables. And you have the option that at any time, if you take an objective and later on you realize you're not going to achieve it, or some of them have negative consequences, you can use your action to actually flip it over and turn it into a vegetable. Can't turn it back, but you can turn it into a vegetable and put it towards your end game score. This is the one that I find is probably the easiest game to teach, where even if somebody's half paying attention, they can still at least they're maybe not going to win, but they can at least participate.
Right.
And it's got these cool artwork, very much like Point City in terms of how the artwork is done. I think they actually recycle some of the imagery on it. It plays 2 to 6, 14 plus. You can go younger. Guarantee the 14 plus just so they can actually sell this on Amazon without having to do all the testing.
The extra, yeah.
Amazon's really clamped down. We just had this on more so in Canada. They're ruthless in Canada. So on Hamsters versus Hippos, which is one of our games, it's basically a tile placing game. Press your luck. You're trying to skip across the pond, collect these lotus flowers before a hippo basically eats you. That's the game. And we did the international testing, so all the toxicology with what are the lead levels, is the paint is not toxic paint, there's no cadmium in it, the whole suite. And so we submitted that. It's been selling on Amazon now for 2 years, and then of course always happens at Christmas time. Amazon in Canada comes and says, hey, we need you to submit your reports. So I'm like, okay, here's our reports. And like, no, these aren't legit. We need the testing reports for Canada. And I'm like, what are you talking about? These are SGS. There's only 2 companies, Intertech and SGS. That's it, that do all the testing for this worldwide. And so you can never get a hold of a person, obviously, on Amazon. But I was finally able to talk to somebody, and she's like, well, I don't see the word Canada anywhere on this report. I'm like, but the testing is based on lead levels and paint levels and so forth. Like, it doesn't have to say Canada. It just has to say whether it passes the thing or not.
Right.
They will not take these reports. So there's a good chance this game is going to come out of the Amazon Canada store just because the report doesn't have the word Canada written on the testing report.
Oh my God.
That's how regimented they are in Canada. So as a company, what unfortunately I'm going to start doing, you saw this in Garden Geckos. You probably got the box and you're like, 14 plus. Well,
we talked about it, I think.
Yeah, I could probably play this with an 8-year-old or a 10-year-old. Sure, you can, but we're going to put 14 plus in the box just because I don't want to have to go through the shenanigans
to dodge the
with Amazon. Because even the testing we did cost, I think it was about $2,400 US.
Wow.
And what they want you to do is they want you to do that same test in 3 different countries, exact same protocols and everything, but they just want on top of the report to say this matches the Canadian requirements. This one matches the U.S. requirements. This one matches the CE certification in Europe. And it's becoming a real problem. And I'm seeing this more and more with games in the industry starting to do that 14 plus. And then you'll watch a video where they're reviewing. They're like, these guys got 14 plus. Are they crazy? I could play this with my kid.
Yeah.
That's
good to know. That's good to know, because I know like that there's somewhere if you don't test it with certain groups or whatever, but yeah. Like you can only put certain ages. It's funny because my day job, I work with hazmat. Like, I mean, it's compressed gas, but but we have all these hazmat regulations because we ship compressed gas and everything, all over the place. And yeah, I mean, we like the store that I'm a manager of, we deliver to a nuclear power plant and they need a certificate of certification. But if it doesn't have their name on it and so-and-so signed it, it's out of compliance. And,
Yeah.
That signature doesn't change, or that, those couple of letters typed on that cert don't change the contents of that bottle. Like it's still the same gas in there. But yeah, it's kind of crazy. The hoops we jump through, right? And what you've got to do. And
yeah, it's brutal. I had this, I don't know, we're digressing here a little bit, but
it happens.
Inside baseball. But I had, I think it was on, might have been on Nutty Squirrels. Might have been on Nutty Squirrels. One of these games where I did the testing and I looked at the Canadian spec and I looked at the UK spec. So there's UK CA you need now. So there's CE and there's UK CA. They're literally the exact same test. It's just one says that this is compliant with the UKCA protocol, and this one says it's compliant with the CE protocol. So I said to the testing company, I just want to do one report. Can you give me one report that says this is the testing that satisfies CE and UKCA? And they said, well, no, it's a different test. And I said, but here's a test. Like, it's the exact same levels of leads. Like, literally, put beside each other, they're identical.
Oh my God.
So what's different? And they go, well, it's just a different test. And I'm like, it's not a different test. It's the same test.
It can't be a different test.
They finally agreed. They charged me I think it was like a 20% upcharge, but at least it wasn't double.
Oh,
so they
sure.
actually did on one of the reports. They put compliant to UKCA and
wow.
And CE. It is bananas. What is
wow.
Nick's?
Nick's? Yeah. No, we didn't nix you, Nick's. You're always welcome. You're allowed to show up late, man. Life happens sometimes. Mike's not even here tonight because he had stuff. He was at a thing for a coworker that ran. I mean, he was at a place that was understaffed and he couldn't get out of there in a good time. And so, I told James not to take it personally, just that I think he thought he was Spencer and didn't want to come on because he didn't want to get wrecked. Yeah. Listen, we have all been wrong on reviews and previews before, and Spencer was definitely wrong that night.
Yeah, you know what? No one's wrong. People have their.
Oh, sure. You come at it from your own opinion, your own perspective. We just got to give him shit because.
Yeah. Oh, I love to rip him. Yeah, it was great at Origins. It's fun, but no, I appreciate that there are. That's what's cool about the board game rundown, right? Is that you have really 4 different people looking at this from 4 different angles, right? And of course, your game styles are going to probably align because you guys hang out a lot and play a lot of the similar games, but you're still going to see things through different eyes, right? And
that's my pitch every time.
Yeah.
Like, what makes your channel different? It's like, well, look, there's 4 of us and we have this Venn diagram of overlap and stuff that we love. But I mean, there's guys all the time that just we'll be talking about our thoughts on a game and it's like, oh my God, I didn't even think about, you're right. I didn't even think about that. Or I'm like sitting there going the whole time, like, I can't wait to tell him how wrong he is, but yeah, no, I'm sorry to cut you off. I just got excited because you picked up on that. I was just very happy that somebody noticed.
and I find that every time we do these, I always learn something. Like on that game specifically, there was interesting feedback that I had from a number of different people. And I find it interesting too, even reviewers in different countries really come at it from a different perspective.
Oh, sure.
Right. So like I had more so there was some of the reviewers, if any of the ones that didn't like it, the majority of them were like UK based.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And there wasn't a lot. I think we had of the 70 pieces of content we had, there was 3.
Oh, hell, that's not bad.
That said that straight up said they didn't like the game. And there was 2 that said, I could see some positives. And, I think if you did this, this, and this, I think it'll be better. And I'd be like, okay, if you go back, we actually, in the brief, we mentioned that we're changing this, but the 3 that were like, yeah, I absolutely, the one person left me like a 20-minute voicemail about how much they hated the game. Literally. And, but I listened to the whole thing. I took notes.
For sure.
And
you got to.
This is great. Thank you. Thank you. Like, this is great feedback. And what I found is as in a game like Cities of Venus, the point of the game is that it's going to be punishing, right? So you are starting from a position of weakness. You're going to do your best to build up your city to get it to be thriving by the time the end game triggers. but we're going to keep throwing stuff at you that's going to be punishing, and you're going to take 2 steps forward and you're going to take 1 step back. And sometimes you're going to take 1 step forward, you're going to take 2 back. And that's the point of the game. That is the story. The story is you're trying to survive on Venus.
Right.
And some of the reviewer, and this, I always look at these internally and say, okay, what did I do wrong? Right. Like this went wrong. And so what could have I done differently? And for me, it's always the brief. Anytime there's been a mismatch is because I wasn't clear enough in the brief, or I wasn't clear enough in what the game was, where we didn't figure out if there's a fit prior to us actually having them look at the game.
Oh, right. For sure.
And so these people said, so the 2 of them specifically that said, absolutely, literally used the word like I hated it.
Oh, right.
They said it didn't feel good when I would like build a department up and then like electrical storm would hit that would knock out half my workers in that department, or it didn't feel good when. And so, I appreciate that. I said, I can appreciate that. That's my bad, because I should have told you this is the kind of game it was before I even had you review. Right. Because of course you're not going to like it if that's not the kind of the game you like. There's a Garden Gecko is a perfect example of this too. I had a reviewer where, and I've gotten better at now having that pre-conversation where, as you know, when I do games now, what I'll do is I'll go and I'll create production copies. So what you have in your hands, like this one back here and the one you have there, like that's a production copy. Like we had 100 of these made at the factory that's making the game. Yes, there's going to be tweaks. And when I make the deal with the factory, when they get awarded the job, I say, okay, you're going to get the big run, but you have to agree to do a small run first. That run's going to go to reviewers. You can't count on any of those plates being reused. There might be some, but I might change some things because there's going to be some learnings as we come along through the Kickstarter, through talking to reviewers. There's things that are probably going to change. You have to be willing to do that to be a fit for us, for us to manufacture our game. And for this particular one, What's WHATZ is the manufacturer. And they said, yeah, we totally get it. And so they did these 100 copies. And so we sent them out. And so I'm talking to this reviewer, and they say, oh, we're really excited about the game. Looks really cool. And I say, cool. I just want to let you know, because I went and looked at your content, and in your content, there's a lot of your videos where if there's not direct player interaction, where you're taking this from that guy and that guy's taking this from you, like you're giving it like a thumbs down. So you don't have that in this game. You're not attacking. The geckos aren't attacking each other. Right. You are racing to try to get objectives before the other guy. And yes, you're going to take something that maybe he was planning for, and there's a kick in the, the nuts. He was hoping for that one, but now I got to go for another objective, and hopefully they set it up properly. And as you know, as the game progresses, you got to get better at kind of setting up yourself for what's going to be coming down the pipe.
Yes.
I said, but this is the kind of game. And the reviewer actually said, thank you for telling me that. You're right. I would have given this 2 thumbs down because that's not the kind of game I like. No worries. Don't worry about sending me a game. And I'm like, thank you.
I think
I'd much rather have that conversation.
I think I don't want to say the dumbest, but by saying that, I just kind of did. The most ill-informed comment I saw regarding the game so far was that somebody said that the box cover doesn't match the play style, or you know what I mean, or something to that effect. Yeah. And I was just kind of like, I don't know. Have you seen Concordia? Like, if you look at that box cover, that tells you nothing about that damn game. That's one of my all-time favorite games, but I didn't play it for a long time because I hated the box cover so much. So honestly, I'll take a box cover that I think is hilarious and that will like I could put this on the table and my wife would be like, oh, what's that? Right?
It's Bob.
Yeah, it's Bob. That's Gecko Bob. And she's gonna give the game a chance and have a good time with it.
Yeah.
Whereas if this had like a orc or a goblin or whatever on it, like she doesn't give a shit about fantasy themed stuff, like she's not going to look at it twice. And it'd be like, no, seriously, you'll love this game, but I don't know. And I don't think you're lying to people with this box cover, either, I don't know.
Did you see a comment? Was it on the fate? Like,
I forget. I might've been on a Facebook thing. Cause I think Mike and I were even like, what's this dude's problem? But whatever.
So what I started doing, and here's some advice for anybody that's doing Facebook ads, and just a little hint here, 90% of all your leads are going to come through Meta.
Oh,
Like
okay.
for Kickstarter, it's. I know people talk about, oh, do Board Game Geek banner ads, like none of that has any impact. Like your ROI is far, far greater on using Meta for your ads and lead generation than any other platform other than face-to-face, obviously at conventions and so forth. But all these other advertising methods, I've tried them all and I've talked to a lot of people and they don't work. It's Meta still for this industry. And one of the things that I saw, and I did this on Cities of Venus, where I was watching a video of this consulting agency that does like a lot of, and it wasn't even in board games, it was in some other industry.
Sure.
And the guy's advice was, he was saying like, how did they get their lead gen cost, their cost of acquisition down? And what this consultant would say is, he says, treat your ads like they're a conversation. So don't think of them as an ad. If somebody writes a negative comment, good. Don't delete it. Respond and try to get them to keep going.
Because now you're pumping up the algorithm, right?
The algorithms don't realize now it's an ad. The algorithm thinks, oh wow, there's a big conversation going on this topic. We're going to keep pushing it out. So you'll notice on this where the people are saying that the box cover doesn't match the style of game. I'm like, great.
Yeah.
What is it on the box cover that it's like, if you look at the comments and go, what is it on the box cover that doesn't match? Oh, I think it should be more like a garden gecko. I go, well, can you give me some examples? So the person's like posting images in there of, oh, what about this and this? I'm like, those are fantastic. And keep the conversation going back and forth.
Well, now you got 100 comments on
that gets your lead generation cost down, right? So that's a good thing. That's why I did that. Not why I picked this particular image. This one here, we really struggled because in like I really lean heavily on my media. I've got 2 big meetup groups. So obviously friends and family and so forth, but the meetup groups, we have this amazing resource of people. And even like Reed, who's, I'm not sure if he's still in here, but was in here earlier. He's part of that kind of larger community in Toronto as well, where he comes out and he'll play test some of his games at some of these meetups, or, he'll run events at his house and so forth. And I've been there, and we've, it's such a huge community. And so you have a lot of people you can actually start pulling on these kind of things. And the group was split 50-50 because I had 2 different box covers. I had one with the cute gecko. And the first thing we did is I used like a Mid-Journey. This one's actually an artist. So we used Cesar Delgado, who did Bunny Drops, which we'll talk about a little bit later, as well as Hamsters versus Hippos. But I start off with AI to kind of get to the zone and use that kind of like with your test markets. So talking to people, and like when I do play testing at a meetup or wherever I'm taking it, I love to have a box cover with me just because people are visual, right? And so I'll mock up a box cover. And so I mocked up different ones. One was like a gecko in more nature themed, kind of Cascadia, where you've got like a garden and an actual gecko, a stylized gecko, and then did the cartoon gecko and started getting different people to weigh in. And what I found is that people who didn't like the one we have here, we're more heavier gamers. And would immediately say, well, you should think of something like Cascade. And they start rhyming off examples, right?
Yeah.
And they're pretty far into the industry that would have the people that would push back. The people that were used to playing like gateway type games, people that were more casual, people that were buying more on emotion when they see something, we're like, wow, it was almost like double the reaction towards the good.
Right. Yeah.
The cover. So I was kind of stuck where I'm like, gosh, I know some people are going to comment. So I knew it was coming. Right. But I said, there's so many people on this side where I can't just think about, the person that finally has on the table and says, well, after I've played it, man, I wish the cover had been more real, more like a real garden, like a real gecko. I have to think about the people that are scrolling and they got 2 seconds to see the image, and is the image going to grab them? Right. Or when it's going to be on Amazon later on, 2 years from now, once we've delivered all of our copies and we're finally starting to sell copies, or if we're blessed enough to have retailers take this game and it's on a shelf and people are walking by, what's that cover going to be that's going to pull people and get them to stop, at least pick it up and look at it?
Right.
And so that's what made us kind of land on this one and say, okay. And then it took that gecko design we had, sent it over to Caesar and said, hey, Caesar, his talent is definitely in this kind of like illustrated card. If anybody's seen Hamster versus Hippos, this kind of cute kind of personality with like an animal style.
Right.
So this is kind of the zone we're going for. Can you get in this zone? And then he came up with this design. So I know the comments are going to keep coming, and that's fine. I encourage.
No, but I mean, I guess and it's just my opinion, but I had liked the art design. I like the style because I know my family's going to like this game. This is a game, and it's only not on my list because it's not out yet. So it'd be cheating. But this is a game. And what's awesome about this is that this is like a production value copy. So because I try not to take prototypes out.
Yeah.
I try to be very sensitive about that because you want people to see the finished version of a game. You don't want somebody forming, you don't want somebody forming an opinion on something, and if they're not as into the industry, maybe they just don't consider, everything. I just try to be very respectful of people's, properties and stuff. But this is one where it's like, hell, if I go to a thing this weekend, like I could bring this out and be like, oh, this is going to be on Kickstarter in a week. So you want to see this, like, let's go. Cause I know that this is about what it's going to be, more or
not
less.
even about, it's exactly what it's going to be.
But you know what I mean? Yeah. It's not like, I mean, I got prototypes all over the place, where, it's like pasted on, or this is this, and, some of them are homemade and some of them are just printed off a Game Crafter. And it's like, oh, this is just to kind of get us going. And it's awesome. Like, hey, like I'm here for it. We'll talk about it. But,
the only difference between this and the product so far, again, our campaign launches April 2nd, so some things could come up during that campaign. But the main differences is we actually have it's not the Game Trays brand, but like that style of like the clear lid snap.
Oh, right. Yep.
In the box. So there'll be one you can pull the lid off and put on the table for the bugs, because as you know, you need to have the bugs readily available. And there'll be a second tray to hold the geckos, keep them nice and organized, so you don't have to worry about bags. And then we will have probably spot UV on the box, because this box, although the box is linen finish, so it's a nice quality box.
Oh, but also
we're going to do spot UV, probably the butterfly, obviously the title plate, and Tin Robot Games.
Tell me you're keeping this.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah,
I love that. I love that.
You'll notice actually all my games have that, eh?
Oh, right on.
Every game we've launched, except for the very first one, every game except for Tanks But No Thanks has inside lid printing. It's just something we do kind of as our little trademark. So that is the game. Well, we're going to add the trays, and then there might be more objectives. Like there's a lot of objectives in that deck.
Right.
But based on the sheet size, I just got to get from the factory the exact, because what I did is again, because we're trying to get it out in time to have enough reviewers get this in their hands. But when we get to the actual production, which is going to happen probably fairly quickly, then I'll get them to give me exactly how many cards fit on your sheet, because they use the sheet size, right? So if you give them
so if
it doesn't fill the sheet, then they have like 6 blanks to go in the garbage. So
that's dead. Dead space, right?
That's fully maximized. So there might be more cards in there, but other than that, the game is like fully flushed out. Double-sided, 4-color printed meeples. The geckos, colorblind friendly. So if you got 2 people that are playing, and one wants to be blue, one wants to be green, one person chooses the pattern side, the other person plays with the solid side. Cards are linen finish. The hexes, extra thick hexes, so they lay nice on the table.
Nice chunky. Yeah, good. Yeah. Poor Nix. Yeah, Nix, we did start on the list. We've just the problem is Mike's not here to keep us on track. So James and I are like, we're just going, man. We're having a good time.
All right, let's get back to it. All right, number 8. What was your number 8? I had some point salad. Let's get back to
I didn't say number 8 yet. My number 8 is so easy to teach, and it is a raucous time, and that is Ready, Set, Bet. Have you played Ready, Set, Bet?
Is this the horse racing one?
Yeah, real time.
I've seen it. I've never played it.
So I have yet to play it.
I had the opportunity to play. It's just been at another table and I'm stuck in another game.
I've yet to play it where somebody is actually rolling the dice for the horses and running the race. Mike and I keep saying we're going to do it. We have yet to. Maybe we'll do it soon. But there's an amazing app which you can set the speed and it will call out which horses move and how fast. And everybody is betting. And once the third horse crosses the red line, you can't bet anymore. So you've got to place all your bets on the horses, and you're betting like where, win, place, show. A ton of my family is from Louisville, Kentucky, and the Kentucky Derby and horse racing is like a huge thing. And one of my uncles is like damn near an expert handicapper when it comes to horse racing.
Yeah.
And I'm dying to get this game to play with him, like get down to Kentucky and play this game with him. I haven't yet.
Yeah.
But like, because they love horse racing so much. They go to the Downs all the time to bet on races. They don't go when it's the actual race, because that's when all the tourists go. They go, on a Monday, you know what I mean, in May when nobody's there. Well, I guess the race is in May. So let's just say a Monday in July when nobody's, there's no casual fans there. It's all the hardcore people are there. But yeah, Ready, Set, Bet is so good. To have a bunch of adults yelling at an iPad, or we usually will simulcast it to like a TV, you know what I mean? So we will cast it to a TV. So all these adults are yelling at these digital horses, like, no, yes, go. Because you need them.
I didn't realize they have an app for this. That's fantastic.
The app is fantastic. The app's so good. But this game is just so damn fun. And you're just betting. You're throwing your chips down, and you get a couple like perks here and there, which might give you like an extra betting chip, and things like that.
Dope your horse or no?
No, I wish. That'd be so good. Dope the other horse. But yeah, it's a wild game, man. And again, you get the right group, and everybody, like Mike and I, we tend to try to get people like fired up, and like amped up, and you get everybody kind of going. And it's just a very high energy thing for a couple of minutes. And then you breathe as everybody like recalibrates. We clear the betting board. Everybody sees how much money they got or lost. And it's like, okay, all right, here we go. So who's ready for the next race?
High player count?
Yeah. God, it's all the way over there. I think you can play with at least 6, maybe even more. God, I need to look it up. But Ready, Set, Bet is fantastic. Let me look it up real quick. Unless somebody in the comments knows off the top of their head how many Ready, Set, Bet plays. Come on. Go to tabs, clear this out. Are you even on?
I've definitely written it down. This was cool about this list because I've already got now 2 games I got to go buy. Taverns of Tiefenthal.
Taverns of Tiefenthal. I'm telling you, man.
Definitely, I'm getting that one for sure. And Ready, Set, Bet, it's a no-brainer. I'll get that. That's a fun one definitely for meetups because you can get a lot of people getting excited.
2 to 9 players.
How many?
Up to 9.
Wow.
Yeah.
It kind of reminds me of like, is it Chits and Wagers? Where again, it's kind of loud because you got a lot of people living around. You're placing your bets. Obviously, not like a horse racing, but that kind of same kind of party game.
Right. Right.
And certainly with the app, if you can cast that to a TV, that would be awesome. That'd be a good family game. That'd be a good one for like Christmas, Easter with the in-laws and the family.
Exactly. Again, these games get a lot of mileage, but if you're playing this at like a meetup and there's one table that is constantly blowing up and like all worked up, and then people come over and are like, what's going on over here? They're like, oh, you want in on the next game? Like, watch this round. You're going to want in. Like, we'll play again if you want. And you know what I mean? And you could just keep going, people get into it, and it's a really good, it doesn't take a lot of time, so it's a really good either end of the night game. Like, all right, well, let's play a round of Ready, Set, Bet, and then I'm gonna get out of here. Or it's a good early game before everybody divides up and goes into other things.
Is it just you pick how many races you want to do, or?
So you do 3 races. I think it's 3 races. You run 3 races, and with the app, you can set the spacing. So like he can name a horse to move like every 15 seconds, every 20 seconds, or every 10 seconds. So you can make it, you can slow it down if people want to have a little bit more time to bet. Or if it's a person that's rolling the dice and calling out like what horses are in the lead, then it's up to the person. So hopefully you've worked out with them what speed you want them to go. But I mean, we crank the speed up because we just like the intensity of it because, you know, it's like, it's the pressure then. Cause it's like, man, if horse number 2 moves one more time, like that's going to be the 3rd horse to cross the line. I'm not going to be able to place any more bets, but it's like, what are the odds of a 2 getting rolled? It's like, well, shit, it just happened. I guess I can't bet. So it's wild. It's just a raucous, good time. I love it.
All right. That's going to add to my list for sure.
And I'm going to actually break the shrink off of my point salad because I really did enjoy Point City. I played a friend's copy, but now I know I can get point salad played with family and stuff.
Yeah, with family. Like if you have a regular game group that you play Point City with, it's going to be a letdown going to point salad because Point City is so much better.
Walking backwards.
Like point salad with like another kind of layer of complexity to add to it. What I don't like about point salad is just how like someone's full-time job during the game is just refreshing, which
right.
It kind of sucks.
Somebody's got to play, maintenance.
Yeah, and tracking. Okay, was that a building or was that like remember which one to replenish with? Because you're always replenishing with the opposite.
Oh, right.
Points. Reed, let go of it, man. Pokemon's dead.
He's got to catch them all. He's not going to let it go.
We're starting to wonder where now we're knowing where Rune Beast has come from, I guess, huh?
No doubt. Right?
You guys covered Rune Beast, I think, on his episode, didn't you?
We talked a little bit about it. Yep. We did.
So good. Oh,
we did. Good. I can't wait to like get my hands on it and see it. I think what he say, Origins, maybe we'll be able to see it.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, it was I've had the privilege of being able to play this at the different stages along the way. And even the first stage I played at, he did it properly. He went through Game Crafter and so forth. So even his stand-in art and everything worked really, really well. But now with the new art, like it looks awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. Reed's got a good eye for art. I'll say that. I love the art that he had in Vigilante. I'm looking forward to seeing what Rune Beasts look like. And I will give you the credit for the art on Catnip since you published that one. But I love the art in Catnip Auction House. So he's consistent there. If anything, all of Reed's games look really good, and so far they all play really well and enjoy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. All right, number 7. I'll let you do number 7 first.
Okay, mine's kind of a weird one, but sometimes I like to have a game at a meetup with some table presence. I kind of talked about this a little bit with like Ready Set Bet, where like, what's getting people's attention. And a very easy to teach game with really cool table presence is from Academy Games, and it's called Reality Shift. So Reality Shift, you've got these cubes that are 4-sided, and they've got these different colors on them, and you've got these magnetic bikes that stick to the side, and you're playing cards, and you're trying to move to get to the finish line. But here's the thing, is these 4-sided cubes, you can play cards to rotate them and flip them so they're moving, so you can bury the finish line. You can roll a cube on top of another player's bike, and then they have to go back to either a checkpoint or the starting spot. And so you're moving down. It's literally 3-dimensional. Think about it sort of like originally they designed it with like Tron in mind with the light bikes.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can. We set up, one time we set up and we played it was literally a U. So it was like 4 blocks down, 1 block in the middle, and then 4 blocks up. And you start at the top of 1 block on the top of this side of the U, and you got to get to the top of the other side of the U, and you're manipulating blocks. So you play and you can move the starting or the ending spot closer to you, but then next turn somebody can play a card and they can rotate. Depending on the card they play, it determines how the blocks rotate, and you can pick a block.
So is it like one big cube you're moving, or is it like a series of cubes?
A series of cubes. So you're manipulating like 9 or 10 different cubes. Like, so you've got them all stacked up. And so like you just kind of, you either rotate it on this axis or maybe you pivot it. And so because the direction you're facing also matters. And then because they're magnetic, literally you can run down the side of it. It's just wild. My niece.
Sorry, give me the name of this one again.
Reality Shift.
Reality Shift.
While you're talking about your game, I'll grab my copy of Reality Shift. I don't know if it went to Kickstarter or not. I know Matt Hansen designed it. It's published by Academy Games. I don't know if it went through anybody else first. But it's kind of a weird one in Academy Games' catalog, because they do like Freedom, the Underground Railroad. They do a couple like really neat war games. So this one was kind of a unique sci-fi title, in their in their catalog. But yeah, this game was like super cool. And see, Bob thinks it might have went through GameBound. Maybe. But I'll grab
a copy.
I'll go grab my copy real quick.
All right, so that was his 7. Yeah, so I'm on 7. All right, my 7. I don't want anybody to say this is lame, but I'm gonna put it on there anyway. Hey, Wayne.
Hey, Wayne. Wayne's a good dude too. I like Wayne. All right, so these are the cubes, and you've got your different pathways, and then basically your board is like they're stacked up, and so you can play a card to rotate the cube. So if I rotate this off the tower, it goes all the way down, and if there's a bike on the side, let me get the bikes out real quick. So the bike sticks to the side.
Oh, that's cool.
And which way you're facing. So then if somebody rotates a cube down, it squishes your bike. And then you've got to go back to the starting point.
Oh, so or
a checkpoint. Yeah, so you respawn like all the time. So it's not the end of the world if you get killed. And then there's like little warp cubes which can teleport you different places. But the game's badass. You can have these crazy setups. Like you could literally like just put all the cubes in one big stack and just have the start point be at the bottom and the end point be at the top. I mean, it's whatever you want. They give you like recommended setups and stuff,
and the board is based on your perspective, so it's different for what you see versus the other players.
I mean, let me see.
Kind of like, have you played Block and Key?
No, I haven't.
From Inside Up Games, so it's kind of like Tetris, but like how you place your piece impacts other people. Okay, I see. Yeah.
So they give you like these variable setups you can use. So you set up the cubes in certain ways. I mean, there's pages of different setups.
That's cool.
You can do, and everybody starts all in the same space, and then you just start. Everything changes 5 minutes into the game, 3 turns in. It looks completely different because everybody's pivoted, rolled cubes, moved them around. And yeah, I played this with my niece and my brother-in-law. And my niece, she didn't win because she spent so much time just trying to kill me and her dad. But she probably had more fun than I've ever seen anybody have playing a board game, just because she got to brutalize us for, a half an hour. And I'm like, Cameron, you could have won if you wouldn't have killed me that round. She's like, yeah, but I really wanted to kill you. And I was like, okay, I get that. Not gonna hate. I'm not gonna
have to win. You just have to lose.
Yeah. Right. But anyway, super cool game, really unique. Again, crazy table presence and not that hard to teach. So just kind of a badass game. These kind of lists sometimes are a good excuse to shout out, games that maybe don't get a ton of love, but like I still try to show off, as much as I can.
Well, certainly I think table presence is important, right? And this is something I often, both in games that we try to make, Garden Gecko is another example of this, where we want it to be visually beautiful on the table. But even games I back, when I buy games on Kickstarter, and I just had Buru just arrived today, which is I think it was like 2 years late, but I finally got my copy. And I backed that. We had interviewed those guys on the podcast. But even when I was kind of going through the research on that, just seeing how much table presence it had, I'm like, wow, that would be great for game night, because I love games you can pull out where people stop, right? They're walking by like,
yes.
oh, what is this? What are you guys playing? What are you playing? Right? Because then if they're interested, then you can bring it back another week, and then you got another group of players who are going to play the game.
Yeah. I mean, I want to get my games played, you know, and if they look great, that helps so much.
Yeah, it sucks when you get a new game and you only get it out like once, and it's like, like I'm trying to think of like what was the one? What Rolling Heights is one of my favorite games.
I'm dying to play that game. It looks amazing.
So good. It's so good. And I've only played it like 3 times because it's a bit of there's a lot of pieces. It's a little bit medium kind of weight, so you can't just throw like casual gamers in there. But it's one of those ones that I would love to have brought out more, right? I can play it every week. I absolutely love it. All right, my number 7. Bob saying he's got that after the Empire a lot.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, you get a game with a lot of cool table presence, and then people are like, what? But it's hard. But after the Empire is sort of more of a medium, you know, more of that medium heavy side, not heavy or anything, but it's hard to just play that casually, you know, where like at a meetup, we're like, oh, now if you've got it set up, maybe somebody's going to go, what, you know, and like really get in there and get excited. But it's hard to just go, oh, I've got this game and you've got the box, and the box is great, but it's hard to kind of explain it. But when you've got it set up and you see you've got your own little castle and you're building up your castle walls and you're defending, you know, from invaders, then people are like, oh, hell yeah, I'm in. You know,
we tried to do that on Cities of Venus. I think we did it on Cities of Venus, where the table presence is like neoprene mat and the boards, and
you had me with Cities of Venus. You had me with like the way you could slot the cards in.
Yeah, quad layer boards. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I was just like, what is happening? Like, I was really impressed with that. I really appreciated how you integrated that mechanic in there.
That was the toughest design piece of that game, was those quad layer boards, because the factory had never done anything like that before, right?
So, oh, really?
Yeah, like they'd done dual layer, and in some cases you have like triple layer, but like a quad layer board where the car is physically going on the inside like that. Like I've got a Quadica does kind of ish in that vein, but the way they glue theirs is very different than the way we did ours. I literally had to create the files myself. Like the factory's like, okay, so I had to like, we're using paper. Okay, here's how the different layers come together. The first prototypes we got back from the factory were literally paper. I'm like,
no,
what is this? And they're like, well, it's like the video you sent us. I'm like, no, that was paper. I'm trying to show you how the layers go together. Like you got to use cardstock, man. So
that reminds me. Paper. That reminds me. One of my favorite movies of all time is Spinal Tap. Have you ever seen this? Is Spinal Tap?
No.
Okay, so there's a scene in the movie. There's a scene in the movie where they want this Stonehenge thing designed to come down on stage when they do Stonehenge. Okay. Yeah. And he makes notes on a napkin, and instead of it being 12 feet tall, they make it 12 inches tall because of the notes on the napkin. And they're like, in what world did you think that we would want a 12-inch Stonehenge? I won't spoil what else happens with that because it's incredible in case you ever watch that 45-year-old movie, but strong recommend to Spinal Tap. But anyways,
it's tough, right? Like when you're dealing with China, like that's where literally all the best manufacturing is, right? So when people are like, why are you going to China? Is it just better? No, it's not better pricing, it's better quality. Like
you don't have well, look at Terraforming Mars.
Yeah.
For example. I mean, that's made in my home state of Indiana.
Yeah.
Famously, everybody replaces their components in Terraforming Mars.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just you've got decades of the best, newest equipment being installed in China, right? So even if I want to make something local, they're probably going to have to outsource to China some of the components because they can't do it, right?
Right.
So, but you're dealing with language barriers sometimes, right? Where you have to you're trying to explain, and so you use a lot of video and like pictures and just okay, here's what I mean.
There's
now I
not
know
room
better
for
to say,
nuance.
yeah.
Yes.
And now I know better to say, now this is just an example how these come together, but don't make it out of paper. Please make it out of cardstock.
Right.
Things like that, right? Like even the boards you had received, they're thicker than even those ones. Like those ones had a bit of warping to them because they kind of like were rushing them and they dry too fast, so there's a little bit of warping. But the new boards are like, I think 3 times as thick as the ones you have. And we even added more windows. So like there's in the food and the water departments, there's special upgrades that appear in those ones as well. So every department has something that creates a new power and
a unique
upgrade,
yeah.
I'll make sure once we go to production, we'll get a copy in your hands for you to see kind of where
dude, I can't wait to rub Spencer's face and how good that game is.
But Spencer's not allowed to play.
Fair. Totally fair. I will make him sit on the review and hear us talk about how much we loved it.
All right. My number 7 is Code Names.
Classic.
You know what? I know some people might be like, boo, that's it's too.
No, get out of here. It's classic.
And I know there's some people who'll be like, if you can buy it at Walmart, it's not truly a hobby game. But this is one where it is so easy to explain the concept to people that are non-gamers. And what I like about it is it's a great way to act as an icebreaker with maybe a new person, right? So you're trying to make friends. Somebody's coming, they want to feel comfortable. It's like, hey, why don't you join my team? You and I are going to play against, Sally and Bob. And I don't know this person. I just met them there on the spot, but you're starting to kind of create this kind of language between the
Codenames gives you stories. Yes.
Yeah. And Reed, I'm sure there's a Pokemon version out there somewhere.
Thank you for preempting that before we had to get there.
For sure there's a Disney one. I had one person at one of our game nights that kept bringing her Disney code names. And I have Disney code names, and like I get annihilated. My kids annihilate me at it.
Sure.
Like it's like literally like, okay, well, this movie, like if you haven't seen every Disney movie, you're cooked. The kids are going to win every time.
Right.
We have somebody at our game night that's just a big Disney fan. She wants people to play her Disney code names. I always feel bad because I always say, I'm out. Like
it's not fair. It's not. There used to be a game called Seen It. Do you remember Seen It?
Yep.
It was like a movie quote, like movie DVD game. First, I had to be on my own team because I love movies too much. And then people just stopped playing with me because it wasn't fair. So I get it. That poor Disney fan needs to learn how to like lose a few rounds to like shark people in and then be like, okay, so we're going to play for money, right? And then you just start going and you just.
I put this in the same category as Dixit. Dixit didn't make my list only because I find when I play, it's a great gateway game. It's a great meetup game, but I do find the rules on how you do scoring is a bit confusing for newer players. That's why that one didn't make my cutoff, but I put it pretty much in the same genre as this one here.
It's funny because I took Codenames down to Kentucky to play with my cousins and some family, and they have not played a board game that wasn't like cribbage or Monopoly, and I took Codenames down and my cousin was buying it on his phone by the time, before we were finished.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize how competitive he was. He's like, oh, only 3? Come on, Tim. Like, come on, we got to do better than that,
Yeah.
And also, anybody that says a game you can buy at Target or a big box store is not a game, like, just go to hell. Like, listen, it's awesome they got their game on the shelf in a big box store, first of all. That's not a Hasbro game. And second of all, any game that gets somebody that wouldn't normally play a board game, like, especially a hobby level board game, but it's going to like crack that door open a little bit where you might be able to get them into the hobby with you. Give it to me, right? Like, it's worth it. It's
a great age spanner too, right? So you can have like, and we do this during the holidays. My dad would come over, right? And then we have our kids. So you have like multi-generational that can play the same game.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Because it's not like you have to, again, if you're not playing the Disney version, trying to come up with what's one word that links 3 of the things you see on the table in front of you. It's just a great classic. Again, try to keep it in my game bag for most meetups, just because you never know. Even if I'm not playing it, our meetup
Sorry.
at our meetup we have the kind of this rule that anybody's game bag is fair play. So we put them out on the tables, and anybody's free to as long as you put back in the bag you pull it out of, anybody can play anybody's game. So I always have it there. And often, even if I'm not playing it, usually I'm not playing, but it'll come out and someone else will play.
I love seeing people. If I bring a game and I see people playing it, I'm so happy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, hey, somebody's enjoying it. You know, that's all that matters.
Totally.
Number
6.
All right. Do you want to go or do you want me to go?
You can go because I got to find mine.
Okay. My number 6, it's kind of along your lines. Game that spans like all age groups. And even my 6-year-old can play this if we don't get too crazy with it. And that's Telestrations. Telestrations is so easy, so much fun. I've got the party pack, so I think we can play with like 12 players. And we played, so at Origins, funny story, we played a game, like a max player count game of Telestrations After Dark, the adult version.
Yeah.
And we were crying, laughing like so hard every time a book got passed. You know what I mean? And then our game groups, especially if I'm there and like, you know, the people I like to play, we make a big presentation of going through our book, you know, and revealing the drawing and then what they guessed based on that, you know, and it's just so much fun. Everybody has a good time. I am a terrible artist. I guarantee people, when we sit down, I'm like, I promise you, I am the worst. I'm a way more bad at this, at drawing anything than you will be. So just draw whatever. I hope you like stick figures, because when mine comes around, it's going to be stick figures. And, you know, and we just have a great time. And so whatever version of Telestrations you prefer to play, doesn't matter. It's an awesome game. And again, it's one of those things where I tell people, like, people that are like, they turn their nose, go to hell, man. This game's so much fun. You play with the right group. Don't take yourself so seriously. Let's just have a good time. And I've made, like, again, you talk about icebreaker and building up a language and inside jokes with people that you've never met, you know, because now you're going to have like that weird drawing of Winnie the Pooh or whatever, you know, that somebody drew. You're gonna be like, hey, you know, and they're gonna be like, oh yeah, you know, and it's, you friends for life, you know, you're always going to have that. And this is just one of those games. It's like Codenames. You give a weird ass clue and somebody like mystically, you know, connects with you somehow. And you're like, how did you get that? I don't know, but it made sense to me. And it's like, did we just become best friends?
Have you played, is it a Monstrosity?
I have not, but I want Monstrosity, like yeah. I have not, but my sister has told me it's great, but I haven't played it. Yeah.
Yeah. If you like, you would like it. If you like Telestrations, essentially one person has to, like, I think they get like a timer. It's like 30 seconds. They get a card. It's a picture of a monster, and all the images are weird. It might be a monster with like ironing boards for arms or whatever. Like they're all weird monsters, right? So the person's got like 60 seconds or 30 seconds to kind of memorize that. They put it down and then they have to start describing it. And everyone else has got their whiteboard and they're having to draw what this person's describing.
Oh, wow.
Right. And they're like, okay, I think it's got like 6 eyes, but they're not really eyes. They're kind of like goggles. And so the people are sitting there drawing, right? So they've got like a minute and then as soon as the timer's up, everybody puts their pen down. Then the person who is drawing votes which one they think was closest to their description. Again, based on the memory, they still can't look at the card.
Okay.
And then once they pick, they write down, okay, who they think is closest. Because then all the ones go in the front, in the middle of the table.
Right. You don't know who drew what.
So you don't know whose is whose. You're judging based on the drawings, not based on who your partner is or whatever. And then you flip over the card. Now everyone else looks at the card, and then everyone else votes on which drawing they think collectively was closest to the drawing. And it's most votes wins. So the person whose drawing was the closest gets a certain number of points. And then if the person that did the guessing, I think it's if they pick the right person that everyone else voted for,
oh, okay,
they get points for
So it's
helping
not
BC.
just a popularity contest. You got to pick
Yeah.
for who
Oh,
everybody
it's
else
so
you think
good.
is.
It's so funny because
I wrote it down. I got to get this game already because
and
you're
I
right.
played this at Origins actually. So I was chatting with what's his name from Deepwater. I've met so many people I can't remember their names. Basically, the guy that from Deepwater, and they just rebranded as Friendly Skeleton. He was running a game there, but they had it on giant whiteboards.
Oh,
So
nice.
people were walking down the aisle. So you got the person like yelling out, and you got these people drawing on these big whiteboards, and oh my god, it was
It's almost
awesome.
like win, lose, or draw style, right? As everybody's
Oh, it was fantastic.
And again, you create this atmosphere, this environment where people are like, "What's going on over there?" Like, I want to be a part of that, you know. And
totally.
it's why I can't play Fake Artist Goes to New York. Like, have you ever seen that one?
Yeah.
Like, because I'm so bad at drawing that everybody just assumes that I'm the fake artist. I'm like, I swear to God, I know it. Listen, I know you think it's me, but trust me, I'm just terrible. And sometimes that works if I am the fake artist.
I find any kind of social deduction. I mean, this would probably make Reed cringe to hear this because Reed loves social deduction games. I find it's tough with new players.
Yeah.
Because you got the added dynamic of having to bluff with a bunch of people you don't know. The people who don't know you, they don't want to kind of call you out because you're new, so they feel kind of bad. So you got that weird kind of dynamic that you want people to feel welcome, but at the same time, so they kind of got a gimme. I don't love, and I don't think I actually have any social deductions in any of my top 10 lists for Meetups specifically. Now, there's lots of social deduction games out there I love.
Same.
Genre, but.
Same. And the thing is if I have to play social deduction with people that I don't know or I have don't know really well or anything like that, I usually will just try to make somebody laugh. And if I can make them laugh, then I just grab onto that and I just kind of like ramp up and then just kind of go so over the top that like if I'm being so ridiculous that everybody else can kind of feel a little more comfortable because they won't be the jackass that I'm being.
Yeah.
So I will sacrifice myself on that altar to just hopefully everybody have a good time. But also I'm probably going to lose because they're like, I don't know what this idiot's doing. We should probably get rid of him.
Did you play any of the werewolf games at Origins? Because they had that like 10 to 10 every day.
No, mostly because I don't know. I would rather, if I'm going to play those games, I'd rather play them more spontaneously than because the people that sign up for those games, they play those games to win.
Yeah.
And for me,
like as the first guy out, like I think 4 times in a row,
and
I'm
for
celebrating
me,
when I wasn't the first guy out.
like, hey, I made it I only died second this time. For me, I'd much rather, I'd rather play that in a dynamic where people are just kind of easing into it a little bit more. Because when you're playing with people that are trying to actually legitimately solve the puzzle, for me, it's that kind of game isn't as much fun. And I think it's because I know that I'm not as good at solving the puzzle as them. And also I just don't care as much. Like I'd much rather be the person like BSing, and going. And but it's awesome. I love seeing all those people have a great time. You know what I mean? I know Reed would play a lot of them. And
he pulled me in. I was, I think I'd played a Mafia before that, but I hadn't actually played Werewolf.
Yeah.
So you gotta try it. So I'm like, sure, man, I'll try it. Of course, I was out first. My mistake is I didn't have my reading glass with me. So I get my card and I'm looking at it. I'm trying to read what's on the card. And everyone else is like, he's a special role. He took too long to put his card down.
Right. They're metagaming the shit out of it.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. And we used to play Mafia back in the day. I mean, I was playing Mafia 20 years ago with like a deck of playing cards.
Yeah.
If you were the ace, you were, in the Mafia. If you were the jack, you were a cop. And Reed, well, I hope you're ready for the village idiot to come in and have a good time. CusCon is in Syracuse. If you don't know about CusCon and you want to go over to Syracuse in September, we need to talk.
Let's talk.
So Mike Giuliano, Googs over there, he helps organize CusCon in Syracuse, New York. And a couple of us from the Rundown we're going over there for the weekend to, and it's just to sit down and play games con.
Yeah.
Like that's it. And So I'm looking forward to that.
Awesome.
Yeah, Nick's Sheriff of Nottingham. Have you played Sheriff of Nottingham?
I
Not to step on your
love
list.
Sheriff of Nottingham.
One of my all-time favorites. Should have been on my list, but it's not. But yeah.
Again, it's one of these things where it's for me, again, with this list, it's not that it's not a great game because I love it. It's on my game shelf right across from me, and I love playing it around with family, right? Because you're trying to, and my kids stone cold, like lie right through their teeth and get me every time.
Yeah.
But with strangers, it's this weird dynamic where if you're the sheriff and the person's obviously bluffing, you got this dynamic. Do I call them out because I know they're full of crap, but then they might not have a good time, but I want them to enjoy their time at the meetup. And it's kind of it's a weird dynamic for me.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really tough. And when we play games like Sheriff of Nottingham, I tend to go like really big with the character. So then like, cause then I'll be like, oh, what's all this then? What do you got? You know what I mean? And they're like, I don't know. You know, you start like messing around. Yeah. And then like, hopefully like, again, if I'm like in a sort of almost like Mel Brooks, like over the top asshole to them, then when it's their turn and I'm handing them the bag and I try to act all meek about it, you know, like hopefully then they're like a jerk to me and then they feel better, you know, like, cause they're like, oh, well, you wrecked my thing. You know what I mean? And so like, I don't know, sometimes with these kind of games, this situation, I don't always play to win. I play more to hopefully generate like a fun experience.
Yeah.
You know, cause it's no fun if Werewolf's a great example, especially like a game like One Night Ultimate Werewolf.
Yeah.
Where if I've got a new person, I don't want to bring them in with somebody that's played 100 times that is going to try to metagame the hell out of it and they just want to win. Well, clearly you're this because this, and I talked to them and this, and you said this.
And you blinked.
And it's like, yeah, you blinked. You scooted your chair over. I heard your chair move. You know, it's like, okay, you know, that's just not fun, you know, for people. And, you know, playing board games for me, winning is totally fun, but playing board games is fun for me. You know what I mean? And trash talking my friends is fun for me.
It's been an evolution for me. I found, and we're going to get to my 7 in a second here, guys. But I love these digressions. But like when I was younger, probably up until I would say till I was almost 30, I was ruthless when I play games. Like I was playing to win no matter what. And if someone that's sour grapes, that's on them, not on me.
I used to play Magic that way. Yeah.
Yeah. And what I found was there was a shift when my own kids started playing, and I started seeing my own kids in these kinds of things. And I'm like, you know what? I don't like I got to be better myself in order to pass on better playing to them. Yeah. And when I got into this industry, specifically the hobby industry, and started doing more meetups, it really made me shift to, you know what, this is more about friendships and people and community and having fun. If you win, I don't care if, like, I literally could care less if I win a game.
Yeah.
Like I can't even tell you the last game I've won because I don't care.
Right.
Someone will be like, oh my God, I didn't mean to do that. Can I reverse my turn? I'll be like, we're not curing cancer. Sure, man. You want to take your turn back? I don't care. Whatever. It doesn't matter to me, because to me, it's more about the social environment and making, you know, having friendships and getting along with people and just enjoying people's company. And I found when I was able to shift my mentality that way, I enjoy games way more than I did when I was younger.
Honestly, man, you were 100% correct. Now, I will say, if I beat Gecko Bob in a game, he hears about it for like a year because that dude wins a lot of games.
Yeah.
Like there was one time, there's a game we really like. It's not on my list. It could have been called After Us, and it's an awesome engine building game.
Yeah.
And Bob and I were playing it on BGA, Board Game Arena, and I tied him. And he said, I've never lost. He then, like a week later, he's like, I never lost it After Us. I'm like, well, you haven't won every game because we tied. And so then I teased, and then I beat him. On another game. And he's like, well, I've only lost to you once. I'm like, but I've tied you. That's basically like a loss as well for you. But like, honestly, outside of like my very close friends, I don't care. You know what I mean? Like we use it to give each other a hard time all the time. And so often, and this is a lucky thing as content creators, we're getting new games all the time. So we don't get to replay a ton of games often. Yeah. And so usually a lot of times we're like, play to feel the mechanics out. Don't try to solve this game like right now. Like let's just like play and experience this game. Like, you know, like so if people are getting hung up on like AP and stuff like that. And, you know, I will use Garden Geckos as an example. Like we're playing it and it can get a little brain burning, right? At times where you're trying to like, you know, and we're like, hey man, like, look, like just figure out the mechanics. Like, let's feel this game out. Like this game doesn't have like a long play time. Like it doesn't need a long play time. Like throw down some tiles. Let's see what happens. You know, and it was and again, it was the kind of game we could re-rack and play again really quick. So no problem.
Exactly. Yeah.
And again, right. You know, so on the show with us, we're competitive with each other. But the nice thing about the guys that I hang out is that nobody's that alpha jerk. You know what I mean? Like, and I used to play Magic. I have friends in high school. We played Magic together and I did not like the person I was.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to play cards with that person. You know, now if I play Magic anymore, it's like, you know what? I built a deck. If it works, like I'll play it. I don't give a crap. You know, if I lose, whatever, you know, it didn't work. Cool. You know, I'll try something else. And the same thing with board games. Like, as long as I can still have fun, like, I don't care if I win or not, you know, and especially these kind of convention or meetup style games, it's all just about having a really good experience. And, you know, when you host a meetup or a game night, if you cannot create an environment where everybody's at least got the option to have a good time. I mean, you can't make somebody have a good time, but you can make sure somebody doesn't have a bad time.
Yeah.
You know, then you're not doing it right. Right. You're a bad host, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
And more than Bob. I knew he wouldn't let that go. He's so mad. I beat him at a couple of games and he just gets real salty about it. But
yeah, Reed is definitely not a is not a competitive guy at all.
I play games with Reed. I know what's up.
Yeah, it feels good though if you can. He's a good player at pretty much every game he plays.
So these damn smart people that you play with,
freaking dude,
man, it's tough playing with these people smarter than me. It's like, damn it. Okay, well, I'll try to distract you with
on it. You should.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to my 6.
Let's do it. 6. Oh, that's a good game. That's Saboteur. A very good game.
So here's why I love this one. This one you can go a higher player count. I think it's a play up to like 6. I think 8. No, 10. You can go up to 10. So this one is for people that don't know Saboteur. Your little mining gnomes that are or dwarfs, I guess. Where depending on the player count, it's either 1 or 2 saboteurs. So at the beginning of the game, everyone's dealt a card. You look at it, and you're either just a regular miner or you're a saboteur. Then you proceed to go through the game where you're digging tunnels, and you're trying to get from the starting part to the end, and I think it's 7 cards wide. And at the end, there's 3 cards that are face down, and under one of them is gold. As soon as you get to the gold, the game's over, or that round is over. And the miners essentially win. The challenge is that the saboteurs win only if the deck runs out and people can't get to that final card.
Right.
So the saboteurs are going to try to dig tunnels, but maybe dig tunnels in the wrong direction. Try not to be too overt because there's cards in there where you can break people's tools. So you can break somebody's pickaxe and then they have to keep just drawing cards until they can repair the pickaxe. So if you're the saboteur, you really don't want to tip your hand right away. But you definitely want to steer them away. You can get a map card, which allows you to secretly look underneath those last 3 cards and see if one is the gold or not. If you're the saboteur, you can lie, right? So somebody could say, was that the gold? You can say, yeah, that was the gold. Maybe it wasn't the gold. Maybe the gold was way over the other way, and you're trying to get people to go this way. I like it because it's a way to ease Yeah, Dave. You're gonna call me out, Dave? Come on, man.
Oh, Dave's a sharp cookie, man. You can't put anything past Dave.
I'm gonna say yes-ish. There's a little bit of social deduction, but what I like is it's more about it's a very, very vanilla way of introducing interaction with new players.
Mm-hmm.
So somebody new coming to game night, where if they're the saboteur, they don't necessarily need to know. They're just laying cards down. So they're not trying to convince you that there's somebody they're not. Maybe they can try to lie a little bit, but you can do that with your card actions. Likewise, if you're steering them away, there's a lot of kind of conversation where people are laughing and so forth. It can get a little punishing if you start hitting a new player and keep breaking their tools on them. That's not fun.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to still kind of be mindful of that. But for me, it's so simple. It's easy to teach. So even if you have new players who never played a game before, they can play this one quite easy. What's Dave saying? Sounds like
sounds
they don't
good.
need
Sounds like you don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't really need to. You're kind of lying because you're trying to just not let them know that you're the saboteur.
Yeah, because sometimes it's like, well, this is the best card I can play.
And that's exactly it. And everyone has these cards, right? So those cards you'll get where you just have all things that cap off tunnels. So you might say, well, I don't have a good card to play. It's almost like if you ever played Secret Hitler. Yeah, which almost made my list.
Look,
but
this is the less bad of the two. We're gonna go with this.
Yeah,
one.
So you're gonna hand them 2 cards, but you could hand them 2 fascist bills, and they don't have a choice. They have to play one of the ones you've given them. So it's one of those situations where
I handed them one of each.
Yeah, it could have just been the luck of the draw too, right? Yeah, so it's a little bit like that. But yeah, fair criticism. There's a little bit of social deduction there, but still, it makes my list. That's my number 6.
Well, I think Saboteur, the thing that it sidesteps or goes around with like a werewolf game is a lot of werewolf, especially like One Night or Miller's Hollow, which is the one that I prefer, which is more traditional Mafia, which is what I grew up playing. It's so much just based on bullshitting immediately, right? It's based on air, nothing, right? Saboteur, at least, okay, well, I'm playing cards. I don't want to be too obvious, and then as it starts to go, as the game progresses, it gives you some time, to sort of like see some things. Whereas in like Werewolf, it's like, well, they killed me in the first round, so it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I think like, cause you can be out, and I had this when I was at Origins. I was, again, the first guy out twice in a row, and that kind of sucks because you're just sitting there. Right. Whereas this one here, you're not, right. You're playing it through till the end of the round. And then there's 3 rounds. So just for people that haven't played it, when the round's done, whoever, if the saboteur ends up keeping them from getting to the gold, there's 3 gold cards, and they get the gold value of the number of players are playing. If the miners get to the gold, then there's cards that are dealt out, and whoever got the gold first gets to choose from the gold available. And
sure,
so you get these gold nuggets, and then the next round you reshuffle and
all the rolls shift, right?
Yeah, somebody else could be the saboteur the next round. So it's 3 rounds, and whoever has the most gold at the end. What I do like about it, though, is you could sabotage somebody just by not playing a card. So you don't even, it's an inaction. You can sabotage by inaction, right? So there could be a situation where you need like a T type tunnel, because it has to match up with the cards around it, and you're the only one that has one, and you're the saboteur. You could just lie and just keep playing it. Say, this is the only, I don't have it. Gosh, does somebody got a T? Gosh, come on. Hopefully there's a T coming, and you're sabotaging by inaction. So I like that. It's a fun game, and again, it's easy. It's small, so you can stick it literally in the pocket of your game bag. This one's always in my game bag, and it's a good fallback game to have if you have new people coming in.
Yeah, that's the kind of social deduction game that I like with new people or strangers. That's a great pick. That is a great pick. I love that pick.
All right. Did you do a 6 yet?
No. Yeah, my 6 was Telestrations.
All right. 5.
Number 5. Here we go. Okay, so in the Midwest of the United States, I will not speak for Canada. Either, depending on what side of the tracks you were from, either Spades or Euchre was a very popular card game.
Euchre.
I came from the bad side of town. We played spades. I had all these other kids that I became friends with. They played euchre. Spades was easier because the trump doesn't change. It's always spades.
Yeah.
Euchre threw me off because it's like, wait a minute, it's harder to drink and play euchre because I got to keep track of the changing.
Yeah.
What's the big and the little? But in spades, it's always the same. So, anyways, my number 5 is scheming and skulking, which I believe is now just called Skull King from Grandpa Beck's games.
Yep.
What an awesome game. Again, yet another game where I have brought it to like events with family members that do not play board games. But guess what? They played euchre. They played spades. I play this game and they're buying their own copy of this game because it's that game that they know with like 3 extra rules.
Yeah.
And they're so excited. They're so pumped. Also, Grandpa Beck's is just a badass game studio. I love them.
Yeah.
They're so kind, like just genuine, awesome people behind that company. I mean, literally, Grandpa Beck's phone number is in the rule book. If you have questions, you reach out and he will answer
Grandpa Beck.
Seriously.
Yeah, it's his son. It's Jeff now, right? That runs the company.
I believe so. Yes, I believe so.
He was on the podcast. Super great. Yeah, they're fantastic.
I mean, those people just freaking saints. Before I had a show, I was at a Gen Con. Grandpa Beck was there. My wife and I went over there, and I was just
wearing the baller hat.
He was, and I was like, "That's how we do you," you know. But we were like, and at that time, I believe we had only played like 2 of their games. But we were like, hey, Scheming and Skulking is like one of our favorite games of all time. Yeah. He talked to my wife for like 20 minutes. Now, I'm the one at Gen Con that's normally geeking out over designers. Like, she doesn't care about designers. She plays games and she appreciates them, but she's not a nerd about the hobby like I am. But like, even she was like, oh, that was so cool. We got to talk to him. And then I got to interview him one time for the show. He was so kind and generous with his time. And it's like, I even made a point to tell him, I'm like, look, I don't expect you to remember this because you meet 100 people at Gen Con, but we were at a Gen Con and you talked to my wife and I for like a ton of time. And we just never forgot how, sweet and genuine you were. And I will always appreciate that, and it's just a testament to the kind of people you run into the hobby, when you're here in the hobby. But scheming and skulking is basically like euchre. You play 10 rounds. You start the first round with 1 card. You start the last round with 10 cards. And you just go with, you just try to bid on how many books you can get. Thank you, Chris. Good to see you as always. You're going to love my number 1. Chris is my favorite grumpy fan of the show. He's a friend of mine. And if he doesn't comment, this show sucks or this show blows,
then garbage at us. It's okay.
Then I need to call the cops and have him go do a wellness check on him if he doesn't come on and heckle us. But yeah, scheming and skulking. I've literally worn out 2 copies of this game.
Oh wow!
Because we played it so much. You know what I mean? Like the cards just get beat up. Yeah. But it's so easy to play now. I do miss the one thing I really love about spades is my sister and I, if we're spades partners, this is my younger sister, not the one that's in the hobby. We were the best spades partners ever. Like we just knew we could look at each other. We knew how many you call this many tricks. Okay. I'm going to call this many. We're good. And we would just dust people at spades. And the awesome thing about scheming and skulking is that's all on you. And you're just going to press your luck, because you get points if you say you're going to take no tricks, you still get a bunch of points just depending on the round, right? It's dependent on the round. And this game is just amazing. It's a blast. I can take it anywhere. I can get it played because everybody knows how to play euchre or spades. Everybody. Yeah. And so it's like, okay, look, here's the 1 extra rule you need to know. And it's just like, bet, let's go. And, it just reminded me of days in my late teens, early 20s where we're sitting around smoking Black and Milds, drinking, thinking we're cool and playing spades. But now I can do it with this game, you know what I mean? And I get to play with other people. And it's just an awesome game. I love it. I will forever love it. And it's a tiny box. I could take it anywhere. It's slightly bigger than your Saboteur box.
I've never played it. I've played what is their Cover Their Assets. I played that.
Cover Your Assets is great too.
Another great one. Then, all their games are great.
Yeah, they're really good.
I
Cover Your
never
Kingdoms is the reprint.
Somebody told me that Euchre, which I thought was ubiquitous, is kind of like a northeastern US and then into Ontario, Canada, but that's kind of where the core.
Yes. You go out west and nobody's played Euchre. Yeah.
Yeah, I had no idea. I just assumed it was a game that everybody, because when I was in school, I mean, that's
everybody played Euchre.
Yeah, drink beers and play Euchre, like literally every weekend.
And I'm in the hood playing spades because that's what we played. I grew up in the bad side of town. We played spades, and I'm like, "How do you play Euchre?" And they're like, "Well, it's like spades, except the trump changes."
Upper class game, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
It was the poor man's cards when I was in school. That's all we had. That's all we could afford was just get a case.
Well, that's it. You just you grab a case of beer. You like. The thing with Euchre or spades is you just need somebody that knows how to build the deck, right?
Yeah.
Like what cards to pull out.
Yep.
And then after we played spades or Euchre, we'd play Mafia because then you just need like 5 cards or 10 cards, however many people are there.
Another great one for camping too, right?
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. You play with a deck of cards,
So that's actually a good lead into my number 5. Queen of Scots.
Oh, I have not played this, but I've heard amazing things.
This is one of ours. This is 10 Robot Games. This is the second game we ever launched. And yes, it might sound like nepotism. You put my own game in again.
No, but I've actually heard of Queen of Scots.
Yeah, so. The reason we put this one in is that this is in my game bag always. And the one meetup I go to where we have 20 to 30 people that show up every week, I can't remember the last time I played. This was a game that my grandma had taught me, and she had learned from her parents when she was a kid. And for her 102nd birthday, we reskinned this because it used to be called Queen. She used to call it the Queens. It was 2 decks of cards. Reskinned it, had the Swedish artists do all the artwork, and themed it around Mary Queen of Scots' story. It's a set collection. You're basically kind of like a rummy style game, but without the runs.
Mm-hmm.
And so I haven't really played it since she had passed, but it's in my game bag and it is out on a table every single week.
Hell yeah.
There are people in our game group where there's older people that are at the table that are playing with younger people. And it seems to be a game that people gravitate towards because it spans various age groups, but also different play styles, right? So if you have newer players or people coming in, often, some of the newer players will pull this one out if they have someone that's just joined the meetup for the first time, and they'll pull them in by playing this game. So for me, a lot of nostalgia around it, obviously.
Hell yeah.
10 Robot Game. You can get it on Amazon. People are looking to get it, or 10robotgames.com. But definitely is probably the one that is my favorite game in our entire portfolio.
No, actually, this is a game. I forget. I heard. Sorry, Dix. That's hilarious.
Chill.
I heard somebody. Yeah, that's Chris. I heard somebody talking about Queen of Scots on a Facebook group before, and I was like, I really, really, really need to check this game out because again, there's something very approachable about that style of game. Because it's like scheming and skulking, where it's like, look, you're already familiar with these concepts. It's just in a different box, and it's got way better art than on a bicycle deck of cards. You know what I mean? And that is such an awesome way to pull people into the hobby and get people interested. And honestly, just to make Thanksgiving, Christmas, Easter, whatever, way more fun for me, because then I get to play some games that I think are interesting with them. And, that's awesome. I'm glad you brought it up. I wrote it down.
I'll shoot you down a copy.
Because I want to play it so bad. I've seen stuff on Facebook groups about it.
Yeah.
And so when you said it, I was like, holy shit. I had no idea that was you, to be honest.
Yeah. What I find interesting is people, which I didn't expect, that gravitate towards in the actual, it's not a book, it's like a rule sheet. Right. But on the back of the rule sheet is every character that we've put in this game is from the actual story between
Oh, hell yes.
Queen of, like Mary Queen of Scots and Queen Elizabeth I. So there's actually like the history, like this person's card, James Hepburn, this is who he was. This is his part in the story. So I've actually had even like people who are history buffs reach out to us saying, wow, the fact that like these guys actually get into like the history and the lore of this actual story, it adds that kind of added little element of conversation to it, right?
And again, like what a very cool way, like it's another hook.
Yeah.
And sometimes I feel kind of bad talking about the hobby this way, but I think it's just that I'm so passionate about the hobby that I try to bring in as many people as I can into it. Right. But it's like, I'm always, when I'm hanging out with people that aren't gamers, I'm always trying to think of games or styles of games that will, like, how do I hook them? How do I bring them in? One of my best friends of all time is not a diehard board gamer. I mean, best man at my wedding, not a diehard board gamer, but like whenever we hang out and we're going to have some beers and we're like, oh, let's play some games, and we'll play, telestrations and stuff. And then I'm like, okay, so then I try to sneak in like one, just like that next level, kind of game. And then he's like, oh yeah, this is really fun. This is really good. So it's like, it's that inception, right? You're trying to like slowly incept them into getting them.
It is the greatest feeling when you, it sounds like you're like a drug dealer, but
I
like
know, seriously.
When you can hook somebody, right? Like when you're like, oh, I don't really like games and I've just come out for the night, and then they end up staying the whole night. Or they're like, oh my God, this is so much fun. Or can we play again? That is the greatest feeling ever.
My buddies and I don't go anymore because I had to choose between Gen Con and Wizard World, but we used to go to Wizard World in Chicago, which is basically Comic-Con.
Yeah.
So before I got into board games, I was going to Wizard World every year with like the same group of guys. We're going, and like 5 of us pile into one hotel room. We stay, in this, we fill the bathtub full of beer, and we go see everybody like during show hours, and then we go party down in the lobby, and like see all the celebrities that are drunk, at 3 a.m. And I've got like a ton of crazy stories that I could tell you about that, of like famous people that we've seen. But when I started getting into board games, then like I started bringing games like, and it's not on my list, but it could have been like Rhino Hero. Yeah. So Rhino Hero, like it's literally card stacking, but we're drinking beer, we're talking shit, and we're playing this game, and people are walking by going like, what is this? And we're like, hey, you want in? Like, let's go, and again, you just like ease them in. I know Rhino Hero is technically a Haba kids game, but I've played that game way more with adults than I've ever played with my children, and things like that, are great ways to then, because those same people then will come back the next year and they're like, oh, I bought Fake Artist Goes to New York, or whatever. I bought this, I bought Code Names, and it's like, oh, I gotcha. We're going. And, but yeah, man, I love it. Those kind of games. And again, finding the hooks, right? Finding what's going to bring people in.
Yep.
I love games that can tie in history personally. Like I'm a nerd for that stuff.
Yeah.
Not on my list, but like Tammany Hall is one of those games where it's like, oh man, great historical representation, and it's not pretty, and I also kind of just think that not every theme needs to be very comfortable for everybody. Like, look, let's just deal with this ugly part of American history right here.
Yeah.
And let's learn from it. It's educational.
Even thinking like the story of Queen of Scots. Like, I don't know if you've ever it's gruesome, right? Like, when she got, I think it goes down in history as one of the worst executions of a monarch.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because back then it was like you wanted to be fast and clean, and that was becoming of like royalty. And it took like 3 hits. Like the first hit ricocheted off the back of her head, and she is like, "Oh, Jesus!" is what she's saying. And then the guy hits her again and doesn't get all the way through, and then he literally has to saw off the last hunk of skin to kind of detach her head. Lifts the head up, the head falls out of the wig. Rolls on the floor, and then stops facing the audience, and his face is still twitching, and people are screaming in horror. her legs are still kicking over at the chopping block, and we put this in the game. Actually, it turns out that her little dog was hidden under her dress.
Oh no!
And she kept it for comfort going up to the gallows. She walked really, really slow, and then when she got up there, and they, back then what they would do is they would tip the executioner, and then they would have the executioner get whatever they could take off the body. They
right.
could then sell for additional money. So they'd take the garter belt and things like that. Well, the legs are kicking, and everyone is going like screaming and freaking out because they think like she's still alive or she's come alive. Or she's possessed. They don't know what's going on. And they lift up the skirt, and this little dog runs out, little white Skye Terrier, and lays down in the blood between the body and the head. And we put the dog's actually in the game, but it's just like brutal, like from a historical standpoint, right? Like, it's crazy.
I mean, I love that stuff. Like, I don't know if you played the game Guillotine. Have you ever played Guillotine? No. You're literally lining up French nobles, and you're trying to determine the order in which they go to the guillotine and stuff. And again, like, I think as long as you're not exploitative, you're just representing like, hey, look, this happened. This is a thing. I think those are important things to talk about. I love it.
Yeah.
And then, you can go totally Python with it. I don't remember that Python sketch, so I'm going to have to look that one up, but I love Monty Python. So I'll have to see what that one is, but I know that Python's really good at satirizing basically anything. So on a much lighter note, my number 4 is it's a game that came out like very quietly, and I don't think a ton of people know about this game, but it's really wild and super fun. And it's a nice kind of party game. And I know you're going to ask me, so I'm going to look up how many players it plays really quick. But it's from DV Games, which used to be Da Vinci Games, and then it was like Diavachi Games, whatever. It's called Not That Movie. It's the company that makes Bang. Okay, so 2 to 7 players. It's an Italian company. They published Bang. They published they've got a bunch of games that are out in the US. I have a friend that works for DV Games, so I'm aware of their stuff, but so full disclosure, but their game, Not That Movie, is hilarious. So what it is you've got this board, and it's got these basically these numbered spots, and you're going to deal out cards that go into all these spots. And the cards basically have movie titles on the top and the bottom, like the same movie. Okay. But then what's going to happen is the movie is going to pair with the next movie, like the next card, right? So like the bottom of this card is going to pair with the top of this card. So if the movie card it says fiction pulp, okay, like Pulp Fiction, and then the next card down is Gump Forest. Well, now you've got fiction forest, you know what I mean, or fiction Gump. And so what you're doing is you're going to give a clue, and there's all of these bad movies. You're going to give a clue, and oh wait, and then there's a reviewer. There's a positive review of the movie and a negative review of the movie,
okay,
which will then kind of color your choice. And so what you're trying to do is you're trying to get people to eliminate movies that are not the movie that you've picked. So you're looking at all of your selections, okay, and you're all of these combinations, and you're going to go, okay, this is my movie. So you're going to describe that movie. You're going to give like a couple of clues, and then people are going to choose to eliminate movies, and you're trying to get down to the last one. So so you're trying to get people to guess the movie that you picked, and you've got these dials. So everybody sets their dial to like, well, we're going to eliminate number 9 because that's clearly not this movie. And then everybody reveals their dials. And if nobody has eliminated the correct movie, you get to keep going and you get another clue. And
so what's the clue? Is it like a one-word clue, or are you
yeah, I'm trying to remember exactly what the right clue, the verbiage is on that, but it's very limited on the clue you could give. God, where do I have it? I've got my games alphabetized, but I've got my small games separated, and I don't have my glasses on, so I can't see perfectly. But anyway, this game is a trip, and I get people get like so bent out of it because you think about code names, right? Where you're like, I clearly gave you a clue that tells you not to guess this, and it's like code names. You're trying to like eliminate stuff, right? You're like, or you're
and you
you're
want to
clear,
avoid the spy, right?
you're avoiding the spy,
over
right?
The spy, it's instant loss, right?
So think about the movie version, but you're just trying to avoid the one movie that you're trying to get people to guess. Platypus is a similar style game, but platypus is just a bunch of words, and you're just giving clues, hoping to eliminate those words. But Not That Movie is a really fun. Again, I think I'm drawn to it because I'm a movie buff. Yeah. And then you get like these fun descriptions of movie, like, oh, well, what would this movie be? And like, that sounds horrible put together. Actually, I'm trying. Oh, I see where my copy is.
Was this the Kickstarter? Where'd you get this one?
Actually, I got this from DV Games. I don't believe it went to Kickstarter. I think they just straight up published it.
Is it an older game or a newer game?
Came out last year. Yeah, screw you, Chris. You'd like this game. While James is talking about his pick, I'll run and grab my copy and I'll give better rules descriptions. The problem is I'm like 3 whiskeys in and I'm trying to talk about it.
Bring it to Origins. I'll play that game for sure.
Yeah, no doubt. We'd have a great time. And again, it takes 20, 30 minutes and you just, everybody's just
I love those games. I find sometimes these kind of games, as long as they're not too, like I played a game, is it called Clover or something?
That's So Clover.
That's So Clover. Interesting concept, but I played this week. Somebody brought to our game night, and I'm just like we didn't win any of them. Like it was like,
oh, it's tough. It's tough,
like
dude.
It's sitting there, and I'm like, is there no timer in this game? Like we're like, how long are we going to keep trying to get this right? Like this is going a long time, right?
Listen, that game's awesome. I love it, but it takes too long.
Yeah.
Like you need a timer for that game.
Timer. You got 1 minute to.
Everybody just settle down, figure out like this. Yeah.
Yeah.
You pick your things.
I love it from that perspective. Like I like I love puzzly kind of things like that where you're trying to guess. But for the kind of game it was, there was a little bit of AP at the table, and it just went.
Yeah, too many empty calories for that game length, right? Yeah. Is kind of how I feel about it. Now I'll play it because I think it's fun. But it's not always like I don't own it, so it's not what I'm bringing.
I played again. I don't think I'd ever buy it.
Yeah. It's kind of where I'm at.
All right, grab your game. I'm going to talk about mine. My number 4 is Sequence. So why Sequence? Again, another game you could buy at Walmart. It's not expensive. You can get it for I think it's like $20. This is a game where, especially if you have older people coming out to your meetup, so cross-generational people that are used to playing older card type games. I think this game actually before there was like homebrew versions of this game, but essentially all the cards in the deck are there's 2 of every card are on a grid on the table, the player board, and then you're dealt 6 cards. And you can place a card down, and then you can place a chip on the matching card that's on that player board. And again, there's 2 of each of those cards on the player board, except for the jacks. The first person to get a sequence of 5 in a row, so it's kind of like a Connect 4. So you want to set up so you have like 4 and then hopefully empty spots on either side, either diagonally or orthogonally, wins a sequence and basically wins the game. Plays very quick. Get through a round in 15 minutes easily. So it's a good one of these type of games where you can play tournament style. So you can play, okay, let's play best, 3 of 5, so to speak. And I always have it in my game bag, and I started having my big game bag specifically with that story we told at the beginning of this episode. For that lady that left, where she was saying, "Hey, have you ever played Monopoly? Have you ever played Sequence?" I'm like, "Oh, I should have brought it." I play with my dad because he's older, right? And so since then, I always have it in my game bag, and it comes out probably every other week because there'll be somebody new that comes to game night that's a non-gamer that's never really played anything since Monopoly. It's a great way to ease them in because it's very, very simple to play. And Nick said, play with the in-laws, they recognize cards. Yeah, exactly. You're playing with regular playing cards, right? And people get the idea of Connect 4, so it's kind of like playing cards with Connect 4. Again, it's not rocket science to know how to play it. The only thing I don't love about it is you get 3 colored chips in it. I wish they gave you 4 colors. So when we've done a homebrew version where we'll pull out pennies and somebody plays it with pennies, so you have 4 different people can play with 4 different colors. But the way they've designed it is if you have 4 players, you have to play 2 teams. So one team will play, or if you have 6 players, you can have one team will play red, the other team will play blue. I wish they had put more colors in the box so that for larger player counts, everybody can still play their own game. But it's cool. It's fun. My dad loves this. Again, he's older, so every time we go to visit him, he wants to play Sequence, and we can play a quick 15-minute game with him, and he gets his fill. So that's in my game bag, and I had it as my top as number 4.
Dude, what a great pick. And let me just tell you, like, again, mass market sort of style games in the hobby, people kind of crap on, and I just think that sucks because honestly, if that mass market game gets somebody into the hobby, it's done its job. Like, it's a good game. People play it. They have a good time. Even better. Okay. So I was wrong about one of the things I said about Not That Movie. So Not That Movie, what happens is there is a positive review and a negative review that come out, and then everybody based on the positive and the negative picks what movies to eliminate. Okay.
But the reviews are on the target game though.
They're on the cards. So you just have to eliminate the movies. So like you might see this. So it's Big Trouble in Little China, but it's reversed. So what you might see is like Big Trouble of Water.
Right.
Right. Or The Shape of List. And so the positive review might be, and don't pay attention to who named that, right? Because that name on there doesn't matter, but we might have gotten into the game. But this movie has let me know that this woman is the real hero of our times by Tim Aberley. I don't know who that guy is, but he sounds like an idiot. Or it's me. Or maybe the negative review is too short and messy, would have worked better as a miniseries or of 6 episodes by Bob Hooper. Don't know who that jerk is, but he sounds like a dum-dum. But anyways, so then everybody's going to look at those, and they're going to look at all the movies available, and they're going to eliminate a movie. Like they're going to turn their little dial here, and they're going to eliminate a movie. And they're like, well, that's not based on that review. So everybody's kind of got to just decide.
But how do you try to keep? But you want to keep them from picking the movie that you've chosen.
Well, so nobody's picked a movie, right? As long as everybody. I think it's what is it? Let's see. Oh gosh, now I'm blanking again. Let me look at the rules real quick. Gameplay. They are right. They're wrong. Yeah, somebody's going to pick a movie. Each player now chooses the title that, according to their judgment, best fits the review. Then they can set it face down.
So does the target player look at the positive and negative review, and they choose a movie based on those reviews, and then they're hoping everyone else is going to pick the same movie? Is that?
I think that is what it is. God damn it.
Or they're trying to, so they're trying to pick a movie maybe that they're hoping other people won't pick based on that.
You're trying to eliminate, right. You're trying to eliminate the movies that don't match. That
You're just getting mudslung at you now.
Oh, it's fair. It's totally fair.
No, that was Nick's. So here's what we should do. Let's bring this one to Origins for sure.
Oh, we'll play it.
I want to play it. I'm a big movie buff, and this game sounds like a blast.
Oh, well, you will appreciate the game just for the movie titles, like the movie mashup stuff. Yeah, I'm a cinephile at heart. Before I did board game content creation. I did on a local news show. We did a movie preview show.
Cool. Yeah.
And stuff, and then even had an embarrassingly bad movie blog for a little while. Because everybody thinks that they're the smartest person and have the most insightful things to say about movies.
Yeah.
Hindsight 2020 and all. But not that movie. Really good game from DV Games down here. Same people that make Bang. Strong recommend. Super fun. And it's kind of a fun party game, right? Everybody's you're just guessing. You're laughing at the movie titles. And, it's a fun interaction experience. Everybody's hanging out. You're bullshitting. You're talking trash. You're like, no, that's terrible. That's not right.
On this, are you gonna tag this video with all the games as well?
Afterwards? I need to. Yeah, I should. I need to.
That'd be good on the playback, because then I don't have to write them down. I can just go on.
I'll just tag your games.
Well, tag them all.
Just play. I'm just gonna tag the Tin Robot one, so everybody goes to Queen of Scots.
That'd be kind of cool, actually, to put a link to like each of the games. So either an Amazon link or a link to like the person's website.
Right. Yeah. Well, no, I mean the nice thing is, not all of these people. Some of these people I'm friends with. I don't know John D. Clare, who designed Ready, Set, Bet. But if he wanted to be my friend, I would gladly be his friend. Same thing with Wolfgang Warsch, who designed Taverns of Tiefenthal.
Yeah.
I don't know who designed Telestrations. I imagine that's a design team. The Op owns that title, but I don't know that the Op was the first people to publish it.
Yeah.
Catnip Auction House. I kind of know a few people involved with that one.
Just a few.
Maybe. Not that movie. I do know a few people involved with that one. But my top three, I only know one person involved with it, I guess, technically.
Yeah, I don't know anybody for that. Like, I know the companies, I just don't know.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I guess that's the thing. My number three, I know, I'm familiar with the company, and my number one, I know the owner of the company, but I only know him because I love this game so much. He reached out to me.
Let's do your number three. We'll do your number three first.
Okay. So my number three, have you heard of Blank Slate?
Yes.
Okay.
I haven't played it, but I've heard of it.
So Blank Slate is from the Op. Again, they own the publishing rights to Telestrations. They've got a ton of great games, and they're really wonderful people over there. All that aside, before I knew anyone over there, we were playing the hell out of Blank Slate. So Blank Slate is you get either the first word in a phrase or the second word in a phrase, and everybody's going to write down one word. So it could be, what's a good one for Blank Slate? Let's just say blank worm. So if I write down book and I match with other people for book, I get a point, right? Bookworm, right? But if I only match with one person, I get 2 points. And then the balloons came up because I did this. I got a weird thing. Watch what happens when I do this for like a prolonged amount of time. Anyways, if I match with nobody, I get no points. Yeah. So the trick with Blank Slate is you want to match with one person. But you can match with multiple people, still get points. Everybody gets points. But this is a wonderful game for like meetups, especially where you don't know other people. Yeah. Because you just kind of can write down anything. And if you write down something so left field, that it's either hilarious because it's like, really? Like, that's what you said? Or if you are the only one to match with somebody else, and again, it's like that weird wavelength thing. And it's like, did we just become best friends? Like, how did we do this? it's so much fun. We've had so much traction, so much luck with this game. Yeah, shut up, Bob. Gecko Bob. Welcome to but anyways, Blank Slate, really good, really fun, dry erase boards, and just like a big old box of cards.
That reminds me a little bit of. Have you played One Word?
I played just one.
Just one. Is that where you write the one word?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just one. This is coming out. I think I see it's almost weekly now, coming out of game nights, and I don't own it yet, but I will own it eventually.
Listen, just one's fantastic. I will tell you, just one's fantastic.
It's the opposite of what you're saying, though, where you're penalized, right? So if you come up with the same clue as someone else, your clues are eliminated, right?
Yeah. So just one, if you match another person, you're eliminated, and the guesser only guesses based on the clues that are left.
I love it.
Which is awesome. Here's the thing with just one versus Blank Slate. Okay. So just one, I have never played, and we've kept track of score. We just played just one till we're tired of it. Because really, like in the rules of just one, it's sort of like a co-op, and it's like, how well did we do after 10 cards?
Yeah.
Usually we play just one for way more than 10 cards. We just keep going, right? Like everybody's just
when you rally, when you're playing badminton with someone, we're not really playing a game. We're just going to rally back and forth.
Yeah, we're like, we're going. We're having a good time, right? Let's just keep it going. Just one is a fantastic party game for that reason. Blank Slate has, I believe it's like 25 points, end of the game. So you're marking off on the board how many points everybody has, and it's like, oh, well, now I don't want to match with James, because if I match with James, James, stop reading my mind for like the next 3 turns, okay, man? Because I need to have my own answers that you don't get. And so it forces people to kind of try to go weird. I mean, just one does the same thing, but like in Blank Slate, you want to match, you've got to match it with at least one person, you know. And again, it's such a good icebreaker with other people, because if you write the weird word that only one other person writes, then you're like, wait a minute, did you write that because of this movie or because of this book or this song? And if they say yes, then you're like, well, now you've got that connection. Or they're like, I don't know what you're talking about. And they're like, well, that's weird, but it's cool that we matched up. You know, and it's a nice way to kind of bring people out of their shell a little bit and sort of generate conversation at the table. But Blank Slate's awesome game. Up to 8 players. The only thing you'll need with Blank Slate is sometimes have backup dry erase markers, because sometimes the ones that show up in the games aren't awesome.
Yeah.
Same thing with just one. Same thing with just one. Sometimes you get garbage dry erase markers. But Blank Slate has generated so many conversations, more than just one, because there's actually a winner with Blank Slate, you know, in an end game with it. Where just one, we tend to just play endlessly. Like, oh, okay, end of the night game.
That's exactly it. End of the night game. It's like, oh, let's just keep doing this until the place closes.
Yeah. And then it's like, oh yeah, Johnny wants to go home. Well, you can leave. We're all still going to play Blank Slate until somebody...
Yeah, we had that this past week. We were playing it again. Just one of those things where it's like, okay, we've got 20 minutes left. Who wants to play? Yeah. And we had people coming to pick up other people, and we had those people just join in. So people are leaving and joining into the same game. And then we're like, guys, we're not curing cancer, right? We're just letting this.
Yeah, we're just
join in, jump in, and let's see if we can guess.
See if we can guess around. Yeah, it's fun. Literally my first time playing just one, I went to a convention called Geek Way to the West, and my sister and my brother-in-law and a bunch of their friends, they're like, Tim, have you ever played just one? I'm like, no. And they're like, okay. So they all wrote down a one-word thing and they showed it to me. And they're like, okay, you've got to guess what the clue is based on all these. Well, the trick was there was no clue. Everybody just wrote down something. They were totally trolling me. So I tried to guess something, and then they're all laughing their asses off. And I'm like, what's so funny? And they're like, there was no right answer.
That's amazing.
So they were just watching me like stress out over the thing. But anyways, Blank Slate perfects it. it's really fun. I enjoy the strategy of it. And thank you, Nix. Yeah, let's let you out into the world. Closing time.
Yeah, I'm going to. I've added that one to my list as well. I'm going to get that one, Blank Slate. That sounds
I
awesome.
think you'll like it, man. I think it's. I vouch for that game. That's a good one.
All right, my number 3. Bites. Have you ever played this? All play?
No, I don't know Bites.
Oh, it's fantastic.
I'm writing it down already. I'm excited.
This is like the gateway of all gateway games. If you have new players or this for the first time, because it's cute, it's fun. You have it's some of the coolest punch outs I've ever seen. So they've got these dual layer punch outs. So you got to think of like an apple with a bite out of it, but the punch out is double layered, but the bite is only out of one layer.
Okay.
So when you pull these punch outs out, you're pulling the two sides of the board out, so you're left with like a 3D punch out. It's one of the coolest things I've ever seen. The game is you're all playing ants, and you're marching towards an ant hill. So you've got all the different food items you place in this big long snaking row from the start all the way to the ant hill. And there's cards that you shuffle up at the beginning that will tell you what different thing. It changes kind of the end game. So like one card, if you might have the gameplay where when you get to the ant hill, you have to take the top position versus the bottom position, right? But the ant hill has like numbers, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and those represent points. So the general idea of the game is each of the ants are different colors, and on your turn you are moving an ant to the first piece of food that matches the color of that ant. So if you are moving a red ant, then you're going to move it to the first apple that shows up in that row, right? And it impacts everybody. So you're just going to move that ant to the apple, and then you pick up the piece of food that's either to the before it or after where you've landed that ant. So maybe it's a piece of bread. You pick that up, and that goes in your pile. Next person, they're going to move, and they're going to move. Maybe the next person is going to move the yellow ant. So that matches the cheese color. So they're going to look first piece of cheese. The next piece of cheese comes up, ant goes on the cheese. They grab the piece of food that's in front, and or the one that's behind it. Everybody's going to keep doing that, and the ants are going to work their way through this long snaking row of food, and everyone's going to be collecting food as they go along. And what you're trying to do is plan it so that when the ants get to the end, and someone forces the ant to go onto the ant hill because so they get to the end, and now they're going to move the yellow ant. There's no more cheese in front of it, so they go straight onto the ant hill. And because that's maybe the first ant that went, it's going to take the top position of that ant hill, and maybe in this case it's worth 4 points. Now every piece of cheese that they have collected throughout that whole journey is now worth 4 points, right? So you're trying to collect food, but you're trying to force the ant to get to the end first that matches the color of the food you've been collecting, and combos. So, okay, maybe I want to make sure the red ant gets to number 3 because I have cheese and I have lots of apples. And it's a very, very simple game, very visually impactful. So it's got a lot of table presence, and there's a lot of things that they put in the box to allow you to keep mixing it up, right? So you're changing. So again, the anthill, the point value will change based on the card that's drawn at the beginning of the game. There's chocolate in the game. The chocolate in one game might be, I can use that to move a second ant on my turn. Or the chocolate could be to steal a piece of food from someone else. Like that chocolate is going to change depending on when you shuffle the chocolate deck, which card comes up to dictate how that plays out. So the rules are dynamic. They're going to change per game, but it's a super easy game to play. And much like most games from All Play or board game tables is what they used to be called. It is fantastic. And I don't personally play it a lot, but I have it in my game bag because I know that there's usually some game players, especially in the larger meetup we have, that if a bunch of people have come, someone in that group knows how to play it. I'll say, hey guys, just grab ants. You got, Sally and Fred just joined the group. Why don't you have them join you guys? And they're like, oh yeah, let's go play. And they'll put it on the table. It's fun. It's cute. And it's easy. And there's a little bit light strategy in there to get people kind of hooked into the hobby.
Well, I mean, again, right? Like that's the thing is with these kind of meetup games, I don't bring Twilight Imperium to a meetup. Don't get me wrong. I love Twilight Imperium. I will play that, but that's like a once or twice a year kind of game because we schedule it, we plan it. Hey, this is going to be all day. We're going to start at noon. We're going to have lunch. Everybody be ready. Like, let's go.
Yeah.
but there is, because of that, like there's such an appreciation for these games where you roll into a meetup. You're like, dude, I can teach you this game in 5 minutes. We're gonna have a great time, and you can play whatever you want when we're done. You know, like you're gonna be fine.
I'll replay it. Nice.
You know, let's go. And
let me show you look at these punch outs. Is that not the coolest punch out you've ever seen?
That's legit. That looks so good.
They're all like this. They're all 3-dimensional punch outs. It's the coolest thing I'd ever seen. So I saw this actually down at Origins. I'm like, ooh. So I ended up picking up this, and I picked up Big Top. Big Top did not make my list purely for the fact that they could have easily made it a 6-player game just by adding 2 more player boards and 2 more starting cards, and they didn't. So shame on them. But this one was a no-brainer at Origins.
And that's called Bites.
Bites.
Yeah.
Bites.
I wrote it down. All play games.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. Don't sleep on them. That's awesome.
All right. How you doing for time? I just want to be mindful of your time as well.
Oh, we're good, man.
I'm clear to go, man. As long as people want to stay in this party, we'll keep on rocking.
Yeah, right. Unfortunately for them, right? So I'm going to reach real quick and grab my number 2 because I realize it's right over here. It's on like the far end of my table, so pardon my chair scooting.
Oh, do not pull a cockroach poker. Oh, you rat.
Oh, cockroach poker. Do you like cockroach poker?
I don't mind cockroach poker. I'm just really suck at it.
Okay. No, that's totally fair. Here's the thing. I had never played cockroach poker until this year. This calendar year. And so I had always heard of cockroach poker, and I'm going to name drop real quick. I got to interview Eric Lang at Origins last year. Eric Lang is a designer that I love. Yep. And I met him one time at Gen Con, but like I wasn't a content creator. I was just a fanboy. And I'm like, oh, dude, love your stuff, right? I love Blood Rage. And I got a picture of him, and he's quirky and he's fun. And then literally at Origins, he was walking by our booth, and I go, I love you, Eric Lang. And he came over and started talking to us. And I was like, hey, any chance I could interview you? So we planned an interview. That was like on a Thursday. We planned an interview on a Saturday. He showed up. We filmed an interview. I talked to him, and I'm like, okay, man, like, so what's your favorite game? And he's like, cockroach poker. And I'm like, okay, well, I got to buy cockroach poker. I got to try it. It's one of my favorite designers' favorite games, right? I got to try this game.
Wow.
And here's the thing is I go to buy this game. I can't buy it anywhere because it's out of print.
It's everywhere, isn't it?
No, it's not. Well, it just came back into print.
Oh, okay.
So I went to Miniature Market, signed up for like the notify me when it's available kind of thing. And they were like back in stock because I'm aware of what cockroach poker is. I'm not going to pay an exorbitant price, on the secondary market to get this game. It's like, no, this game's been in print 30 times.
Nor do you want to pay the shipping for it really either. If you want to just go pick it up on location. If you
can. They'll print it again. You know what I mean? And then I won a gift card off of a giveaway thing for Mini Market, and cockroach poker came back in stock. I'm like, bye. So I bought it, and we started playing it. And I love this stupid game. This game's so dumb. It's so much fun. I mean,
it is basically like the game of bullshit kind of reskinned, isn't it?
1,000,000%.
Yeah.
There's different suits of bugs, and there's X amount of bugs per suit. And you literally like look at a card in your hand and you go, this is a bat, and you hand it to somebody else. And they say, yes, it is, or no, it's not. You know what I mean? And if they reveal and they were wrong, they add it to their, tableau in front of them. If you get 4 of a kind, you're out and everybody else wins. It is purely just a game of bullshit. I don't know if you don't know Wes Todd, you should know West. He's the Mingo from Quackalope.
Mm-hmm.
West loves this game, and we were playing this game before we started hanging out with West like a ton. But then West started coming to our game nights, and our game nights started getting a lot longer and later because he's like, well, we got time for a round of cockroach poker, right? And it's like, okay, fine. So we play cockroach poker. And it's like, we got time for another round of cockroach poker, right? Okay, fine. So we play it again. And then my number one is the last game that we will play multiple rounds of, and I'll save it. But I mean, so Eric Lang recommended, one of my favorite designers, recommended cockroach poker, which again, compared to the complexity level of games that Eric designs to the level of cockroach poker, it's like, okay, well, that means something. And again, I do believe it is group dependent, but I think that cockroach poker, you can play with anybody because there's not a ton of rules to it. It's
elegantly simple is what I would say, right?
Yes. Really well put. Well put.
The only thing I don't love about it is two things. One is I think it plays better at a higher player count. Right?
Agreed.
So
Agreed.
I think even over 4, I think you need to get to like 5 players.
You need 5. I mean, 4 is fine, but 5
and up to make it be a good experience.
I agree with that.
I don't love the fact that there's just a loser. There's no winners. There's one loser.
There's one loser and everybody wins.
You lost, you suck, we all win. Like that for me is kind of weird. I own it. I have it in my game bag.
Sure.
Because it's so small and compact, so it's easy to have it kind of as a great filler game.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit polarizing, I find too.
Okay, fair.
Because if you have people who are good at bluffing, they love it. If you have people that are horrible at bluffing,
oh, well. So here's the thing: is sometimes I take the and I alternate.
Yeah.
But like sometimes you take the Sheriff of Nottingham approach.
Exactly. Yeah.
Where you just always tell the truth.
Yeah.
And that bones people just as often as, it benefits them. Because it's like, well, you've told the truth the last 2 times. Surely you're lying now. Yeah. And you're like, never call me Shirley. And you now have a bat in front of you. Because
side note on Sheriff Nottingham, what I find for that game, where I always do the best is if I load at the beginning, all contraband.
Oh, sure.
So you just go 5, your entire hand contraband, and then you buy off the sheriff. You're like, hey, if you don't look, I'll give you like 25 cents or give them a high amount at the beginning of the game. Cause as you get later on, they're going to call you out on everything.
Right.
But if you can kind of secure that contraband at the beginning, for me, I find those are the times when I can do.
Man, that's a legit strategy. Because then they don't know, really, you haven't established a pattern yet.
Yeah.
Oh, James.
I just broke the keg open. All right.
Oh, dude.
My number 2 is, I think, in most people's game bags.
Great game.
Is this on your list or no?
No, it's not on my list, but that's a great game. And it's such a nice, tiny little game. It fits in.
Tiny little box. Oink Games. I went on a bit of an Oink adventure for a while where I just kept buying their games.
Oink's great.
Durian.
Mm-mm.
That's my favorite Oink game. It's it's social deduction-ish. You're just trying to guess. Like you have like these food items. So you're all waiters in a restaurant, and you're trying to keep the owner of the restaurant, which is a gorilla, happy.
Right.
By not messing up the customer's orders. So you're placing these orders down on the table, and you can choose of these little domino tiles. Do you want the bananas or do you want the durian, for instance? And you can choose which way this tile is facing. And then, but amongst all of you, you have to have amongst all you on your domino food that equals what's in that row. So when it gets to your turn, you can decide if the player before you, if you want to ring the bell and rat them out to the owner and say, hey, these guys let this order go out to the customers and we don't have enough food to cover that off amongst us. The catch of that one is you don't know what you have. So you can see everyone else's card, but you can't see your own. So people are like, yep, bananas. I'm going to put another banana down. You're like, whoa, wait a second. I can see clearly there's not enough bananas here amongst these people. Do I have 3 or 4 bananas on my card? I don't know.
Right. What are the odds that I've got enough? Right.
Yeah. It's more kind of guessing against yourself. But I love it. Not one I have on my top 10 list because, again, it's a bit thinky, so not everybody loves it. I love it.
Right.
But this one here, Deep Sea
Yes.
Adventure, is, the essence for those who don't know it. I'm sure everybody must know this game, but you're on a sub and you only have so much oxygen to go diving. So you have this kind of trail of little tokens that kind of form the board, and you're a diver and you roll the dice and you can move that many tokens down. The further down you go, the tokens are worth more. And the goal is to try to collect the token and then turn around and work your way back.
You got to get back
to the sub before you all collectively run out of air. The air does not start going down until someone picks up a token. As soon as you pick up a token, now when you roll, your movement back, because you're weighed down with the treasure you picked up, is one less. So if I got one token, if I roll a 4, I can move back 3. If I get greedy, I pick 2 tokens. Now I can only, if I roll a 4, I only get to move 2 spots. And the dice only roll, it's like a 1 to 4, I think, right? It's like a D4.
Right. Yeah.
So if you take 2 pieces of treasure, there's a good chance you're not going to make it back. And as soon as you pick up treasure, now the oxygen comes down 1 level per piece of treasure you have.
Puts the timer on it.
Yeah. You got like 5 people playing and they've all picked up a piece of treasure. That's like 5 chunks of oxygen that come out of the tank before it even gets back to you. So very, very quickly, it's almost like this exponential kind of curve where as soon as people start grabbing treasure, if you're not heading back, you're probably going to drown because the oxygen's going to run out before you get to the top. So
I look at this game as like the lighter version of Clank, which is a game I love.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a press your luck, a little bit press your luck, right?
Yeah.
Clank is a deck builder, but yeah, same idea, right? If you go and you're exploring all the tunnels and so forth, and if you don't start heading back, your greed takes hold. You're gonna come back with lots of treasure, but
it's gonna start to get hairy real quick. The door's
gonna close before you get back, right? So same idea, but it plays very quickly, and it's kind of like, I wouldn't say idiot proof, but you can teach it very easily, right? It's a very easy concept for people to get. So it's a great, and I put it kind of at the top of my list because it's one of these games where there's enough kind of strategy in there that people feel involved, but it's simple enough that you can have the most basic of new players join in and have a good time. 3 rounds, and after 3 rounds, whoever has the most points on their treasure wins. There is an expansion die that I grabbed at Essen this year, which adds another die. When you roll that, it has the ability for you to actually go like way deeper on a potential roll. So you can get a great chance to get more treasure, which becomes interesting because you can get real deep, but then get stuck there, or you can get real deep and get back as well. So it's a cool little addition to the game, but Deep Sea Adventure is my number 2.
Holy shit. Okay. So I want you to do your number 1 because I realized my number 1 is upstairs and I gotta run to, and I love my number 1 so much I need to run and grab it.
All right, you go grab your number 1. Let me show you my number 1. I'll talk about it while
I'm gonna listen and then I will run while you cover for me. What is that?
Celestia.
I've never played this game. Holy crap. I've heard amazing things about Celestia.
All right, you run and grab your game. I'm gonna start talking about Celestia.
Please do.
This game is number one in my game bag for meetups. Purely for the reason that this literally comes out every single week. I don't always play it every week, but someone is pulling it out of my game bag, slapping on the table playing. It plays a high player count, so I think it goes up to like it's 2 to 6. So actually not super high, but still 6 is decent. And the general idea of this game is press your luck. So it's very easy to teach. You're on an airship. All the players are on the airship. You have these different floating cities you're trying to get to, and you're taking turns being the captain. And it goes just basically player return order. So I start off as a captain. I have cards that I have in my hand. Everyone starts off with I think it's like 5 cards, and the cards have on them. Then there's dice, and you're going to roll dice to get to the next city. And the further you get along the path of these cities, the more dice you have to roll. So at the beginning, you only have to roll like 2. Later on, you're going to roll like 4. And on the dice, you've got swords, you've got eagles, you've got, I think there's clouds, and then lightning. So there's 4 symbols. And in the deck, there are like a lot of clouds, and I think there's like 10% of the deck is like swords. Chuck the dice. I want to get to the next city. I'm the captain, and I roll, and I've rolled, say, 2 swords. And everyone knows there's not a lot of swords in the deck, and I've got 5 cards. Now it goes in player turn orders. The next person to the left of me says, I believe James has 2 swords in his hand. Okay, they're staying on the ship. They're staying on the journey. It goes the next person. They're like, I don't think he's got it. I'm out. They jump out, and then there's cards that are with each of these cities, and each of the cards are worth more and more points the further along you get on this path. They grab that card, and it goes into their kind of off to the side of their hand. That's the points they've scored. And it's secret. It's hidden. No one can see it. And this is going to keep going. And then if I have the cards, then when it gets back around to me, I say, yep, in fact, I did have 2 swords. I put my 2 swords down, and we progress to the next city. And then the person to my left, now they're the captain. And the people that jumped out, they're out this round. They don't keep going, but everyone else is going to stay on the ship. Now we got a new captain. That person has to now roll the dice, and they're going to say roll 2 to get to the next city. And it goes around player turn order to decide, okay, am I in or out? Do I think they have enough cards or not? At some point, you're going to say, yeah, I think that they got 2 clouds because there's tons of clouds in the deck. And the person's going to say, sorry, guys, I don't have 2 clouds. The ship crashes. Anybody that's still on the ship dies, I guess, or whatever, is reincarnated. Start back at the beginning to get nothing. But the people that jumped out get the points that were associated with the city they jumped out at. What makes it really interesting is that there's wild cards in there and there's special cards. So there's like a jetpack. So if you have the jetpack, even if the ship crashes, you can jetpack out and land on the city that the ship was at when it crashed, when they tried to progress forward. There are cards that allow you to force the other players to re-roll the dice. So if I jump out and say I'm out, and Tim's playing and he's like 3 cities ahead, and I know he's going to score a lot of points, and he rolls like 3 blanks because there's blank dice, which are free. And he's like, yeah, okay, we got 3 blanks. We're going to automatically move forward. I can be like, I've got a card here. You have to re-roll your blanks. Suck it, right? And he's going to re-roll the 3 dice, 3 swords. He doesn't have it, and they crash. So you got kind of this a little bit, take that dynamic in it. But it's a press your luck, but it's super easy to teach people. It's fun because even if you have people that don't know anybody at the table, they can still feel involved. Mm-hmm. You've got 6 people saying, I believe in you, right? There's a new person. I think you can do it. I think you got it. Come on, you can do it. I know you got the cards. So you got this kind of like encouraging people. But at the same time, there is one winner because the first person to get the 50 points. As soon as they get the 50 points, they turn the cards over, instant win. It's got to be in every game bag. Again, it's on the table every single week with someone.
I mean, dude, amazing art, the pressure luck. This game's been on my radar for ages. And I've just never seen it in the wild, is what I call it.
I think it's out of print now. Like, it's tough to find. There is an expansion where you can take like do a little side quest with like a little rowboat that comes out. The only bone I have to pick with this is the box organization is probably the worst box organization I've ever encountered in any game.
Is it worse than Fantasy Flight?
Ever. I don't have Fantasy Flight. I don't know. I would say it's kind of along the lines of Barren Park, where they've got these weird kind of like cross piece of cardboard in there that have no relevance to the components at all. Like there's like you go to put the stuff back in the box and it doesn't even match up with the pockets that the paper creates. So if you get it, 3D print the boat because the boat's going to fall apart for sure because it's just a little piece of cardboard to fit together that you have to take apart to get to fit in the box. So it's better to 3D print a boat, 3D print a tray. Mm-hmm. But the game itself is diamonds. It is
like we've got a joke about Fantasy Flight games where they famously, as a company, have just like a well, like a cardboard well, which they produce some of the best produced games you've ever seen and have the worst inserts at the same time that you've ever seen in a game. So
I always find that we'll get a game, we'll open up a game night, and I'll be like, why does this publisher hate me? Like,
right? Why? What's the point?
Like, they obviously hate me because this is like trying to pack this up in a wet diaper. Like, this is just the worst organization ever.
Let me demonstrate real quick what I've done with every single Fantasy Flight insert I've ever had. Oh, throw it away.
It's gone. Yeah,
it's gone. It's terrible. Like, what's the point?
This is why, and again, from the publisher side, every game we've done, even from the first one, plastic insert, organization, easy for the components to be separated. And we're even trying to level that up even more with, again, garden geckos. You're going to see reclosable actual storage trays that are closable.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Everything. Cities of Venus, again, just signed off on another cost increase on the game that we're going to eat, but it's going to have like a clear lid on the inside to keep those minis nice and secure so they're not bouncing around during transportation. It is paramount for us. Like, I don't want someone to have an experience to open up one of our game boxes and be like, what the hell?
I mean, well, here's the thing is, right, there's some certain game companies where you open a game and you know you're going to throw the insert away. Yeah. Fantasy Flight is 1,000,000% the one of them. And there's some game companies where you're like, you know what? Actually, they give a shit and they care about the insert and how it's done, and it actually matters.
Even this game, it's a card game. Queen of Scots. I'll show you this. Even this game has an insert.
Look at you.
Holds the cards, holds the pen. Then you've got like a pad of paper so you can keep score. That fits nice cleanly in the box. Like inside lid printing. Like these.
How dare you, James? How dare you care about? How dare you care about how the game?
How dare you care about the people that buy your games? I know. Shame on us.
Shame on you, sir.
That'll teach me.
Shame on you. See, that's why I get to be on this platform. I get to call publishers and designers out. No, man. Seriously, again, it's obvious that you play games because you care about some of those things.
Yeah.
My number one is probably maybe the lightest game on my list. But this game is such stupid fun. It's probably the game that I've played the most this year because of how fun it is. I've played this. Every time I play this game with new people, somebody buys this game. I'm just going to warn you right now. It's from Mayday Games. It's called Ahoy Kitten. Okay. Let me tell you about Ahoy Kitten real quick. There's a bag that you draw fish out of. And depending on player count, there's going to be these tiles that are out. Okay. So there's one fewer tiles than there are players. So if we're playing a 3-player game, there's 2 tiles out. And there's going to be 3 fish of a color on each tile. And scoring's really easy. Okay, so there's a red, a blue, and an orange or a yellow. Yep. That's a set. That set is worth 5 points. If you have one of these clear fish, they don't belong to a set, but they're worth 2 points. Any fish that doesn't complete a set is worth 1 point. What we're going to do is we're going to get through this whole bag of fish. And on your turn, we're going to populate these fish with these tiles with fish. Okay, so 2 fish per tile. And then if there's already fish on a tile in a subsequent turn, you add 1 to it. If it's an empty tile, you add 2 fish. On our turn, we're going to hold our fingers up. We're going to go 1, 2, 3. We're going to point to a tile. If you are pointing to a tile that someone else is pointing to, you get nothing. If you are the only person pointing to that tile, you get the fish on that tile, and you put it on your own tile in front of you. That now becomes a tile that people can point to.
Oh boy.
So on your turn, 1, 2, 3, I could cover my own tile, which then I get to bank my fish, and I'm out for a round because I'm sailing away and stashing those fish. Then the next, so I miss a round. Everybody else gets to bid, point to a tile. And then the following round, I get to come back. And then 1, 2, 3, point to a tile. Gecko Bob, famously, has scored 0 points in this game. Because he is either keeps pointing to a tile that everybody else is pointing to, or when he has gained fish and people take his tile, he didn't cover it up. 0 points this game plays so fast because it's literally you populate the tiles.
Yeah.
And it's like, everybody ready? 1, 2, 3, point. Okay. You clear off the tiles. You assign them.
Do you have people like kind of like hate drafting, like hate pointing, where they're just trying
Oh
to
my God.
keep somebody else from getting fish?
Oh my God. So here's the thing. I've had so many games of this where it's like, James, stop pointing to this tile. I swear to God, I'm going to point to this tile next turn. So if you point to it, you're not going to get anything because I'm pointing to it. And then everybody points to the same tile because it's got 12 fish on it. And that means that everybody has pointed to that tile virtually every round because one fish keeps
someone else from getting it. Yeah.
Keeps adding to it. And then eventually somebody gives up and goes to a different tile. And somebody's going to get that tile of all those fish.
That's
and
amazing.
It's just crazy trash talking. This was a game. This is one of those things where it's like, as a content creator, like, just don't be a snob about stuff. If something looks fun, take a chance. So Mayday Games put out a thing last year, I don't know, September-ish. And they're like, hey, we got this light game we're putting out. Anybody, interested in reviewing? And I was like, hey, I'll get this game played, And we did a video on this game, and it was like, immediately everyone in the group became obsessed with this game. And then everybody that we played this game with became obsessed with the game. And it's like, it's so stupid and light and fun. And Chris Charlwood, see, even Gecko Bob admits he scored 0 points, but still had fun playing. Chris Charlwood, my grumpy ass Eurogamer who loves really heavy, complex games.
Yeah.
Like, we play Ahoy Kitten with him and we have so much fun because awesome. I mean, you're literally looking at people across the table from you and you're like, oh, you motherfucker, you better not. Like, here we go. Like, you just know. And sometimes you've got these fish built up on your tile and you've got to decide, if everybody thinks I'm going to cover, nobody's going to point to my tile, so I can point to another tile and maybe sneak a few more on.
How do you deal with, because for sure there's going to be times that people are go to point and then you can see them kind of change their.
Okay. So A, don't play with people like that.
Yeah.
And then B, we do make it very clear, be very distinctive on which tile you're pointing to. Like, you've just got to. Because sometimes depending on where people are sitting, we're like, hey, like, heads up, it could look like you're pointing to this or that. So honestly, if you're going to point, like, be very clear where you're pointing.
I guess there's one way around that could be to actually have like a token with a number too, right? Where they can just play their secret token and they're going to play tile number 3.
I'm bidding on tile 3, or I'm bidding on this player, or I'm bidding on this player. That is a workaround I had not considered. Fortunately, and again, this game takes 15 minutes to play. So fortunately, like, we haven't had anybody that needs to win so badly they feel they need to cheat.
Yeah, it sucks playing people like that for sure.
Yeah. Just go home. Like, I don't have time for you. But no, we try to make it very clear. Like, hey, make sure it's obvious where you're pointing. Like, heads up. And so far we have not encountered any bad actors. But this game is bananas. Everybody's cackling. We're all playing this game. The acrylic fish look really cool. They're brightly colored. And the scoring is very easy. One set is worth 5 points. Each individual fish is 1 point. And the clear or white fish are 2 points. And and there's table talk, right? Because you're like, well, that tile right there has like a full set on it. So maybe you want to go for that tile, or maybe you don't, and then people are looking at what you have and it's like, well, if you get that orange one, that completes a set for you, and the game's so fast. I don't know that people even think that deep into it.
It's got to get pretty nasty though with people stealing your fish, right? Like,
oh, dude, I have called people horrible names for stealing my fish. I have said things privately that I would never say in a specifically to Gecko Bob, only because he and I are very competitive with each other. But anyways, Ahoy Kitten, it's so dumb and light, but it's so awesome. It's very easy to teach. And it's that whole, like, everybody looking around the table at each other going, are you going to point to the same tile as me? And then you can even add that in. See? Yeah.
Got his mom to swear at his knees.
And that's the thing, is like, you know, because all you're doing is going 1, 2, 3 point, and you're pointing, and that's it. And it's hilarious because every time I play with Bob specifically, it's like, we need to be very clear. Is it 1, 2, 3, and then you point, or do you say 1, 2, 3 point, and then everybody points? Like, he's that gung-ho in the game where it's like, I don't want to be pointing a split second before or after everybody else. Like, everybody needs to be pointing at the same time.
Yeah.
He's that competitive, but the game's that light, that breezy, you know, that much fun, you know, who cares? It is just become one of the go-to games in my collection. And I just took a flyer on a fun party, you know, family weight game, and it's turned out to be, you know, just one of my favorite games that I played in the last year.
Oh, it sounds like a blast. Yeah, I'll definitely add that to my list as well. I got that one written down.
And again, this one we've talked so much about that, like, the owner of Mayday Games has been like, hey, you love my game. And I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, it's super fun. And you know, here's the thing, is like, to have integrity as a reviewer, it can't just be pandering, you know, like, listen, I love garden geckos, James, whether you come on my show or not.
Thank you.
Love garden geckos, and was super excited because you designed that one, right? That's you.
Yeah, it's so we've done, I think, is it 10 games now we've got in our portfolio. By the end of this year, it'll be 10 anyways with the published, like with Time Splicers and Seas of Venus and Seas of Venus Survivors. We got to be close to 10.
But I mean, my point is that not every game that we get from Tin Robot is a James Staley.
No, it's not. So the very first game that we ever did, so Thanks But No Thanks, was a game I created 25, 30 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the first game that I decided to publish. And of course, I've learned way more in this industry, and I was very naive at the beginning. I would do that game very differently now. In fact, we've got a second edition coming out that is completely reskinned next year. That is going to employ all the learnings I've had between when I launched that game and now. Same basic mechanic of the game, but we are going to change it up. That was the last game I had done all on my own, quite frankly, the very first game. And every other game we've had has been either co-developed with my brother, Adam. We had a couple games where we've signed other people. And then, so we had Hamsters vs. Hippos. That was James Freeman. Started off with, I think it was something Nightmare Hippopotamus or something. We changed it, right? So it became a co-develop with him because it evolved into something very different than what he originally pitched to us. Reed is probably the first game that we straight up signed someone else's design. So kudos to him and his design. Really, we reskinned the theme, which all publishers do, but the game itself that's Reed.
Hell yeah. No, but listen, I don't know, nothing against Reed. I don't know that I would have been excited about a game about feet or shoes. But you've got me at Catnip Auction House. I immediately know I can get that played with my family.
Yeah, and that's the thing I do. Cats is a gateway, right? As you know.
100%. Isle of Cats. There's a million Cats games. Calico,
game, as soon as Space Cats comes out, people are like, I'm in, right? So every game we've had up to this point has been co-developed with different people. But this is the first one since Tanks But No Thanks. It was me from start to finish. So very exciting to kind of get back into taking the helm on a game. And this one came together again very quickly. It was an idea where I knew I wanted to do a tile placement game, started there, and then started thinking of different creatures and that haven't already been done. So I started thinking, I don't think there's many games out there with geckos yet. So I thought geckos. I love putting alliteration to my game titles, hamsters 100%. Versus hippos, right? Things like that. So that's where we got guarding geckos. And then it just kind of built out from there. And I knew that I wanted to have chunky, really cool components and wanted to be very puzzly and thinky, yet still fast and accessible for people to get to the game table. I personally like game, as you saw tonight when we went through this list. I love gateway type games. So games where
me too.
You can have people across different play skill levels play things that can play quickly. So you can say, okay, let's one more. Okay. You got me in that one, but I want to get you on the next one.
Let's re-rack. Let's go again. Yeah.
Yeah. 100%. 2-3 games in a row. Love that kind of game style. That predominantly is most of the games in our portfolio. Cities of Venus is obviously a little bit of a departure from that, but the rest of our portfolio is very much gateway.
Yeah, but even Cities of Venus, I see that as a game. Now, again, only playing the limited prototype that I did, where it's like, oh, no, I can do better. Like, let's play again. I have an idea of what's getting thrown at me. Let's go again. But I'm just, don't sell yourself short. You are definitely putting those kind of games out there.
Because I don't want to say preach, but I talk about this a lot on the podcast, where the importance of staying on brand, right? And, you have a publisher come out with like an RPG game, and the next thing you know, they're doing like a party game, and you're like, what? And it's not as much that people can't make that leap, but the problem is they may lose their audience, because every time you do and I see this even right now, if I do an e-blast, so we've got a pretty substantial email list now. If I e-blast, hey, Garden Geckos is coming to Kickstarter, and I've got, a couple thousand people on that list that signed up through Cities of Venus, I know I'm going to have probably 20, 30 unsubscribes every time I do an e-blast. And people say, whoa, wait a second, this doesn't match what I kind of signed up for.
This isn't that sci-fi theme, like that sci-fi realism theme that I was into.
Yeah, so you got to be very mindful of that when you're launching games, to make sure that you're kind of on brand. For us, it's based on we've established earlier on tenets of the company, right? So the tenets of our company is you got to be able to teach the game in 5 minutes or less. The game has to play, a minimum of 4 players, ideally 6, right? Up to 6 players. The game has to be able to play in an hour or less, right? The game has to be simple enough that you can set up in 5 minutes, teach it in 5 minutes, take it down in 5 minutes, so you get on to the next game. You can play tournament style, so you can go and as you said, do a re-rack and do again. And then lastly, new players have to have a decent chance or a fair chance of at least of winning on their first play.
So one of my favorite Eric Lang games, right? Yeah. Blood Rage. Okay, Blood Rage is an awesome game, unless you're playing with someone who's played Blood Rage before. Yeah. Awesome game, but if you play with people that know that game and you don't know it very well, or you don't know it at all, you have zero chance of winning. Yeah. Zero. And I hate that. I absolutely hate that. And I those kind of games, I would almost rather just teach new people, because I don't have the interest to teach or to play it with the sharks, is what I call them, because it's just not fun. I'd rather teach new people, see what they bring to the table. And not blowing smoke, and everybody that's watched the video knew that we'll have the opportunity to see us talk about this, because no offense, James, but like it's not like you're Simon and we got to promote your game to like glorify our channel. Yeah. But like, if you watch our video of Garden Geckos and you hear us talk about how excited and blown away by Garden Geckos we were, Now I don't think Spencer was on that video. Was he?
Shredder didn't miss. I don't know. Did he play?
I don't know, but if he wasn't on that video, he hasn't yet. But trust me, that dude would love this game. But like the thing is there's so much appreciation for a game like geckos, right?
Yeah.
Like Garden Geckos, because we love games. We love games like Hegemony and Ankh and, you know, and Twilight Imperium, these games that are really thinky and take a long time. But at the same time, there's so much room in our lives because for games like Garden Geckos, where we can just like, hey, you can learn, like, here's a game I can teach you in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
You will be able to play competitively and have a really nice time. And it's an accessible theme. It's really easy. Yeah. Like we talk about like Dune Imperium all the time, right? But does Dune Imperium matter to you if you don't read Dune and if you don't watch the Dune movies? Does it matter as much? Is it as appealing?
Yeah.
One of my favorite games is Game of Thrones, the board game. I love those novels. You know, I love most of the TV show. But if you're not into the novels or the TV show, does it matter as much to you?
I played The Expanse. I had that exact experience.
Sure.
The Expanse, and I'm playing it, and I'm like, I want to kill myself. This is, I am not having fun out. I mean, I played it through, but I was like, good God. And they're like, this is so awesome. Like, it ties in with the show. So I'm like, I never watched the show, man. Like, I get it. To me, it's just like a nicely themed game, but I didn't love it as much as they did because I didn't have the same kind of investment into the story.
Right. So if I can have a game with like low rules overhead and I can play it with anybody, I mean, literally anybody, entry level, and to some people that's potentially a turnoff, but like at the same time, I'm like, hold up, there's some really interesting choices here, because not every game needs to be a Lacerda to be like an amazingly deep, interesting game. And I'm not banging on him or Eagle Griffin or any of them, but like to just nail into a game that's like really accessible, but very satisfying.
Yeah.
Spoiler for a video that's coming out soon. So Mythwind. Have you heard of Mythwind?
Yeah.
Okay. So we just played Mythwind and there's a lot of mixed feelings.
Oh, really?
On Mythwind. There's a high rules overhead for, I don't know if the payoff is worth it yet. We've played a few seasons where we've committed to playing more and coming back to it and doing like another video on it.
Yeah.
Because I think it deserves that. But like the immediate payoff is not there for what the time investment for what it takes to get into it.
I have a game, and I'm not going to call them out because I don't want to call them out, but
totally fair.
I just sold a game to a buddy that I had. We played it once. Gorgeous game, gorgeous. And I know this designer. I had him on the podcast, and he put a lot of time into this game and a lot of love. And you can, he's one of these people that really are good at the hustle too. So at Origins, you'd see him like pulling people over, like literally playing this game nonstop at Origins, just getting as many people play as possible. And it was okay. Like when we played, we're like, it's good. The lore of this game was great, but it's kind of like the juice wasn't worth the squeeze, right? Like,
that's a good way to put it.
It was so much upfront, kind of like getting it set up, understanding how to play, a lot of confusions around the rules. And like, these were like heavy gamers I was playing with too. And like, there's people saying like, I am so confused, that by the time we got the play and people understood it and like, okay, now I get it. It was okay. But then we're like, okay, but if I got the choice between playing that and say Rolling Heights, I'm going to pull Rolling Heights every single time because setup's easier. It's easier to get into it. I can pull people who haven't played into it easier because I teach it much faster.
Yes.
And the payoff at the end is so much greater, where you leave just feeling like you've been on, like, it's like when you see a good movie, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You see a crappy movie and a good movie, like Rolling Heights is like that. It's like going to see a good movie where afterwards you're like, wow, that was a really good movie. I felt like I got my money's worth, you know, and I definitely feel like that with that game. So I hear what you're saying. It is tough as a designer and a publisher to kind of get to that zone. There's so many different, it's like beer, right? There's so many different tastes out there.
Yes.
Of what people like and what they don't. And just because some people like one taste, they might not like a certain game, or they might be like, okay, but I like that style of game, but I've played too many games like that, so now I don't like your game because it's too similar to these other games. So, you know, coming up with this originality is very, very tough.
Well, and the thing is like, and I will just continue to use Mythwind as example, is I know that there are mechanics that are coming that we haven't seen yet. And so if we hit those and it makes the game that much better, do they need a quick start? You know what I mean? Or and very possible, are we the problem, and that other people have not had the issue, and that we're able to ease into the to where it got okay, and they're fine with it. Like, personally found it a little unsatisfactory for the level of effort. Conceptually awesome. I mean, and again, you can put it like movies, where there's movies where it's like, man, this could have been amazing. And I appreciate big swings. You know, I really like it when people take big swings. You know, it's like, because it's like, man, that takes balls. You know, that's not always easy to do.
But I want to make a comment on that, because it's tough. And, you know, what I appreciate about your team and your channel is that you guys recognize that, right? And the challenge in this industry is not every content creator does that. And I actually had this exact conversation with, again, as I said, there was 3 negatives on Cities of Venus. One was a blog that got published. And part of the issue, again, they didn't read the brief. And, but they didn't just shred the game. Like, they were vicious in the write-up, so much so that, like, I keep a list, right? And, you know, if someone is like I keep everyone on the list, even if it's a review that's not a good review, I'll still keep them on the list, because I'll be like, you know, okay, well, maybe it just wasn't their style. That's on me. I got to get better at briefing them. They're, you know, that's my fault. But when they're going for the throat just for the sake of clicks,
well, that's bullshit, man.
They're off the list. And so I was talking to and again, I'm not gonna say who it was, but I'm like, I reached out to them afterwards. I'm like, you know, I never respond to the reviews. I always take the reviews as they are. But this one, I gotta say something. Like, you know, the problem in this industry is that there's going to be new designers coming out and taking chances and taking big swings, as you would say, on their game, trying to create something different. And, you know, these kind of reviews are not helpful for that, right? Because that might discourage somebody. Somebody like, I can take it. I'm a big boy, right? I have thick skin. No worries. I'm fine. I just know, you know, I'm probably not going to send you another game. But there's going to be other people in the industry that are going to be up and coming on their first game, and they're going to see reviews like that, and that could be discouraging to them. But they might say, well, I need to maybe create a game that fits these exact previous slots, because that dude can't define a new game style, because Cities of Venus has got some new kind of
100%
tough to kind of put him in a specific box.
Right? That was the appealing thing to me about it, but please continue.
Yeah, and I try to do that in my games. I literally try.
Yeah.
What can I put in here that hasn't been done yet, right? That doesn't fit in a box, but it becomes very difficult to, when you describe to somebody, it's like, well, it's not quite worker place. It's not, you know, I mean, it's a lot of these issues. It's this, it's kind of that ish, this ish. And that was, you know, the tonality around this review was just, again, so vicious. And I'm like, so I said to this guy, I'm like, I don't understand. Like, if you don't like it, fine. But this whole kind of like penalizing people for not fitting into the exact boxes of game and mechanic definitions, I think is a disservice to the industry, because I think there's going to be people out there that might be disheartened from that, or be shy to take that big swing, like you would say. because they're afraid they're going to get shredded, right?
Well, I mean, listen, anybody like Dominion, right? So I go to Dominion for like the first deck building style game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Love
I
it, by the way.
personally do not love Dominion near as much as I used to.
Yeah.
When I first played Dominion, I was like, this game's amazing. Because I came from playing games like Magic and the original Star Wars, like collecting game, and like Vampire Jihad. So I loved like these deck building games. And it's like, oh wait, a deck building game where everything's contained in one box and I'm building the game, my deck as I go. Like,
yeah.
And then I played other deck building games that I like better that are built on the skeleton of Dominion. I mean, frankly, you know, and so I have these all these improvements. But if I'm like, this game isn't Dominion, I don't like it. I mean, I'm done. Like you might as well have just been done in 2008 or whatever year Dominion came out. You know what I mean? Like, so I appreciate big swings. I like to look at things that try to either take a theme that hasn't been done or twist it. Yeah. I love combinations of unique mechanics, you know, all that stuff. And honestly, a thing about our channel and me personally, my personal philosophy is if Simon, for example, puts out a Zombicide and for some reason they were like, hey, board game rundown, review this Zombicide. If I thought that Zombicide was crap, I'd go, that game sucks and this is why I don't like it.
Yeah.
But if Tin Robot, which no offense, you're not Simon, sends me a game and goes, hey, Garden Geckos, let's talk about it. If I don't like it, I'm going to be like, hey, James, like, look, nobody in our group, like this didn't land.
Yeah.
Can I just send it somewhere else? It's not worth the time for me to crap on your game personally. Yeah. And honestly, I'd rather just go, hey, it didn't work for us. Can I send it to somebody else? Let me know, like, tell me who I can send it to. I would just rather not make a video trashing your game. Dirty secret about the hobby is top 10s and negative videos do the best. Do the best. I don't really have a ton of interest doing negative content on independent or smaller publishers. I just don't. I would just rather not talk about you.
There's an evolution, I think, happening though amongst content creators where if you go back 5 years ago, there was, I think, probably more negativity than there is now. And I don't know if it's because there's just more people in the game, right? So there's more content creators. So content creators kind of want to make sure that they're, you know, adding to the hobby.
You got to stand out. Yeah.
Yeah. Instead of just crapping on things. But I'm seeing more and more that now than I did. And maybe it's because I've launched more titles and now I've done more Kickstarters. So maybe I'm building like a track record. But I'm seeing more reviewers say, yeah, that didn't land. Are you okay if we just send this on? And I'm like, thank you. Yeah, no problem.
Good on them.
Appreciate it.
Good on them. 100%.
I would rather you say you hate the game and you don't want to do a review than do a review.
Listen, because if somebody came to me and was like, hey, Tim, what did you think about blah, blah, blah? Like personally, I would just go, we saw it. We didn't love it. But it does XYZ. Maybe you'll like it.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing about like our channel and the thing about the panel is if somebody really loves the game on the show, right, on the panel, and somebody is less than enthusiastic, personally, I feel like that makes interesting conversation because then we can hash it out. And the thing is James as a gamer can decide, hey, no, Scoville sounded really interesting to me, even though Tim hated it.
Yeah.
You know, like my interests a lot, like line up more with this guy than this guy. But if we all like universally just think like, a game sucks, unless somebody personally bought it, you know, and paid for it.
Yeah.
I I don't love like the negativity on like smaller publishers. You know, I really don't. We had a game that didn't land with us, but Bob kickstarted it. And it was a smaller company. We did a review because there was a lot of hype around it.
Yep.
And it didn't land with any of us, but we also felt like it was kind of mismarketed.
Yeah.
And we took a lot of heat on that video, and we debated even pulling that video down because we got so much hate because we didn't like that game. But it's like, you know what? No, we're going to leave it up. Like, we stand by it. And Bob paid good money for the all-in version of this game. So it's not like they sent us a free copy and we're going to just wreck their game, because that's a different animal. But somebody paid good money. Somebody in our gaming group that's on the show paid good money. We were hyped for this game. Was not as advertised. This is our opinion.
That's the toughest part of it all, is even as a publisher to kind of say what is your game. Right?
Yeah.
So we had this on Cities of Venus, where originally, based on a lot of the playtesting we had, people were like, this is kind of, it's not, I call it robust, not complicated. There's a lot of stuff, but it's really pretty straightforward when you're playing it. And, but I had some people who are like, wow, this is like, and we polled people, what weight would you give this? People were saying, would give it a medium weight. Then we're sent to reviewers that are playing 2, 3, 4 new games a week. And they're like, oh, wait a second, this isn't medium. This is like more, I'd call this medium light.
Yeah.
And we ended up changing going into our campaign to medium light, just because so many reviewers were kind of focusing on that, right? But to this day, that's still that game. If I play that with some people, and I even had some reviewers saying, oh my God, like, how does anybody get through this game without being completely decimated? Like, we got crushed.
Yeah.
And another reviewer's like, I was swimming in meeples.
Right.
I had more people that I could know what to deal with. It's like, yeah, because you know what? It's going to be different every time you play. One time you play, you're going to get crushed. Another time you play, it might seem, give you the allure of it, might be a little bit easier, right? So that's a tough part. And Garden Gecko is another example of this, where what I struggled with is, and this one, I think, what do we call this one? I think we called it medium light, or we call this one light. I can't remember. But it's quick setup. But if you have somebody that has trouble with sensory overload, they might find this a heavier game than, say, you or I. Because there's a lot of stuff you're seeing patterns at the same time. You're trying to
match up the yeah.
And then as you know, by the time everyone's got 5 geckos on the table, 4 players, that's 20 geckos, and how many bugs, right? So there's like, it's very puzzly, right? As you kind of later into the game. I don't have trouble with that. Some people that have trouble seeing too many inputs at one time, for them, it's going to be a little bit more of a medium play than a light play.
Yeah, and I don't remember if it was in our video or just like a private conversation, so I apologize. But like, there is a game let me just preface this. As a fan of movies, right? When one type of movie comes out, then like 3 more movies of a similar theme all come out. So like when Armageddon came out in the late 90s, there was like Deep Impact, you know what I mean? When Volcano came out, there was Dante's Peak. You know, there's always like replicates, and you kind of get sick of that stuff. I do not love, and I'm kind of sick of nature games. I don't love nature games. Wonderful thing about Garden Geckos is it didn't feel like a nature themed game, but if I was doing a nature themed list, I'm going to totally cheat and throw Garden Geckos on there. So I'm going to have my cake and eat it too. But I mean, like the thing is, it's also, it's the responsibility of the game host to know who they're inviting. And how also they are pitching the game. So yes, you as a publisher, personally, you've got to pitch this game the right way. I mean, Garden Geckos, I would pitch medium light. This is a game I would show off at meetups. And I would pitch it as entry level.
Yeah.
And when I'm teaching people, I'm not going to min-max my turns. I'm going to go, this tile matches, and I'm going to throw shit down. I'm going to demonstrate turns. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I get this because this happened, you know? And again, if somebody, we call it good teacher award. If you teach a game and you lose, you get the good teacher award.
Yeah.
If you are teaching a game that you've played before and you win, you get the bad teacher award, because as a teacher of a game, you should make sure other people are having a good time.
That's a great way of putting it.
Sometimes, and I steal that from my brother-in-law. That's not mine. We call that good teacher award, bad teacher award. But like my job, I look at myself like as a board gamer more than a content creator, as an ambassador for board games. This is a hobby I love. Anybody that's sitting down at a table with me, I want them to have a good time. Now, if I'm just playing Bob one-on-one, I want him to be freaking miserable every second because I want to destroy him. But that's different. I've known Bob for 20 years.
Yeah.
You know, but like I'm hanging out with newer people. I just want to have a good time. You know, like let's just have fun. And games like Garden Geckos does a really good job of like presenting those opportunities, because I feel like Mike, who unfortunately is not here, we love games with like really fun combos.
Yeah.
And again, that's a game that like, not only do you get to pull off some fun combos, but you get to combo off of what other people have played. And you're like, oh, because like when we played this, there's so many turns where I'm like, okay, if they just don't play here, I'm golden. I am golden. And then they do play there, and I'm like, oh no, wait, nope. I'm still good because I have access to this one, you know, and you can still play a badass tile right there. Or no, you can't play there, and I got to pivot and I got to do something else. And like, I love really thinky Euros, but for me, I've got to have wiggle room. If I'm playing a Euro with somebody and they do one thing and it ruins my whole game, and I've got to sit here for another hour and a half, and there's no way for me to pivot or win, I'm miserable. It's like, well, why am I even here? Like, I'm just going to take my arbitrary turn since I have no chance of winning. So when I've got games where I can pivot my strategy, you know, and like do all these other things, and like, okay, cool. I love being on my feet, you know, and you guys create that experience with Garden Geckos.
Did you guys try the advanced rules at all, or no?
What was the advanced rules?
So the advanced rule is with at the end, if you have trapped bugs that can also cover, can cover over top of the card, that card scores double.
We almost did, but we didn't need to because we were like so freaking out over the regular rules.
Yeah, like, but you want to talk like setting up combos and kind of like min-maxing. I mean, it adds a whole nother layer to the game. I wouldn't recommend people start that way.
No.
But after we play a few times, it's cool.
No, and that was one of the other things, and I believe we even mentioned that in the video. But that's the other thing, right? Is like there's games.
He just froze. Did we lose Tim? Did we lose me? I don't know.
Don't go anywhere. You there?
You're back.
I'm back. Yeah.
You froze again. All right. Well, if it's still me, I'm going to talk about Garden Geckos till Tim comes back. So Garden Geckos, we hit Kickstarter on, I believe it's April 2nd. Do me a favor if you're watching, if you made it to this video, it's 4 hours, but if you made it to the end on Kickstarter, just type in Garden Geckos, and actually that won't even take you to the page. Best way is to go to Tin Robot Games on Instagram, so at Tin Robot Games. And in our link tree, there's a link straight to the Garden Geckos page. I'll get Tim to actually put a link to Garden Geckos in the show notes of this video as well. So it's a hot link to the page. But if you follow the page, yeah, he got dumped. I really appreciate it. We're trying to get, and I know we didn't get into kind of the inside baseball and how Kickstarters work, but the more people we can get pre-signed up before we launch, the greater chance we have of actually funding on day one. We try to get to 1,000 before we launch. That typically is. I'm just talking to the audience here while you're. He's still frozen. We try to get to 1,000 before we. Yeah, Bob. Thanks, Gecko Bob. So Gecko Bob's going to make sure we get a link. Oh, board game rundown. You're still here. What happened to you, Tim?
I don't know, man. I don't know why at midnight my internet decided to take a shit. But
I'm like, what happened? Is it like a 4-hour cutoff? Oh my God. I was just talking about garden geckos really quick. We're going to put a link to this in the notes if that's cool.
Yeah, hell yeah.
So if people follow, that'd be appreciated. So I was just saying, like, the way the math works, and this is kind of part of the formula that we're talking about at the very beginning with Kickstarters, is you really want to get to 1,000 signups, pre-signups on Kickstarter before you launch. That will pretty much make sure you're going to fund as long as you have a reasonable fund goal. And you got to try to fund on day one. If you fund on day one, that then sets the algorithms for the rest of the campaign. And it's very mathematical. Crowdfunding Nerds, they've done a lot of tutorials on this as well. Launchboom is another company that's doing a lot of consulting in the industry. It's very mathematical. So we have to get as big of a number as we can on day one. That's why we have day one incentives. So for anybody that signs up on day one is going to get the Golden Gecko first player marker for free. So that's $5 US, $7 Canadian as an add-on. You'll still be able to add it on even if you miss day one. But on day one, if you back us on day one, you get that for free. It also doubles as a pin. So one thing we're trying to focus on right now is it going to be magnetic or actual pins? I have samples on their way. Probably going to do pins, but it's this nice, cool, like metallic gecko that's golden. It's about yay big. Acts as a pin, also acts as a first player marker. So that's kind of the incentive we put for our day one. Try and get that as high as possible. There's cool things we're going to have. I don't know. Can I even share? I can share the page if you want, Tim.
Yeah, whatever you want.
You have a moment? Well, we'll do that. We'll do that quick, and then we'll cut her because I know we're like at 4 hours and we've already had people bail. But how do I share my screen?
Good question.
Present?
Yeah, present.
Share screen. Okay.
Not doing anything yet.
Yeah, I just said I use Brave. Okay. I want to go to a window. Safari. Share. Oh, it's going to kick me out of here. Hang on. I'll come back and if it kicks me out.
Okay, that's cool. We'll be here.
So I got to go give permission to Brave. There we are. Ugh. Technology.
I know, right?
I got to tell you. Oh, it's going to make me quit. I'm going to jump back in. Okay. I'm jumping out. I'm jumping back in.
That's fine, man. We'll be here. Okay. Yeah. I won't buffer this time, but like legit, you guys need to check out this campaign. Bobby will testify on how good this frickin' game is. And the thing is that, and I want to ask James about this before we get off. What doesn't make sense to me with Kickstarter, if it doesn't back in the first day, like people just don't tend to back stuff. And I do not understand the psychology behind that because you're either behind a project or you're not. So if you're excited about a thing and you back it on Kickstarter, I mean, they don't take your money unless they meet their funding goal. And then if they do meet their funding goal, you get to, are you there? You're back?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah. StreamYard is great. I think I'm going to start using this for the podcast.
Oh, dude, it's super easy.
I use OBS and I've been using this app called Lula TV. Anybody that wants to stream to multiple platforms should check it out. But it allows me to stream simultaneously to TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube.
Oh, right on. Yep.
It's good, but I'm doing it through OBS, and OBS is just a crap show. It's so glitchy, and I really love the quality on StreamYard here. It's fantastic.
So what I was bitching about while you were gone is what doesn't make sense to me about Kickstarter. And again, this is coming from someone who has never run a Kickstarter ever, but backed plenty of them. What does not make sense to me is that if a game does not back in the first hour or the first day, people are less likely to support it.
Yeah.
And that makes zero sense to me, because if you're excited about a game, you pledge your money.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't fund, you don't lose anything. You know,
it's one of these kind of things like don't hate the player, hate the game. It's very mathematical, right? I've done 6 campaigns now, and it is very consistent. So here's some of the things that are pretty much gospel at this point. So it shocks me. I was talking to a colleague the other day, and they were launching on on a Thursday, and I'm like, why are you launching on a Thursday? Like,
Tuesday's the day, right?
Tuesday's the day. And it's kind of one of these the people's beliefs have created the pattern. So I think originally people were launching on Tuesdays because they thought that'd probably be the best day. But so many times campaigns have done that people have been trained now to go in on Tuesdays the day.
On Tuesday,
it's become now the reality that if you don't launch on a Tuesday, you're not going to fund as well as if you launch on a Tuesday.
Pavlov's dog, right? Like that's it.
Absolutely. So to launch on Tuesday, you're going to benefit from the traffic of other people. You have to hit about 80% funding on day one. If you don't hit 80% funding on day one, you're probably not going to make it without either chucking your own money in or grinding it out. And it'll be a painful grind until the end and you'll barely make it. So you want to fund on day one. And what happens is that a lot of people in Kickstarter back a lot of games, right? Like you and I, we back a lot of games. And there's this psychology that everybody wants to back a winner. And if you back a game and then you see that after like 3 days, they're only at 60, 70% funded, and you really like that game, you might be like, well, I don't want to forget, I guess, to cancel my pledge. So I'm going to jump out, or I'm going to drop down to $1, and I'm going to back this other shiny object over here. And I'll come back if they're going to come to their funding, but I'm not going to let them rely on me to get there. It's a sad psychology, but it's the reality. And I've been part of campaigns and it's a reverse bell curve too. So your day one and day two is going to represent roughly 60-65% of your funding. The last 72 hours is going to represent about probably 30 to 40% of your funding. And you got like 10, 15, all those days in
the middle, right?
And
whether you run a 2-week campaign or a month-long campaign, right?
There's another phenomenon, which is just bananas, that when you send out an update, people will cancel their pledge. And this is consistent. Like I've talked to on the Board Game Binge podcast, we're at like 285, right? So 285 episodes we've done. Yes, we've had some people multiple times on the podcast. Well, let's call it 210 people I've interviewed, right? Say 180 of those people that have actually published games. It is consistent across the board where everybody says the same thing, that they don't understand why people do that, but people will, send out an update saying, hey, we've just unlocked a new stretch goal, or here's a new reveal that we had one where we announced, hey, by the way, we're going to include all the mechs for free. So originally you're going to have to pay to add them. We're like, you know what? First player market, we're giving it to everybody. Thank you for everybody that support us. Boom, lost like 30 people jumped out. And it's like, this makes no sense. It's like the land of opposites. And I don't think it's even just trolls. I think it's just people that maybe were kind of maybe on the fence in the first place, forgot that it's outside out of mind that they backed. And that notification to their inbox reminds them that they're actually committed to back that game, and they're like, wait, I didn't want to fully commit to that, I'm going to jump out. And you see a lot of that, which is unfortunate. So
it just blows my mind.
You hate the game, right?
And I also know that like a lot of times with a lot of campaigns, there's like two numbers. There's this is my funded number, and this is the real number I need to not go in debt printing this game. Yeah. And that's the other sort of dirty secret about, Kickstarter. And not to out you like specifically, but like but I know that like I know of one very, very, very popular game right now that was on GameFound, and I will not out them, but they lost money, and this game look like it made a ton of money. But the production value and the advertising and everything they put into the game did not actually make that company money. But now the second Kickstarter, they're actually going to be able to make money because, and again, the first GameFound campaign did really well, but now the second one is almost like, okay, now this is actually all the icing on the cake. Like, actually now we can make some money on the second printing of this game. And it's really weird as somebody from outside that's not in the hobby, because people look, and this is bullshit to me, because I've known people personally that this has happened to, where they're like, oh, that person made a game and it's taking 3 years for it to come out. They're just thieves. They're robbers. They just took our money. And it's like, no, man, that's like 2 or 1 person responsible for everything involving this game. And it's just, they didn't realize what they were getting into.
So let me throw. I want to weigh on this.
So just be patient.
Here's a lot of under the hood stuff. So one,
go for it, man.
3 paths you can take on your funding goal.
Yeah,
there's really 3 options. There's the I'm a greedy pig, and I've done loose research, and I see all these games making lots of money. I want $60,000, so I'm going to set my goal at $60,000. Right, and maybe they hit it, maybe they don't. But there's people that just pick a number based on what they want. And that could be based on, I'm going to value my time, that all the time I put into up this point, all the money I've sunk into this point, plus the production, plus to get, all the things added to it. So when I add all that up, it's going to be 60 grand. So I need 60 grand to break even. And they've got in their head, they need 60 grand to break even. I'm not a fan of those people, right? And I usually try to talk people out of that. But unfortunately, I would say 95% of those conversations is like talking to a brick wall.
Right. No, they've made their mind up.
Yeah, they made their mind up. We're going to make a bunch of money. We're just going to do it.
Yeah.
There's the Jamie Stegmaier school of thought. So I've got his book on my shelf over here somewhere, which is a fantastic read. And this is back.
Dude, it's not an accident he got out of the Kickstarter business.
He did, but he left us with a lot of knowledge. And I mean, if anybody's looking to get into doing game publishing, even go to StoneMeyerGames.com. He's got like an encyclopedia of how to do all this stuff on.
He is an open book.
Yeah,
an angel of a human being, right?
Great,
like
I've had him on the podcast several times. He's just the best. So his school of thought is what is the minimum viable product cost? All the money you've put in up to this point, it's gone. Your time, that was the fun of making the game. It's not worth anything. The cost is from this point going forward to put the game on Tim's table. What is it going to cost me? Don't try to recover advertising. What is the cost to get the physical game from this point forward? So say, take Garden Geckos right now, assuming that we're going to launch now, April 2nd. As of April 2nd, how much more money do I need to put that on Tim's table if we fund?
Right.
Subtract from that, how much of my own money am I willing to put in? So do I have any savings or maybe a previous campaign that I've carried money over that I'm going to put into this game? So say it's going to cost me $20,000 US to make the minimum run of that, which say if you want to do minimum run, you're looking at 500 copies. Most of these Chinese manufacturers will do 500 if you really pressure them, right?
Sure.
So it costs you more per unit, but you do 500 units. Typically about 1,000. Long pack, they want 1,500. So say $20,000 is the minimum I need to make that game, but I've saved up, say, $7,000 from the prior campaigns I've done. So really, it's going to cost me $13,000 more that I don't have to put that on the table at the very least. That is the funding goal that you should be picking. Right. And I ran through the Cities of Venus where I think our funding goal, I can't even remember. Do you remember what it was? I think it was like maybe 15,000 I put in there.
Yeah, I was going to say 15 or 20. It wasn't that bad.
It wasn't 20. I think it was like 15,000.
Okay. Yeah. It didn't feel super high.
Yeah. I probably should have went higher because our margins on that one are crazy thin.
You guys did well. You guys did
we
well.
did well, but like it's way overproduced. Like we went stupid on that game. So
yeah, I mean, you say you went stupid, but like, don't
but
sell
I'm
yourself
gonna
short.
get into that in a second too, because that's gonna come to my second point. So those are two camps.
Mm-hmm.
The third camp is the people that have like the Simons of the world, or the companies that just have cash, right? They're companies. They're not one dude in his basement like me trying to crank this out, but it's like a company, right? And they've got seed cash, and they've done maybe some titles where they've hit it big on the first title, so they got a war chest, so to speak. Those companies are going to try to pick what number can they choose that seems plausible, but also guarantees them to fund within like an hour. So they're going to pick somewhere between probably $5,000 and $10,000. Okay, and I don't fault them for that, because you got to pick something. And they know the math, and they know the math is the math, and they know the algorithm is the algorithm, right? So those are those camps.
Right, but that $5,000 Simon game,
yeah,
if it is only $7,000 by the end of day one, which will never happen, but let's just say it did, they cancel that. Pull it. They cancel that campaign.
Yeah,
100%.
Perfect example would be is it what's the one that Jim Hudson did? It wasn't Blood Rage, it was Blood something. It was his own personal game he had been working on. They went over to Skybound and then back. They hit 4,000 and they pulled their game.
Yeah, and I know there was a Harry Potter one that did that a few years ago also. Bloodstone. Oh, I thought Bloodstone was
Bloodstone.
I thought Bloodstone was Martin Wallace game.
No, it's Jim Hudson. He pulled it, and I don't blame him. And literally pulled it a day after the podcast. I wish he had pulled it before we did the podcast, but he's a good dude. I got a lot of respect for him. But
no, he's a great dude. I like him.
He's very
quite
transparent on. Here's the framework that I have to work within. I didn't invent the framework, but I have to work within it. He knows that if he puts his goal at 400,000, A, people are going to say that's insane. B, there's no way it's going to be a roll of the dice whether he's going to fund on day one, and then he's going to cook his algorithm going into the rest of the campaign. So he has to pick a number that he knows he's going to hit. But at the same time, at that time, he's working for Skybound, and they have certain expectations because they have Walking Dead and all these large properties. They're going to want to hit $1 million on the campaign. And if the math is not saying $1 million, they're going to say, well, let's pull it and relaunch it because we can do a higher amount. If you're always better, if you know you're not going to land where you should be landing, instead of grinding it out to the end, which I think is disrespectful to your backers, right? I think you should pull it and say, you know what? Hey, everybody, this didn't do what we want to do. Yes, we overshot our initial target, but man, if it plateaued quick and it didn't continue on the growth we thought it was going to be, there's some things we need to retool here, and we're gonna come back in 2 months, 3 months, or whatever. But we're gonna relaunch it, right?
Yeah. See, okay. So Bob, thank you for backing me up. Yeah, there was a Martin Wallace game called Bloodstones.
Yeah.
Which I played a few times.
Yeah. So this is Bloodstone. It looks super cool. It was a skirmish game, but so I understand kind of the process. Now, to your other point that you're talking about, where you see somebody make like Cities of Venus $200,000 after Pledge Manager. You're like, wow, these guys got a lot of cash, But when you have a game where it's overproduced like this one is, our strategy was we need to make the best possible game we can. And I don't care if I really make any money on it because I know that it's going to be a franchise.
Right.
And I know that I will make my money on
future. Yes.
Edition number 2, edition number 3. There's always the case that when you come out with the second edition, if I include the first edition as part of a bundle deal for people who weren't part of the first campaign, that is I've already paid for all the dies and all that. I'm actually going to make profit on that. So that is a strategy there. That game, our margin is actually thin.
Like, I mean, come on. How much money did Bonacore make off of like Terraforming Mars, right? Yeah. Stronghold signs Terraforming Mars. They put that out. And it's, indie designers, blah, blah, blah. They sign this game. And Stronghold's like a known publisher, but they're not like Simon level.
Yeah.
But then they get a title that goes freaking gangbusters. They don't make their money off of the first run of Terraforming Mars. No. They make it off the second and third and fourth run of Terraforming Mars. right? They built an IP, they built a franchise, you know, because then there's all the expansions that go into it, and everybody goes bananas for this. And I'm not digging on Stronghold for that. I mean, that's a business. And that's the other thing that I think gamers do not consider, right? Like, look,
I have no idea. Yeah.
like James, I love you, dude. As a person, I think you're a great guy, right? But people don't look at that. If James Staley puts out Garden Geckos and it, let's just say your Kickstarter level was 20,000 and it makes 21,000 and you barely are able to put that game out. Let's just say barely able.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, you know, he didn't do anything extra for the game, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, no, no. You do not realize that's one man. Like 10 robots sounds like a whole game studio. That's 1.5 person.
Yeah.
Doing that stuff.
Seriously.
You know, it's not like Stronghold was like a huge company. You know what I mean? It's such a small fraction of game companies that are CMON, you know, AEG, CGE, you know what I mean? Like those are the minority companies, Queen Games, you know, and I just don't think people understand or take the time or have the patience to go.
And I think that there's been spoiled, right? Because the new bar for any campaign is it has to look done, right? You go back 10 years ago, Kickstarter was, I'm trying to create this game. Here's some drawings of some things I'm doing. Here's some like cutout pieces of paper. Help me realize my dream. Now it's evolved to the point of, no, let me see that this game is ready to go. That as soon as it's done funding, it's going to the manufacturer and you've already worked all that out. And, you know, it's tougher for newer publishers to get to that point. It's hard, right?
And like, you guys get screwed over every time a Mythic Games goes under. You know what I mean? Because they mismanage a Kickstarter. It really, 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 really screws over the smaller guys that have a solid model. I say this as a fan of Peterson Games. Okay. So Peterson Games, I am a big fan of Cthulhu Wars. I backed that in 2012. It was one of the very first Kickstarters I ever backed. I was a fan of Sandy Peterson because of the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game and was aware of him. And I love all of the Cthulhu Mythos stuff, blah, blah, blah. And they have had a lot of problems because of their Kickstarters. And bad business management. Wonderful game designers and really sweet people. I've met them personally because I've worked for them at conventions because I've just been excited about their games. But just not amazing business people.
Yeah.
And people are like, no, they're thieves. And it's like, no, they're just not good at that side of the industry. You know, like they're just very passionate game designers that mismanaged this. They're not like out to steal your money, you know. And I feel like Mythic Games is kind of of a similar thing, you know, like really passionate game designers like, oh, we're going to make this game. It's going to look beautiful. And it looks on the surface like it makes a ton of money. But like you actually open up the books and you look at the financials and you're like, man, like I have to imagine if I came to you with this game that you absolutely thought was amazing, but it had 100 miniatures in it, you'd be like, nah, dog.
Like, no. Yeah,
it's not in our footprint.
Alone is like $2,400, right?
Right. Well, but that's the thing is like knowing what you can do with your games. You know, it's like, well, sure. Would Garden Geckos be awesome? We have these gigantic 3D I mean, sure, we don't need it. But like if the production value can like still look amazing, but be down here, like not everything needs to be, you know, this.
I think that comes from experience too, right? Knowing where you can bring in high production value at a lower cost.
Right.
You know, so that's where we've been, you know, I've been lucky is that, you know, I geek out over what's Portland saying here?
Oh, yeah. Never ascribe.
Yeah, you're right. The small
Malevolence.
guys, often the small guys, it's out of just, I don't want, ignorance isn't a great word, but just
Well, they
lack of
just don't
knowledge.
know. They just
They
don't
don't know.
know.
Perfect example, right? So during, and maybe not having the resources to buffer. So when we had Nutty Squirrels, the Oakwood Forest, right? So this campaign did like, I think 40,000. And then after Pledge Manager was like 60,000. That game was right in the middle of the shipping crisis.
Oh,
like
sure.
when the container costs like went through the roof.
Yeah.
I lost money on that. And thankfully, because it was a side hustle, I was able to absorb. So I didn't go back to my backers and say, hey, I need more money. You know, shipping costs have gone like 10 times what they were, literally 10 times from when my campaign closed to when I actually had to ship it. I ate it. Right. And I'm like, okay, you know, it's going to be kind of, by the time I sell off all the extra copies, it'll probably be break even. It was like a break even. I think I made like, maybe it was up $1,000 by the time we went through all the stock. But someone that doesn't, and I had buffered myself against that, understanding how logistics work. But it was a global event that no one knew was coming. Someone that has that happen to them, but doesn't have logistics experience, like they're cooked.
Yeah, you done, dude. And here's the other thing is if unfortunately, because this is a community of a hobby, if somebody goes, oh, Tin Robot like totally shit on me and this was terrible, I mean, unfortunately that spreads, you know, and it's hard to overcome that sometimes. You know, and like, I mean, there's some companies that totally deserve all the negative pub that they've gotten for being bad actors, like Gaming Goat, you know, and things like that, you know, where it's like, okay, dude, like they pointed it out and you doubled down, like, you know, sorry. But I've known a lot of people personally where it's like, man, you know, like just, you know, I wish you would have seen this, you know, understood this. And then the other thing is I've had, again, personal friends, because of just my position in the hobby, right? Like where I'm at, where it's like people have been banging on their Kickstarters because they're taking longer to fill. And it's like, oh, dude, you just don't, like, just calm down, like take a minute, like take a breath and realize that this is one person and not like a whole company. But like personally, it's really hard to come out and say that because it's like, well, you're friends with them. You're just shilling for them, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. And unfortunately, they're in an environment where you do have some bad things that have happened to people. Like I've got one game that has been, I think it's coming up on 4 years. Like it's crazy, right? Like how long it is. And, you know, I've got, the cool thing with the podcast is you kind of see me under the hood, right?
Yeah.
And I've been shocked some of my recent interviews I've done where they're like, yeah, we plan to you know, to start shipping in like September. And I'm like on your campaign you're running now?
Right.
Like now you're going to deliver in September? Are you insane?
Yeah.
Even if you can do that, why wouldn't you say like August of 2025? And hey, high five everybody, we deliver 6 months early. I will never, like every game I have, and thank God we did this on Cities of Venus, is I'm like, you know what? This is so robust. Although we think we've got everything buttoned down, something always happens. I'm going to give myself a buffer. So we had picked like, I think we got October 2024 as a delivery for Cities of Venus. We were originally tracking to be shipping probably in May. Right now we're dicking around back and forth with the manufacturer on like that tray that goes in the, like we end up doing this box. I don't know if you saw this box. I
haven't seen the newest box, but it looks awesome. I love that, dude.
I was at Essen and I saw this style and I'm like, I called up Adam. I'm like, dude, we got to, he saw the box and we're like, yeah, we got to do this box.
That's so freaking tight,
this is the new
man.
box for Cities of Venus, right?
Oh my God.
So
that's amazing,
dude. It is so, and it's going to be twice as thick as this. Like it's stupid big, right? Way overproduced, but it's just cool. So we're going to do it, and we end up eating like most of that. But right now we're going back and forth with the manufacturer on the trays that fit all the components and stuff, right? And again, back to what we were saying a couple hours ago when this thing started was, you're trying to do like videos and explanations of like, you're trying to communicate with somebody that's English is not their native language, right?
Right.
And for this one, like I literally said, just send me the sample because they're trying to pack it. And the way they're packing, I'm like, guys, this makes no sense. Those pieces are going to be bouncing around everywhere. I'm like, oh, we'll just we'll add another layer of foam. I'm like, okay, but you're going to charge me for that. Yes. I'm like, no.
Right.
Send me the box. And we end up repacking. And Kevin Levy, again, engineer, the guy's brilliant. He's like, hey, have you tried doing this, this, and this? I'm like, tried it. I'm like, dude, you just saved us 2 inches in that box.
Yeah, hell yeah.
But now everything fits tight, right? But it's back and forth. They have to go to the
literally thousands of dollars, right?
They got to make another sample. Then they got to send it back to these guys. I'm going to want to see it in person. So these things take time. So thank God we added extra time. We're probably looking at this point of like July, August. Still going to be early. And that's our commitment is our titles are always earlier on time.
Well,
on time, usually early.
Again, I work in logistics and retail and we under promise, over deliver. Right.
Oh, you got it. You have to, just for your own sanity.
Because
what really sucks is when you're pushing up against a timeline and you got your backers chomping at you constantly saying, hey, this is coming in a month. What's going on? What's going on? I had Chinese New Year. Like I said, guys, there's nothing happening during Chinese New Year. And I had at least 3 backers reach out saying, where's my update?
Well, and what's crazy is my whole life, I have lived so much of my life never being aware of Chinese New Year. Until I got into Kickstarter.
Good God, man.
In the board game hobby. And I'm like, wait, that's a thing. And now I know basically every February, just expect nothing.
I get caught every time. It's crazy.
They either your games are on the boat in January or they're not on the boat until March. Just one or the other. Like it's not happening.
I got caught again, even on Garden Geckos. I had, because I was trying to get the reviewer copies, I ended up having to fly. So they're able to get one case out right before they shut down, like literally the day before they shut down. And so I had 16 copies. So basically anybody that was in the States, like you guys, or in Canada.
Hey, well, I'm glad to have one, dude.
And the European reviewers are just getting theirs now. I started getting some, starting to see posts where other people are getting them. But man, it is so like, that's like, 1/12 of the year that it's blacked out, right? It's crazy. Let me show you the page. How do I share this page?
I don't know. Good.
Let me see if I can do this. Okay, share screen. Let me see if it lets me do this time. I'm gonna pick a tab.
So while you're doing that, let me just say, like, everybody needs to consider that people behind these games, I mean, they're just people. Like, listen, James is not getting rich scamming people off of their backing of Cities of Venus. It's just not happening.
Nobody's driving Lambos making board games.
No, hell no. Hell no. I mean, shit. I've got a full-time job, and I try to do as much content creation as I can. If this could be my life, I would do it 100 times over, no doubt.
It's
because
the dream. The trap. There's the dream and there's the trap, right?
Right.
The dream is doing this full time, which I would love to do this. I still have a daytime job, but this is my side hustle. The dream is to be able to do this full time. The trap is when you get to the point where all your income is reliant on the board game industry. Now you are a slave to the machine.
Right.
You have to constantly creating those games because your livelihood is reliant on more titles coming out, right? So you don't have the same luxury of let's keep tinkering until it's right.
Like, no.
You got to get it out, right? If we don't get it out, we're not eating, folks, right? So that's the part that stressed me a bit that I don't know if I'll ever go 100%. I'll keep shifting more and more of my time over there, but I don't know if I'll go 100%.
Well, go on. Can you share?
So I hit share. I can see the screen.
Let me see.
Wait, you have to
hold
let
on.
me.
Here we go.
Hey, look at that. Wow.
We can do it.
All right. And if I stretch it, does it go big? Oh, it does too. Look at this. Oh my God. All right. This, my friends, is Garden Geckos. So this is, let me just preface this with, this is the draft of our page. I'm going to go so I can see your mug shot still. No, I lost you. You're gone.
No, you don't need to see my mug.
Oh, it's your mug shot. All right. So this, let me preface this is a draft. We're still working through this, but I think it's cool to kind of see behind the scenes. Anybody that goes to the page is just going to see the thumbnail that says click here to sign up. But you have kind of your upfront game. We got our table shot with our meeples. This isn't 6 languages. We're going to do digital rule books on this one for the other languages. I just found with Cities of Venus that we said 6 languages, and I'm literally going to print like, I think 12 French books. So the cost to print just 12 books is, I'm going to do it because we committed to it, but it's crazy. So going forward, we're going to do digital books in the other languages, but English, of course, will come with a printed book. In the box, 21 hex tiles, 42 objective cards. We've got these hidden objectives, which are little missions that you're going to have going towards the end of the game as well. Wooden meeples. We've got tons and tons. I know Tim can attest to this.
Yeah.
We went a little crazy with the wood in this game, but there's a ton of meeples. We got 30 gecko meeples, and we got 72 bug meeples. 6 different varieties, 8-page book. As Tim said, it's a rules. What do you say?
We said low rules overhead.
Low rules overhead. I love it.
Yes.
Low rule overhead. Inside lid printing, of course, which I do in all my games.
I love
this is something you didn't get that we've added and just talking with our manufacturer to make this work. So we have these 2 resource trays that are going to come with the game. Originally, we were going to have these as an add-on that people can purchase, but I was able to get a good price on them. So we're just going to include them in the game. So everybody will have these in their box. Again, we're trying to make this as premium as possible. There's not going to be any stretch goals in this game. So we're going to try to give you the best possible game we can out of the gate. Linen finish, spot UV in the box, inside lid printing, linen finish cards. The tiles are thick, 1.5 mil. 4-color UV printed bug meeples on both sides. Again, all wooden meeples, whether the geckos or bugs. Color-friendly geckos. So again, if 2 people love their favorite colors, blue and green, and one of them colorblind, no problem. You just flip over the meeples, and you're going to play with the pattern side.
Which, awesome. Hell yes. Bob is colorblind.
So, is he?
Yes. So hell yes to you for giving that option. Let me just tell you that. Like, we appreciate that. That was something I was totally ignorant of until starting playing games with Bob and realizing how important and how easy or difficult that made games for him. So thank you personally for providing that option.
I'll thank the industry and the community, because this is from people giving feedback over the years saying, hey,
for sure,
colorblind friendly. So we want to make a concerted effort for this. We ran into this on hamsters versus hippos because we had these cool little cute hamster meeples. And we had this thing where we ran a poll of what color people want, and they wanted blue and they wanted green in the box. But then we had a certain percentage of people saying, well, we're going to have trouble playing with those because of color blindness. So this is something we wanted to pay attention to in this game. So how you play the game, very simple. You place it. You have a starting tile, which we determine what that starting tile bug is going to be at the beginning of the game. It's going to be random. It's going to be different every time. The last player gets to choose it because the first player will have the advantage. You place a tile, you match the pattern, you place a gecko spanning those 2 tiles across that pattern. You're going to have tiles, you're going to have these bugs on them. And what you're trying to do is create these chains of bugs. And as you go through the game, you're going to be creating patterns and you'll be creating bug chains. I'll get into those in a second. But if you can surround a tile, the person with the most geckos touching that tile gets the bug that's in the center of that tile. And if there's a tie, the person that places the tile breaks the tie. Even if they don't have the most geckos on them themselves, they can determine who of the tie players gets that particular bug. Bugs are worth 1 point at the end of the game, whether they're a physical meeple or they're a bug on the bottom of the cards that you can see in this next image. So we have 2 different types of objectives you can get. There's 6 objectives that are up for grabs in the market at any given time. 3 terrain objectives and 3 bug objectives. The terrain objectives, very simple. You have to have your geckos on top of those patterns that are on that card. If in this case, if you've got 3 different patterns, the 3 geckos are on top of those 3 patterns, you claim the card as soon as you place a gecko. You have to contribute to the card you're claiming. So you can't come up on your turn and the guy before you ended up making a move that made you automatically achieve that objective. You still have to place a tile that contributes to that objective to pick it up.
Love that rule.
Yeah, the bug objectives, there's different ones. There's ones where just having your bugs touch the bugs. There's other ones where you have to make parallel sets. But essentially, if you've got two bugs that show lines touching each other, like this case where you have a fly and a moth, you have to have a gecko touching a tile that has a moth on it, connecting to a tile that has a fly on it. And then another gecko somewhere else on the board has to be touching in this case, a ladybug to a mealworm. You would be able to collect that card. You get the 3 bug points at the bottom of it at the end of the game. Secret objectives. There's 2 different types of secret objectives. One is a terrain at the end of the game, the largest connected pattern. If it matches the terrain card that you have, you get 1 point for every third of a tile. And if you have a bug objective card, then you get 2 bonus points for every one of those bugs you have, either on a card or as a meeple at the end of the game. One thing we added, Tim, to the rules that's different than what you received is at the beginning when you deal out the secret objective cards, you're going to actually deal 2 to each player, and the player gets to choose which of the
choose
2
one.
Want.
Perfect. Yeah, that's easy.
That was feedback from one of the reviewers, and I thought, that's a great suggestion.
We usually do that in those kind of games anyways. So yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
So we want to make it fair. And then advanced scoring rules. If you can, at the end of the game, any objective you've claimed that's a bug objective like this one here, if you've also been able to trap bugs and get the matching bugs that can cover up the symbols on that card scores double. So in this case, there's 3 bugs on the bottom of that card. This card would actually be worth 6.
Yeah, I love it.
And we started getting some reviews in already. We're going to fill in more as we go. We have a plushie. This is the first time we've ever done a plushie with the game.
Oh my God.
We'll see how it goes. Mm-hmm. This one matches the gecko in the front of our box. It's a 12-inch custom plushie. Working with a great company out of China on this. We'll see. It's a limited design. We're only going to make as many as we have back. So if somebody gets it during the game, great. But afterwards, we're not going to carry this as a standard stock item. So if we produce 100, 200, 300, whatever we produce as people have added as add-ons,
it is what it is.
Exactly. First player marker. This is the golden gecko I was talking about. It's really cool. Actually acts as a pin that you can wear like on your clothing or on maybe your backpack, but also acts as a first player marker. We call it golden plated, so it's not actually gold.
Well, sure. Yeah.
It's sad that we have to claim that, but I don't want to get sued or someone saying you promised it was made of gold.
Yeah, I tried to sell this at a pawn shop and like, okay, calm down.
Bunny drops. This is an add-on that we have on this game as well. So this game was designed by my niece, Megan Staley, and I helped her with the design of this and the development of it. It's very kind of like Point Salad-esque in its play. It's almost like a cross between Point Salad and Cat Lady. So you have, what's that?
No, I said, okay, I'm here for it. Like,
yeah. So you have this grid that you set up, and you've got like around the columns and the rows, you've got the pink side of the cards, which is either going to be rabbits or it's going to be brooms. And then you choose a full column or full row. So you're going to get the rabbit or the broom that comes to that column, and then any of the food. And then you can see there's little rabbit droppings. There's going to be mixed in amongst that as well. If you, at the end of the game, you can pair up food items with the diet of that particular rabbit, then that rabbit's going to score 1 point for every food item that you fed them. But if they're not fed, you're actually going to lose. If you didn't get their full diet right, you're going to lose 2 points. And then likewise, bunny drops, you're going to lose 1 point for every bunny drop you picked up, unless you've got a broom, in which case you can sweep up 3 bunny drops, in which case those 3 bunny drops are actually positive points because you've been a good caretaker and you've actually swept up the bunny drops. Plays up to 6 players, plays really quick, great filler game, beginning of the game, beginning of the night, end of the night. And this is its debut. So this is actually launching with Guardian Geckos.
Love it.
Yeah, I'll get you a copy. I didn't actually have reviewer copies of this one, but once we get some copies, I'll get one down for you guys.
Yeah, let me know, man. We'll give it a shout out for sure.
Yeah, there's a how to play video on the page as well, so you can see me demonstrating how to play. This is all in Canadian dollars. So this works out to be, I think, like in US, I think it's like 45-ish, I think, is the Garden Geckos. For the deluxe, we only make a deluxe edition of this game. But if you want the all-in bundle where you get the game, you get bunny drops, you get the plushie and the first player marker, that's 110 Canadian, which I think is like $75, $80 US.
Oh my gosh, dude, that's totally worth it.
Yeah. And the reviews so far have been coming in have been great. It's
ignore that top one. Ignore that first review that you get to see.
No, it's good. I just thought this game was freaking fantastic from the horse's mouth. I love it.
Yeah, dude. It really was. I'm really glad to see also our friend Jason from Board Game Mechanics was on there.
Yeah.
We love him too. But no, man, I mean, legit, we were very excited about this game. I mean, I said it earlier on the show, but it's no lie. I was messaging you the day we were playing it, and I'm like, dude, this game's blowing us away. We're loving it. And honestly, James, if I didn't love it that much, I'd be like, oh yeah, it was a good game. We're gonna put out a video. Here you go. Like, here's the video. But like, we were so crazy about it. Like, I literally was like, okay, I gotta tell James.
Oh,
and then we
kind.
And then we did that stupid thing with Bob our editor came up with that because Bob made that face. And I'm like, well, I really hope James is cool with this because he's either gonna love it or he's gonna hate it because he's gonna
be like imitating art. It's so uncanny. I'm gonna get accused of me actually copying his face for the gecko. I guarantee someone's gonna say
it was so good.
You used him as inspiration for sure. Like it is awesome.
And it was one of those things, right? Where it's like, you know what? Like, because we had like a conversation for about 5 minutes internally.
Yeah.
Where it's like, do we share this? Because this is so funny. And I was like, okay, look, it's going to go one of two ways. Either James going to be cool with it or he's going to hate it. And if he hates it, well, that's kind of too bad because that's what you get with us. We're going to be real about it, you know, and, you know, it's like, so thankfully you got us and you got the, you know, the vibe of it and everything.
Bobby,
nobody's putting you on a stuffy. Nobody's putting you on stuffy, Bobby. They want to sell them.
Gecko Bob, that'll be the name of the stuffy. That'd be good, eh?
But man, like seriously, I really love Cities of Venus, but I think that Garden Geckos has like a different level of accessibility.
Yeah, we're trying to get that evergreen, right? Like that is
dude.
That's kind of everyone's the holy grail, right? As a publisher, will you ever be able to create an evergreen, right? And you know, I saw was it Andrew Stiles was on here earlier.
Yeah, Andrew's the bomb, dude. I love Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, talk about evergreens, right? Like that's the dream, right? Is to get something where it's like this is something that's going to continue on for multiple generations and multiple print runs. I think this one probably has the best chance of that, quite frankly. I really do. I'm not saying that to be blowing smoke. Like it is checking all the boxes and it's got uniqueness to it, yet familiarity at the same time, which is kind of a weird thing to say, but it's familiar yet unique, if that makes sense.
Well, that's what you've got to do though, right?
Yeah.
You've got to take a mechanic that people already understand and then build on it or put a twist on it.
Yeah.
Which then makes it your own thing, you know?
And we're very proud of it. And you guys have been very generous. So thank you for the feedback on the game. One thing we are going to do is in this game, we're going to, because there's so many people with 3D printers now, like it's really, they've become not necessarily ubiquitous yet, but very popular where everyone knows someone that's got one.
Right.
I mean, gosh, at our game night alone, there's like 3 or 4 people with printers that'll print stuff off for anybody that wants one. We are going to include some 3D printed files in here as well.
Nice.
Like, so I have on my copy, you don't have this in your copy.
Right.
I actually have like a little holder. For
hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Pull this out of the box and slap it on the table. So things like that. I've got some colleagues that have designed some inserts that, again, I'll try to compensate them in a way. So it'll either be free or maybe $1 or something like that.
Well, but it's really awesome. Yeah. I don't understand why more companies do not provide STL files.
Yeah.
For those people that want them. Yeah. I'm not saying you give them for free, right? You know, if it's a few bucks,
crazy, like you have $1, $2, whatever, just some little token for his time. But yeah, like the one I have in front of me here is so pimped out that, and he was excited when he showed me because he took the box. Because you know how many, like, you know, there's a lot of meeples in this box.
Yes.
He takes the box and he's like shaking it like this, right?
Yeah.
And then he puts it on the table and he says, "Okay, open it." And literally everything stayed in place. So this is like my copy where I've got the tray that pulls out with all the bugs. I've got card trays. I've got everything's in its little place there, right? So
yeah, I've got all of my bugs bagged individually. I've got all my meeples bagged individually. And and that's fine, right? And then on the other side of my box, I've got it just basically like the tiles, and the cards sitting here. But Bob and I are big fans of like pimping out our games. And the ones that get a lot of mileage, even if they're like lower cost, sort of games, it's like, no. If that game's hitting the table all the time, I want to make that sucker look good, because it's like, hey, like, you thought this game was awesome. Like, look at my version.
And for me, it's setup too, right? Like, how can I speed up the setup? And so that's the one thing why we want to include it in the box with the organization trays.
Sure.
So that you're not having to worry about the little baggies. You can literally just pull the tray, slap it on the table, and you're starting the game, right? Shuffle the tiles, deal out 2 cards, everybody, and you're ready to go. So
I've got a ton of little plastic containers that I bought like very cheaply. And there's many games where I just put all the component, like I like to group all the player pieces, because I like to go, oh, you want to be green? Here you go. You're blue. Here you go. You're red. Here you go. Right? Yeah. Yellow, blah, blah, blah. And I just hand them their thing. You set your stuff up. And I haven't done that with geckos yet.
Do you have a 3D printer?
I do, but I'm really bad with it. But like, I've got all these little containers for all that I was going to put everybody's game bits in.
I'll send you the files you want for your copy.
Send me the file. I'll print it poorly, or
Dude,
at least
the one that this one he printed. He even color coded the gecko trays.
No,
so I pull it literally, like, do you want to be black, white? Literally pull out the black tray, white tray, and the person has their gecko tray, and they're using their geckos right from the tray. Like, it works out really
amazing.
Well.
That's great, dude. Yeah. But I mean, that's a thing like that you don't need, but it's great to have, and if you can swing it. But I don't know. Again, it's sort of there's companies, especially now with the big ones or the big titles that have kind of gone sideways.
Yeah.
Where it's like, no. Back with confidence. Like, look, this is a really legit good game. I've seen it. I played it, and I played pretty much the final version of it. Yeah. And because there's prototypes where we've played where things have changed, a lot, like significantly.
And I'll say Cities of Venus is probably one of those ones, right? Where you will see that final game. And
well, in Cities of Venus, you might have even already had the final version, but we didn't have the final version.
Yeah, you still had like the neoprene mat, you still had like the trays, the whole, like the rocket tray.
But we are demonstrating 75% of the game.
Yeah, not play 60, but yeah.
but you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
And so, like, but it's really nice to be able to tell people and confidently say, like, nah, man, like, if any of this sounds good to you, this is probably a good game to back, And again, right, not every game's going to be for everyone, but like, look, if you like this kind of game, or you like this style, or for me, it is, can I get this played? Because I love a ton of heavy games that I never back, because I will never get them played, and I know somebody else that has backed them, and I'll just play theirs once a year when they organize a day where it's like, hey, I'm going to play this game. Geckos could have been in my party bag. Like, I'm going to a game day. Game. It could have been on my list, and it would have been on my list, but it's not out yet for that reason. Cause I can roll into a meetup. I can
next year we'll do top 10 next year.
Yeah, no, for real. I could roll into a meetup and be like, hey, let's play this game. And I guarantee you there's a ton of people that are going to look at this.
Yeah.
And if Bob's sitting next to me, I'm going to sure as hell pull up that picture of Bob, that we mocked up on the cover. I'm going to be like, oh, you want to play this game? Because he's on the cover on our fake version. And people are going to go, yeah. And I know they're going to have a good time. You know what I mean? I know it's not going to overwhelm them. They're not going to be like Splendor and never come back. I just know that they're going to have a good time playing it. So it's really nice to have that, you know, to have a game like that. I've got it here. I'm gonna play with a bunch of people on Saturday, and I'm bringing this game. You know what I mean?
Let me know their thoughts. I'd love to hear them.
Oh, I will. I will.
Reed's still in. Reed is still in. Oh my God, you made it 5 hours, Reed. You're still there.
Reed's a trooper, dude. Reed's a trooper. I love Reed.
Bob merch. Yeah, I know. I'm thinking like the wheels are turning right now, man. I might have to get like an NDA signed by Bob. I don't know.
Let me just say, we have talked to other game designers about finding ways to incorporate Board Game Rundown into games. Yeah. Doesn't necessarily make sense with Garden Geckos unless you're going to use Gecko Bob as a promo card, which 5 people would appreciate total. But no, I mean, yeah, that stuff's hilarious. I love it. But again, it builds a dialogue, right? You know, it builds those jokes, those inside conversations that you have about shit. And
I will find a way. That's my commitment to you guys, is you guys will appear in one of our games. I don't know how yet, but we'll figure it out.
It's got to make sense. I want it to make sense.
It might be subtle. I always like these kind of subtle meta type
references. Dude, I love Easter eggs. Yeah.
Yeah, Easter eggs are great. And
yeah.
So anywhere I can kind of tie them in, I absolutely will. And yeah, absolutely, you guys will be on that list for sure.
Yeah, if we can find a way for anything to make sense and it just slide in and we can go, oh, do you see that? Yeah, that's us. You know
I'm still trying to do that with other publishers. Somebody was talking to me about another publisher's game. It was the one with the Space Cats the other day I was talking about. And apparently they have different cats themed on different publishers, like in the industry, like indie publishers.
Oh.
And I'm like, oh, we got to get robots in there. Robot cats, like robot something, right?
Yeah, hell yeah.
There's got to be this kind of cross pollination of
hell yeah.
that we can work out.
Well, like, I mean, I've seen it done in other games. Like, if you've ever played Black Orchestra, there's a really good Man vs. Meeple promo for that.
Oh, nice.
Because it's Jeremy Salinas and David Wainwright while they were still Man vs. Meeple. And they were like a radio, like broadcast, like card, right? So they were like integrated in there, right? So they're podcasters and they're doing a thing. And then there was a Nothing Personal, which is a really good like mafioso sort of game.
Yeah.
And I think Vassal and Z and I'm blanking on his name now, the other main host from Dice Tower back in the day. But like they've all got cards like kind of in the game, but it's not obvious. But if you know, you know, you know, kind of thing. And I love
like that little wink. I love it.
Yeah, I love that kind of thing. You know, like I'm not the ego guy. Like I don't want a card that's like, this is Tim Aberley as blah, blah, blah. Like, no. Like I want it to be a fun joke. You know what I mean? Or like an inside thing where you're like, oh, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, oh yeah, you saw that card? Well, that's me, or that's us, or that's my buddy, you know, like I love that stuff. I think that's
even
amazing.
Like promo card. Like I'm thinking, I mean, for your group, there's like, you guys have booths, right? At most of the cons where, you know, a lot of the other content creators are walking the cons.
Right.
But for those that have the booths, imagine a promo card.
I know, dude.
That's like a Board Game Rundown promo card that fits XYZ game.
We're trying to work some of that angle. We're trying to, again, we want it to make sense, you know, and we do not want to like, I'm very sensitive to like taking advantage of friendships, you know what I mean, and relationships, but I want it to make sense.
But I want a cat named after us.
yeah, right. I mean, I do, but I don't want it to be like, you know, I want it to also be okay. You know, like I don't just want to capitalize on my friends. Like I want everybody to benefit.
Yeah.
Also talk to us because we're talking about having pins in the pin bazaar at Gen Con. So if you got pins to move, like let's talk.
We got 2. So we got the Cities of Venus wings. I don't know if you saw those.
I don't think I did.
Yeah, so this is like an add-on.
Oh yeah.
So what we did with this is because originally in our campaign, the first player marker was going to be for first day backers. then we're just like, this first player marker is so beneficial to the game. We're just going to give everybody the first player marker, but we still want to give something to the day one backers as a thank you. So they got that for free. Plus, we then created the wings. They got the wings for free, and then everyone else could add it as an add-on. So we have, how many did I produce? I think we have enough that we could probably have some extras if you guys are doing. Are you selling the pins, or what are you guys doing with the pins?
Yeah, we're gonna have Game Talk Network pins at our Gen Con booth. Nice. And it's like dragons. It's a dragon with like a headset, like they're podcasting.
Yeah, it's interesting. Pins is a big thing in the industry. I didn't realize how big.
It's
talking
crazy.
to Chandler Copenhaver from Backer Kid. We're at Essen and we're chatting. Yeah, I was chatting with him. I'm like, yeah, I got this pin. I don't know who all likes pins. He's like, yeah, I don't know who likes pins. And he pulls out his satchel that's just like,
oh, dude,
in pins, right? And I'm like, wow.
Yeah, I've got a Sovereignty pin. I've got a Foreteller Games pin. I've got Dead Alive Games. I've got Fairy Tale Campaign Trail, Omicron Protocol, which is also Dead Alive Games. I've got Saga pin, which is from Mission Control from Third World Studios. I mean, yeah, dude, pins are a thing.
I thought coins would have been a thing because for a while we were creating.
Oh, the challenge coins, thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So we were doing like every game we'd have like with like Queen of Scots, we've got a coin, right? And on the different sides, it's like an enamel coin.
Right.
We have one for planting evidence as well. But it seems like there's more of a demand for pins. So I'll probably start doing like a pin per game. But yeah, we'll hook you up with some pins. Get you to wear our swag around the booth. You've got the Cities of Venus one, and we'll get you a Garden Gecko one.
Oh, dude, hands down. Come on.
The Gecko one is sweet.
The problem is, if I don't have one to give away, I'm going to be very sad to give away the one that I own.
Don't wait, just show it off. But we'll see what we can do for the bazaar. That'd be kind of cool too. And I know you guys, I think at you're gonna have games at your booth as well.
Yes.
So I think Catnip Auction House for sure we'll have there.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I know Reed will be at Origins as well. So it'd be cool for people who want the designer to sign it. I'm sure Reed would make himself available to sign it, which is cool. We did that at the last Origins, which is awesome. And we'll probably have a few other games as well. I'm hoping to have Time Splicers.
Dude, yeah, I really want to see that game. I really do.
That's another one where it's like, I don't know how to define this game. Like, it's such a unique new mechanic. Like, I got a buddy who's got like, I think it's 2,500. He's got more games than anybody I know. Like, he's just, his entire basement, every wall is just
filled with games,
right? 2,500. So he's a good resource to go to and say, hey, have you what do you think of this game? Is this like anything you've played before? And usually he'll say, oh yeah, bang, bang, bang. He'll name off 5 games that your game is like. Mm-hmm. This is one that there's nothing we know of that this, and Reed says he's played Time Splicer. Yeah, he likes it as well. I can't think of anything that's like Time Splicers. So I think you'll like it, but the cards become the board. You're traveling through time. You're trying to collapse timelines to collect time crystals. First person to win basically 7 time crystals wins the game. And the time keeps splitting, right? So the AI is trying to stop you from stopping the singularity from happening in the first place. So the timeline keeps splitting and you're trying to stop it from splitting as you're going along, but you're trying to jump back and forth through time to close off the singularity. And it's awesome. It's a quick game. It's a bit that it's a little confusing to teach at the beginning for non-gamers. Gamers get it, no problem. Someone new might have a little bit of trouble getting their head around it because it is kind of a new mechanic. But once you understand how to play, it plays very quick. And it's one of those games where it's kind of like Sunday afternoon, have a coffee and let's crank out 4 or 5 games of Time Splicers. Right?
Yeah.
It's kind of those kind of games.
Yeah. No, I mean, again, right. It's good knowing that going in, but at the same time, no pun intended. It's really funny. Do you know Sam Stockton very well? He's from BA Games. He's a designer. He's a dude I have a lot of respect for. And one night at Origins last year, I was talking to this husband and wife they were working on a game. And I'm sitting down with them and I'm playing their game and I'm talking to them about my game and their feedback. I'm giving them my feedback and everything. And they're very kind. They're very sweet people. And I give them as much constructive criticism as I can. I walk away. I see Sam because he had come up to me and was like, "Hey, when you're done with this, are we going to play, something?" I'm like, "Yeah, man, when I'm done." So when I walk away and I talk to Sam, the first thing Sam asks me is, "What does their game do that isn't like any game you've ever played?" And I was like, "Oh, I wasted my whole time there because I should have been sitting there thinking about that while I was playing their game." I'm playing their game and I'm having a nice time. It wasn't a bad game or anything, but I don't know that it was like groundbreaking, or anything.
Yeah.
And when he pitched that question to me, I'm like, holy shit, I could have been so much more helpful to them had I approached their game with even just that one question in my mind. And that's the beauty of hanging out with like game designers and publishers, right? It's like, wow. Because I mean, I've had a ton of idea for games, but I've never had the motivation, the impetus, the drive to put it all together and really try to create something.
Yeah.
But I enjoy all of everybody else's games. So to really have somebody who has designed games, and that's in the hobby and in the industry, like pose a question like that. And I'm like, you know what? That's way more useful of a question to ask somebody, or a question to have in my mind when I'm playing somebody's game as a reviewer. Like, wow, what a valuable piece of insight.
Yeah.
And you just never know what you're going to get, right, from other people.
It's tough, right? Like I know, and Reedson, he can speak to this. It is so difficult in designing games to really separate yourself from the game, because it's like having a kid, right? Like it's something you created, it's your baby. So you're trying to get feedback, but at the same time, you kind of feel protective of your baby at the same time.
Yeah.
And it takes a lot of I don't want to say guts, but it takes a lot of kind of like fortitude to be able to kind of weather that, right? And I go to a lot of Coderspiels, and what I find is that what's interesting is when you play with game designers, it's good and it's bad. It's good from the perspective that they're going to tell you something that you've never thought of, right? And you're going to have some feedback where you're like, oh, I didn't, I didn't even think about that. That's great. But on the other hand, the designers are going to constantly trying to think of something that it's almost impossible for them to pull themselves out.
Right. They're going to counter your argument.
And
right?
Think
Whatever
of this
you
game
pitch
as someone
them.
that's just picked this up at a local meetup and sat down with a bunch of people to play, and was it fun to play or not? Like sometimes they can get so thinky and then go so deep into the mechanics of like how a game is created that it can almost be counterproductive, I find sometimes.
I will put it in a very easy way. So especially when I was younger, I was a hardcore cinephile movie nerd. And I would go see movies with my very best friend. And if he didn't like something that I really liked, and I thought it was like artistically very creative and brilliant, he would have all these complaints about the movie, and I would dismiss them because I'd be like, well, you just didn't get it.
Yeah.
And that's not the right answer, right? That's the answer that the person that is too invested says, instead of actually hearing what the critiques are and then trying to find a way to either meet that person in the middle or go, you know what, you're right. We do not meet these requirements. And I kind of throw that in with the game design. And when I look at games, and there's times where there's games that I don't love, but I still will say, look, like this game does X, Y, and Z very well. but when put all together, it does not jive for me.
Yeah, and you might not be their audience.
100%.
Right.
And that's the flip side, right?
Yeah, I had this at Origins. I was playing this game. I can't remember the it was like to do with like, I don't know if it's hummingbirds or something like that. This is kind of this game where you're a la Cat Lady, where you're taking a road, taking a column, this kind of thing, right? And then we started doing and it was enjoyable. I actually enjoyed it. And so we get to the feedback, and one of the people at the table starts like kind of going deep and saying, well, what did you think about doing this? Or maybe you should try this, or maybe you should try that. And then finally, I just turned to him. I said, what is the kind of game you're trying to create here, right? Like, we're all game designers, so we all can go super deep, and we've all played a ton of games.
Mm-hmm.
Who is the intended audience for this? Is this and end up being like, well, this kind of game, I want people to just casually sit around having Sunday afternoon tea, maybe play with your mom or whatever, and you're at a retirement home, and you're just sitting around, you're having an enjoyable game talking. I'm like, okay, all the feedback she just gave you is irrelevant, because she's trying to turn this into a very thinky, mechanically perfect game that fits her game style. But all that feedback doesn't fit the target you're going for here at all. It's very tough for us as game designers to pull ourselves out of that and not look at something very deep and try to think, okay, is this perfectly balanced? It's all mathematical, and just pull it back and say, hey, is this a fun, casual game? Right. So what I'll try to do is I try to do a balance of both. I'll try to play at the Proto-Spiels, because I know I'm going to get absolutely eviscerated, and that's good. I love it. It's a bloodbath. The better the bloodbath, the better, because I'm going to take lots of notes, and it's going to get me thinking. Maybe I'm not going to take all the feedback, but I'm going to sleep on it. I'm probably going to take something out of there. And Cities of Venus would be a good example of that. Andy Kim, Reed Mascola, another good person that played earlier versions of that game, and we made meaningful changes in that game. They're directly related to their feedback.
Also love Andy. What a really good game designer.
That is one of the smartest dudes I think I've ever met in game. But anyway,
dude, the spill was so good. Yeah. Sorry, please continue.
Forget about the spill. Other stuff he's got coming down the pipe is like, I am not worthy. Like, how can I even be in the same room as this guy? Like, he's so well in his designs. But they gave some meaningful feedback that actually changed that game. But then there's other people that were at that meetup where they went way deeper, and it's like they're just trying to find what they can fix and how they can turn this into something that they like to play versus help me kind of polish what
this is, right? There's a difference. There's
Yeah.
a difference. And it, unfortunately, you guys are put in that weird amorphous position of trying to figure out what to keep and what to go, you know what? I understand what you're saying, but that's not what this is.
So you want to do that, but then what you want to do is then go to like a meetup with a bunch of casual players. So, and again, it depends on the kind of game you have. Mine are a lot of mine are medium light, right? Because that's our brand,
right?
And so I'll find people in that audience that aren't game designers, that are just people that like to casually play games, and I'll have them play the game, and then I'll get their feedback. And often it's tougher for them to articulate what it is that might not be working. So you have to get better at the questions. But then I'll take the two camps, and I'll kind of merge that feedback together and say, okay, now what do we need to change to take the incredible insight these guys had over here, which know a lot about the, how to design and the tenets of designing, with these people who are actually going to be the ones playing it. Right?
Yeah, I had a very fun, one of my favorite Martin Wallace stories ever. We got to interview Martin Wallace at Origins because he was there. He was winning like a Lifetime Achievement Award.
Yeah.
And I got lucky because I knew somebody that knew somebody that knows Martin, and we were able to get him in our booth. And so I got to talk to him for a while, on camera. And then because we talked to him for a while on camera, he kept coming back to our booth and kind of like BSing with us a little bit, which was to me the most amazing thing ever, because he's one of the most famous game designers of all time. And he spent almost all of his time in the unpub room, just playing other games, like games that aren't made. And so when he came back one time, I made a joke with him because that's what I do when I start to feel comfortable with somebody. I was like, so Martin, did you have fun crushing people's dreams over in the unpub room today? And he's like, oh yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. And so he played somebody's game. And I don't know if they knew who he was or not, but like he had all of these critiques on their game.
Yep.
And they basically told him to just kick rocks. And he was like, well, you know, fuck you if you don't want to listen to what I have to say. And those are his words, you know, and it's like, I mean, if you think your game is so good that you don't even want to listen, and I'm not saying you've got to take anybody's advice wholeheartedly, but if I had a game and I pitched to you and you go, you know what, I think this is wrong and that's wrong, and even if I disagree with you, I'm writing that down.
Yeah, write it down. You don't
because
have to take all
if
the
I hear
feedback,
that 10 more times,
down. Yeah.
if I hear that 10 more times, maybe there's something to it.
Yeah.
You know, if you were the only person that had that complaint, whatever, screw you. The game wasn't for you. But if everybody's got that complaint, and it was so funny to hear that from somebody like Martin Wallace. And I know Martin didn't sit down and go, well, I'm Martin Wallace, like at every table, you know. Like,
the amount of humility in this industry is
dude,
staggering. Like I had Scott Brady, right? And I was a bit embarrassed because I didn't know who he was at the time. He was playtesting Survivors of Venus at Origins, right? So we had earlier version of that. And he gave me some great, him and his daughter was there. And between the two of them, they had some fantastic feedback. We made a lot of changes. And like afterwards, I'm like, you guys seem to know a lot about game design. Are you guys game designers? And he's like, we've done a couple games. I'm like, you know, what are the games you've done? Boop.
Right.
Using cues. The guy,
Scott Brady's amazing.
The next night he's collecting hardware. He's up on the stage getting awards, right? So a little embarrassed, but super humble. And I think people need to know that when you have these unpopped rooms, you're probably going to have some people that are like pretty big in the industry that are going to be at your table and you don't even know it because everybody seems to be quite more humble. Who's more humble? Bob's more humble than Tim or more than me?
Either one. But yeah, I mean, that's the crazy thing. You know, like I went and I had the very amazing opportunity to sit and play a game of The Godfather. So it's a Eric Lang Seabon game, territory control. But I played it with Stephen Bonacore from, at the time, he was with Stronghold Games, and Jeffrey Engelstein, who at the time was with the Ludology podcast and then has written, you know, books on game design. And I kind of knew who they were. Like I was aware of them, but not really like aware of them. And I didn't have a show at the time also, right? And my brother-in-law is like, hey man, I'm going to play a game with some friends. You know, I need somebody that's, you know, going to be fun to play with. And the greatest compliment he's ever given me is people seem to like you. So will you come down and play games with me? And I was like, you know what? I'll take it. And then like we got to sit and I got to play games with these guys. And then I started to realize like, oh, wait a minute. Like these are some heavy hitters. And what was awesome is that through just playing the game and like taking turns and then the chit chat between turns, I got to start picking brains, you know what I mean? And asking questions and like, so what, you know, what was this and what was this? And everybody's so giving, you know, and honest and open and genuine. And you're like, you know, I look at these people like they're Robert Downey Jr. or Brad Pitt or Scarlett Johansson, you know what I mean? And really they're just people, you know, and they're excited about the hobby and they're happy to be a part of it. And like Scott Brady, again, another example, name drop, came to our booth at Gen Con and did an interview. And it's like the nicest, friendliest dude. Oh yeah. And he's selling out copies of Boop hand over fist, like they can't keep them in stock. Yeah. You know, over at Smirk and Dagger, they shipped in extra copies of the game and they're still selling out, you know, and it's like, you wouldn't know that, you know, talking to that guy, you know, when I met him and we're talking about Boop and I didn't realize that I had 2 other of his games on my shelf already. That's awesome. You know what I mean? And it's like, holy shit, I'm so embarrassed that I didn't realize that I already own more of your games, you know, and I was just excited about this one that just came out.
Yeah, and I think that's what's cool too. Like Chandler Hoke again. I'll give Chandler from Backer Kid another shout out. But he's got this. He refers to it as co-opetition. It's one of the only industries out there where competitors are actively trying to help each other. Right.
Well,
it's
the
kind
good
of like
ones,
rising
right?
tides raise all boats, right?
The good ones, yes, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna always have the bad apples, but I think at least at the smaller publisher level, most are trying to help each other out. And and there is that humility. Like you don't see too many of them walking around like, do you know who I am kind of attitudes, right? Like most are like just regular people, right? That just happen to create great games.
Sadly, in my experience, I have only seen that from other content creators and not from the designers.
Yeah.
And it's like, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense to me. Like it just doesn't make any sense because it's like, what have you done? Like you did a video on somebody's game that I liked. Like you're not anything by comparison.
Yeah. It's the content creation is an interesting. It's interesting that this, as an industry as a whole, you're seeing a lot more people jump in, and this is, I think, a perfect example where I think competition is. This shows why competition is good, right?
Right.
If you go back 5 years ago, where there was less players, is very, very tough for any new publisher or new kind of game designer to get any exposure on their game if you weren't part of so-called the club. And now, since there's so many content creators jumping into the pool, I think there's more options for people to get some exposure, right? That maybe they wouldn't have had 5 years ago. I mean, that's why I started the podcast. The podcast was after my first launch, the experience, I almost stopped. I'm like, this sucks. There's trolls that are like straight up crapping on you in in forums and just like shredding you down for the sake of shredding you down and door slamming it. No one wants to help. Like it was a little depressing, right?
Right.
And it was at that point, I'm like, I'm going to create my own audience because I cannot, it's a club and I'm not getting let in the door. Right. So thankfully now I think that the club is a very porous club and there's lots of doors so many people can get in. But 5 years ago, it was a lot smaller and it was very, very tough to get exposure.
It was a really different animal. And I mean, here's the thing is, for what it's worth, I guess it's good and bad. Take it however you will. But I didn't know about Board Game Binge until Origins when I met you in person.
Yeah.
Because we had only emailed, about Cities of Venus. Sure. And then when I met you in person and I get your business card and I was like, oh shit, this dude's got a podcast, and then it was like, and then it was also, it was fun because it was like, oh no, he's giving Spencer a hard time. Like, this is awesome. Like, I love it. And it wasn't ever like mean spirited. We're like all just kind of like, we're buddies sitting around a table, giving each other a hard time. Like we've known each other for ages. And I just really appreciated that. And I thought it was so cool. And honestly, we should have had you on the show ages ago. So we're way overdue.
Yeah, man. I'd love to come back. I know we're coming up on, 5.5 hours now. So we'll probably,
oh my God. Yeah. Yeah.
It's it's been a blast. It's been an absolute pleasure to come on. We'll definitely have to get you on the Board Game Binge.
Oh, dude.
It'd be great to have you guys on there. I think that's overdue as well. For those who have made it to the end or playing this back on the replay, couple final thoughts. Please check out our Geckos on Kickstarter. There'll be a link in the notes. Check out Board Game Binge podcast. Our
Please
podcast.
Do.
We're at 285 episodes now. We interview people from the industry. We really focus on the personalities, right? So who are the people behind the games? Look at this. Bob's like, you're still going. This is what happens when people talk and are just enjoying each other's company.
James,
right?
I warned you, dude. Like you and I are talkers. Like if I didn't have Mike like off to the side, like looking very clearly tired, and they're going like, okay, we need to be done.
Look at his watch.
Yeah. No, I love talking designers, publishers. I mean, obviously you and I are like kindred spirits. Sure. I just love talking to, fans.
Yeah.
And so everything James said, I mean, please check out Board Game Binge. You want to I listen to a ton of podcasts all day, and I will use one for an example. Sometimes I do not want to listen to Secret Cabal because it's a 3-hour long show. Those dudes are great. I love them. Amazing personalities, but sometimes I don't have the intestinal fortitude to dedicate to that. But if I've got like a 30 to 45 minute podcast that I can listen to where I feel like I'm getting a lot out of it, and you're an industry nerd and you want to hear some insider stuff, I'm going to say hit up Board Game Binge because
thank you. It's very kind.
James has been talking to a lot of designers, a lot of industry people. You're going to get some really good insight into the hobby and sort of how the sausage is made.
Yeah.
And it's fast enough though that it's going to keep you interested. You're going to want more. That's my endorsement.
Deep, we don't go. We don't go deep enough that we lose people.
Right. You're deep enough though, where I've been tempted to message you questions that I haven't.
Please do.
Where it's like, man. Hey man, like, so you guys kind of skirted around this. What's up with that?
Yeah. Sometimes we'll talk off air. Like we'll
sure.
We'll kind of like skim it. And then afterwards we'll like have a good serious chat. Cause some things you just can't do on air, obviously.
No, 100%. You've got to respect your sources. You've got to, this is a very small community. Almost everybody knows everybody. Yeah. And if they don't know everybody, they know somebody who knows everybody you don't. I mean, that's just kind of how it is. But yeah, man, Board Game Binge, 100% check it out. Please check out the 10 Robot Games catalog.
Yeah, 10robotgames.com. You'll see our whole catalog there. If there's any games where you don't want us to ship it to you, I mean, we're with Bridge Distribution States, so we can send over pretty much within 2-day delivery. But on Amazon, and we control the Amazon store, so all of the listings are ours. I know some people think Amazon's a big bad wolf, but it is controlled by us, so the proceeds go back to us.
Well, that's the rub. A lot of times I will ask somebody if they're like, oh, hey, is it better if I buy from X or Y? Like, if you're going to support an indie pub, you want to make sure they're getting some of the love, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I make this, whether you buy on Amazon or a store, it's the same to me. The only difference is the shipping's going to be cheaper if you go through Amazon because they just get stupid rates, especially through Prime, right?
Right on. Yeah. I mean, I'm a Prime member. I get it. It's no hate there, but yeah, James, I know it's only been 5.5 hours. I feel like we could keep going. But let's sign off. Let's give everybody a break.
All right, my friend.
We have got to have you on again, man.
I'm coming back for sure.
Mike's got to be on and be able to get in on some of this. And I won't demand the 5-hour commitment that you have given us.
Yeah, we got to get Gecko Bob and Shredder back.
Holy shit. Listen, if I get Spencer on and I can just sit as a spectator and watch him have to eat some crow, that will be amazing.
Oh, I love Spencer. I love everybody.
No, one of the sweetest dudes on the planet. And here's the thing about Spencer. This is the last thing I'll say about it is Spencer is ADHD. So at the very beginning, I will tell Spencer something. And then 5 minutes later, he'll be like, what was this? And everybody at the table will be like, it's this we told you a minute ago. And he's like, oh yeah. So it doesn't matter what briefs you provide. Spencer will forget about them. And, and it's not because he's a bad dude. It's just because he gets into the moment and everything, blinders are on, everything's out. And I will say that if you go back and watch our Cities of Venus preview, Spencer was wrong. And I will bet good money we played the production copy of that, like the final version of that.
He'll like it. No doubt he'll like it.
Because everything...
If you lose on your first play, you're going to get soured, right? But now he knows what not to do.
Well, the other thing, James, is I believe, if I remember correctly, and I'm probably too lazy to go back and watch, but all of his complaints were basically fixed by if we had the other 40% of the game.
No, I think what happened was he had, I know we're extending this, but I think his issue is he didn't plan and he just got eviscerated. And if you don't plan in that game and you just hope that, you know, if you focus on innovation, but not kind of watch out for like your food and water, it's going to be a lot of hurt coming your way.
And that's the other rub is I think he's also so used to being good at games that when one like kind of kicks his ass a little bit, it's like, wait a minute, what happened? What happened? Because he's one of the smartest dudes I know, right? So if a game really like gives it to him, it's maybe default like it's the game's fault. And it's like, well, dude, I think you missed the boat. XYZ, like pay attention.
I should actually bring a copy to Origins and we should play. I should get you guys all.
Dude, that'd be great. Together. That'd be great. I'd love to just sit there like this.
Yeah,
staring at Spencer every time he takes an action.
Yeah, we'll do like a 5-person game and then we'll follow up with the sequel because we'll have the sequel there.
Yeah. Well, 100% that game deserves a full production review, you know, version with the original cast so that then we can add addendums to our opinions.
Sounds good, my friend. All right, let's sign off.
James, you've been amazing.
Time. Thank you for everybody that made it to the end, if you did.
Dude. It's been awesome. For the board game rundown, I've been Tim.
All right, and I'm James from Tim Robot Games and the Board Game Binge.
Yes. We will see you next time, guys. Thank you so much.